Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. Only about 25% of you watching are subscribed to the channel. If you're enjoying the content, hitting that subscribe button would really help the channel grow. And while you're at it, smash that like button too. It helps a ton, and lets me know you're enjoying the content. Thanks for being here, and let's dive into the story. Mike's night shift at UPS had always been a blend of monotony and dry humor. Every evening, as the fluorescent lights hummed overhead and the vast warehouse yawningly stretched before him, he exchanged wry banter with the lone coworker stationed at the far end, a distant voice crackling over the radio, equally fond of sarcastic quips about misplaced packages and oddly cheerful deliveries. It was on one such routine night, amid stacks of cardboard boxes and the steady rhythm of forklifts, that Mike's attention was caught by a battered, unmarked package wedged behind a row of oversized parcels. At first, he chuckled. Maybe this one's a special delivery from the other side, he joked, half expecting a prank from management. But, as he pried the sealed flaps open, his eyes widened in disbelief. Inside was not another routine order. Instead, nested in faded tissue was an ancient, leather-bound book. Its cover bore strange, weathered symbols that danced in the flickering light. The pages, yellowed by time, were inscribed with an indecipherable script alongside 4 clearly legible rules scrawled at the beginning. Mike's initial amusement morphed into incredulous wonder. He mused aloud. What? Do they want me to deliver souls now? His laughter echoed in the cavernous space, a brief respite from the isolation of the night. Yet as he flipped through the pages, he noticed the eerie juxtaposition of whimsical jokes scribbled in the margins alongside ominous warnings. The book exuded an unsettling aura, as if it had witnessed countless secrets hidden behind the mundane world of shipping and receiving. Though still cloaked in humor, a subtle shiver crept up his spine. Outside his immediate area, a distant clatter, almost like a mischievous ghost playing with loose packaging tape, made him pause. He shrugged it off as the settling of the old building or the erratic workings of an overburdened HVAC system. Still, every time he glanced over his shoulder, the shadows seemed to shift a little too deliberately, as if keeping time with the cryptic verses of the mysterious tome. That night, as Mike recorded the odd find in his logbook with a playful note about ancient shipping instructions, he couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted in the atmosphere of the warehouse. Even as he returned to his routine, scanning barcodes, maneuvering pallets, and exchanging light-hearted banter, the ancient book sat heavy in his duffel bag, a silent portent of what was to come. The blend of humor and unease was subtle, yet persistent, and as he closed the door to his break room later that night, the whispers of laughter and dread began to merge, setting the stage for an unforgettable, twisted night. In the dim light of an approaching midnight, Mike found himself alone in his immediate zone of the warehouse. The voice of his distant coworker was now a soft murmur over the intercom, leaving him with only his thoughts and the enigmatic book. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, he began to read the 4 rules inscribed within the brittle pages. Trust no midnight package. Silence is survival. Obey the unseen delivery. Honor the forgotten. At first, Mike smirked, thinking they must be the remnants of some elaborate in-house joke, perhaps a forgotten prop from a past company event. Trust no midnight package, he repeated under his breath, imagining a package with a mischievous personality. Yet, as he slowly recited each rule, the jovial ambiance of the warehouse seemed to dim. The familiar hum of machinery was overlaid by an almost imperceptible susurrus, a chorus of whispered syllables that could have been mistaken for the creaks and groans of old metal. The very walls appeared to lean in, absorbing his muttered words. A chill draft, inexplicable and cold, drifted through the aisles, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay. Boxes that had earlier been inert now seemed to rustle as if stirred by a spectral breeze. The playful banter of minutes before was replaced by a creeping realization that these were no ordinary office pranks. Every soft sound, the clinking of glass, the scrape of metal, took on a weighty significance. Determined to remain rational, Mike decided to test his wits against his mounting unease. He double-checked the package logs, looked for misfiled shipments, and even scanned the mysterious book with his phone's light, searching for hidden texts or secret messages in the faded script. But the more he probed, the more the rules seemed to resonate with a dark authority. "Obey the unseen delivery," he whispered, half in disbelief, as he passed a stack of boxes that now seemed to shimmer with a faint ghostly glow. Outside his immediate area, the distant hum of his coworker's voice provided a fragile tether to normalcy. Yet, Mike's growing suspicion was accompanied by the sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate steps echoing in a place where none should be. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination or something more sinister moving among the aisles. The once humorous notion of a paranormal package now felt like a dire prophecy. With each passing minute, the warehouse transformed, from a mundane backdrop for late-night deliveries to a stage set for an ancient and malevolent ritual. In the silence that followed his reading, the weight of the rules pressed on him like an unseen hand. The night had taken a turn, and every shadow seemed to whisper of secrets best left undisturbed. Mike's initial laughter was replaced by a deep, resonant dread, one that promised the rules were not mere curiosities, but keys to unlocking a horror lurking in the forgotten corners of the UPS facility. Mike's heart pounded as he stepped deeper into the dark corridors of the warehouse. It was well past midnight now, and the familiar buzz of fluorescent lights had faded into a quiet that felt almost heavy. Every shadow seemed to twist on its own, moving in ways that defied logic. The ancient book in his bag, once a curious oddity, now felt like a dark weight, its presence pulsing with an energy that made his skin crawl. He clutched the book tightly, trying to remember the rules. Trust no midnight package. Silence is survival. Obey the unseen delivery, and honor the forgotten. The simple words repeated in his mind like a mantra, yet they offered little comfort. As he walked down a narrow aisle lined with towering stacks of boxes, a soft scraping sound caught his attention. It was low and steady, like something being dragged slowly across the concrete floor. Then a whisper came, barely audible over the hum of the old building, repeating his name. "Mike. Mike." In a tone that sent shivers down his spine. Stopping in his tracks, Mike strained his ears. The sound wasn't coming from any machine or the distant hum of his coworker's radio. It was closer, right behind him. His eyes darted to the dark corners of the aisle, searching for the source. For a moment, the lights flickered, and he thought he saw a pale, fleeting shape disappearing behind a stack of parcels. His heart thumped loudly, and his hand trembled as he reached again into his bag for the book. The pages had changed. New scribbles now appeared in simple, plain words. "Do not follow the sound." A surge of fear mixed with a desperate need to understand. Mike decided he needed to move, to put distance between himself and whatever was calling him. But the warehouse seemed to have changed. The once familiar aisles now felt like twisting tunnels filled with hidden dangers. Boxes shifted on their own, and the floor creaked under every uncertain step. With each movement, he felt as if invisible eyes were tracking him from the shadows. He paused at a cluttered desk in a forgotten corner. Scattered paperwork and old delivery logs lay there, yellowed with time. One log in particular caught his attention with a chilling handwritten note. "The forgotten are not lost. They wait." The simple, unsettling message sent a fresh wave of dread over him. Mike's mind raced. Had others before him experienced the same terror? Was he now caught in a trap far greater than a simple workplace oddity? The overhead lights began to stutter more frequently, throwing harsh, intermittent beams across the space. Each flash revealed more details. A box that moved when no one was near, a shadow that stretched too long, a dark corner that seemed to pulse with life. The soft, steady whisper grew louder, blending with the creaks and groans of the old building. It was as if the warehouse itself was alive and resentful, holding secrets it was desperate to share. Determined to get to a safer place, Mike turned toward the area where he had first found the mysterious package. But the path was no longer clear. The familiar route twisted into a maze of darkened aisles, each one filled with unsettling sounds and fleeting figures that vanished when he tried to focus on them. His mind churned with thoughts of the book's rules, especially "silence is survival." He knew he needed to remain quiet, but every sound amplified his fear. The air grew colder and a light mist began to form near the floor, blurring his vision. Each breath came out in a visible puff as he hurried along, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. In the distance, the faint sound of his coworker's voice on the radio was a reminder that he wasn't entirely alone, yet that voice now seemed remote, almost like a memory from another life. Every step felt like a test of his courage. Mike could feel the oppressive weight of the unknown pressing in on him. He could no longer tell if the sounds were real or the product of his mounting terror. Yet, one thing was certain. The warehouse had changed from a simple place of work to a living nightmare. The lights, the shadows, even the silence spoke of an ancient force stirring, one that had been hidden in the walls long before he ever clocked in. With the book as his only guide, Mike pushed forward, each moment stretching out in excruciating detail. The whispering grew into a chorus of voices, each one echoing a warning or a plea. The more he tried to rationalize the events, the more they defied explanation. It was clear now that the UPS warehouse was no longer just a building. It had become a battleground between the ordinary and the supernatural, and Mike was caught in the middle. As he reached the end of a long, dim corridor lined with rows of dusty packages, his resolve wavered. Every heartbeat reminded him of the growing dread within. The laughter and lightheartedness of earlier in the night had vanished completely, replaced by a profound fear of what lay hidden in the dark. With trembling hands and a mind full of desperate questions, Mike stepped into the unknown, the echoes of his footsteps mingling with the sinister sounds that now ruled the warehouse. In that moment, as the last vestiges of normalcy faded away, Mike knew that his struggle was just beginning. The night had fully embraced him, and every shadow, every whisper, was a reminder that survival now depended on following the ancient cryptic rules that promised no safety, only a thin line between life and a terror that lurked in every dark corner. Descent into the unseen. Mike could feel the weight of the night, both physical and supernatural, pressing down on him as he trudged deeper into the heart of the warehouse. The lights above flickered violently, casting a sickly yellow glow across the aisle. Every time they hummed back to life, the world felt a fraction more twisted, more alien. The warehouse, once a familiar maze of boxes and delivery stations, now seemed to be closing in on him, changing its layout in real time. The corridors stretched and swayed, unsure of their own structure, as though guided by something invisible, something ancient. "Obey the unseen delivery," Mike repeated to himself, hoping the rule would suddenly make sense. But the darkness surrounding him wasn't following any kind of script he could understand. As he moved, boxes shifted and rattled on their own, tiny movements that crept into his awareness like silent whispers. He couldn't deny it anymore. The rules weren't just absurd musings. They were warnings, living instructions born from something older than the company, older than the warehouse itself. His pulse quickened as a pale figure appeared at the edge of his vision. Just a glimpse, skin ashen, limbs unnaturally elongated, its face hidden beneath a mask of shadow. Before Mike could breathe, the figure vanished behind a stack of heavy packages. He stopped in his tracks, heart pounding in his throat. Had he seen it? Or was the terror beginning to tap into his mind? He wasn't sure anymore. The air grew colder still, and a thick fog began to snake along the ground, reducing his visibility to mere feet. The faint sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. Mimicking his own pace, the footsteps grew louder with every passing second, taunting him, refusing to belong to anyone he could see. This wasn't his co-worker. It wasn't even human. Mike had heard stories of things that haunted spaces like these, things that were somehow tied to forgotten corners of the world, tied to the ones who had walked before him. The book in his hand pulled at him, its pages now alive, flicking back open on their own despite his best attempts to keep them closed. Mike had no choice. He had to recite the rules, even if they only seemed to mock him as the night warped into something unrecognizable. His muttered voice sliced through the thickening air. Obey the unseen delivery. Honor the forgotten. Silence is survival. But the more he repeated the words, the more urgent the whispers became, shaping themselves like voiced pleas. Then a voice echoed in his ear, one so close it might have belonged to someone right behind him. "Mike," it called softly, "don't turn around." Frozen, Mike's breath stuck in his chest. He could feel the presence at his back, its breath warm, almost familiar, yet wrong. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to run, to flee, and yet the terrifying utterance of those damned rules held him rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the warehouse seemed to shudder. It wasn't a passing tremor, but a quaking force that sounded like the building itself had just realized his intrusion. The floor followed this ominous ripple, vibrating beneath his boots, and Mike knew he was no longer alone. Yet, the rules still beat within him. Trust no midnight package. The delivery wasn't just coming from the boxes, it was coming from within the walls. He couldn't understand it yet, couldn't grasp the full magnitude of what he was up against. But that didn't matter. Whatever held the warehouse in its grip was about to make its move, and Mike could feel it scraping at his skin with every breath. The walls closed a fraction tighter, and the shadows twisted into something far darker, pulling at his memory, reminding him of the old rule he'd already broken, honoring the forgotten. The ancient call demanded his attention, one that didn't care about the rules, one that knew all too well how to twist a man's mind into submission. With desperation hanging in the air, Mike's grip on the book tightened further. But now, even as he clung to his sanity, it felt like something was erasing him from the world, fading him out bit by bit. And deep down, Mike realized one thing. Whatever was happening in those walls, in those forgotten spaces, it was real. Truly, dangerously real. None of the rules prepared him for what was next. For 33 seconds, Mike felt trapped in a maze of corridors that seemed to shift and close in around him. The quiet was broken only by his own echoing footsteps and the soft, ghostly whispers that drifted from unseen corners. Every step felt heavy as he clutched the ancient book, its rules now his only guide in a nightmare that had become all too real. He remembered the rule, "Obey the unseen delivery," and wondered what it truly meant. A sudden gust of cold wind scattered loose papers on the floor, as if the warehouse itself was trying to warn him. Following the faint glow of an emergency light, Mike discovered a small, forgotten office. Dust covered old delivery logs and rusty machines, and in the center of the room lay a weathered table with strange symbols carved deep into its surface. With shaking hands, he set the book down and turned to a page that seemed to pulse with its own eerie light. The page instructed him to recite a passage to calm the restless forces of the building. With no other choice, Mike spoke the words aloud. His voice filled the empty room, mingling with the whispers until for a brief, breathless moment, everything fell silent. The temperature dropped sharply, and the symbols on the table began to glow with a pale, unsettling light. From the far end of the room, a shadow emerged, a tall, indistinct figure that seemed to float rather than walk. Each step it took creaked like old wood, drawing ever closer to Mike. Fear gripped him as he realized this was the delivery warned about, the unseen force brought forth by the recitation. Remembering, silence is survival, he fell mute, his body frozen in terror. The shadow hovered near him, its presence overwhelming. Then, in a low, raspy voice filled with sorrow and anger, it whispered, "Remember." That single word carried the weight of lost souls and forgotten tragedies, a command and a curse intertwined. The figure extended a hand as if offering a dark promise, a silent reminder of all those trapped within the warehouse's walls. As the shadow slowly receded into the darkness, leaving behind a heavy, almost unbearable silence, Mike felt a mix of relief and deep dread. He knew the terror was far from over. This encounter had changed him, marked him as one who had seen what lay hidden beyond normal sight. The ancient book, with its cryptic rules, was now his only hope for navigating the horrors that lay ahead. With trembling determination, Mike picked up the book again. Each step forward promised a battle against unseen forces, a fight to preserve his sanity in a place where the ordinary and the supernatural collided. The descent into darkness was complete, and as the line between reality and nightmare blurred, Mike braced himself for the ultimate horror waiting in the next corner of the UPS warehouse. Mike's pulse hammered as he followed a faint, pulsing light down a narrow corridor he'd never seen before. The ancient book's final rule echoed in his mind: honor the forgotten. With trembling resolve, he pushed open a creaking door to reveal a small, dust-choked room. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old paper and memories. In the center of the room sat a weathered pedestal, holding a single aged package wrapped in faded paper. Its surface bore the same strange symbols as the book. Heart in his throat, Mike recalled the rules. Trust no midnight package. Silence is survival. Obey the unseen delivery. And now, honor the forgotten. The ghostly whispers he'd heard earlier swelled into a chorus that filled the room. Return what was taken, they pleaded softly. The forgotten must be remembered. With shaking fingers, Mike unwrapped the package. Nestled within was a small, ancient key, a token that seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly warmth. The spectral voices grew clearer, telling him of lost souls and forgotten deliveries, of histories hidden behind every box and label. Each whisper urged him to mend a long-overlooked injustice. Driven by both terror and duty, Mike clutched the key and recited the final incantation etched in the book's margins. As his voice quavered through the silence, the room trembled. One by one, ghostly figures materialized among the dusty shelves. Their eyes, filled with sorrow and gentle hope, met his. They reached out as if seeking an embrace, a silent thank you for finally remembering them. Slowly, the figures began to fade, leaving behind an eerie calm. The oppressive chill lifted, and the steady hum of the warehouse lights returned. Mike realized that by honoring the forgotten, he had restored balance to this haunted place. The ancient book's power dimmed, its mission complete. Stepping out into the main warehouse once more, Mike's fear was replaced by a bittersweet relief. Though the night remained dark, he now carried the quiet knowledge that he had given respect to the lost voices echoing in every neglected corner of the facility. The final delivery was made, and with it the assurance that even in the eerie shadows of a UPS warehouse, every forgotten soul could finally be remembered. Welcome to the Sinister Stories membership program. Love horror? Got a creepy story idea? Here's why becoming a Sinister Stories member is a must. Anyone can drop story ideas, but only members get exclusive access to a new members-only story every Saturday morning, picked from the twisted suggestions submitted by members themselves. Every single Saturday, a chilling tale chosen from a member's idea, crafted and shared only for members to enjoy. But don't worry, I'll still randomly pick some story ideas from regular subscribers for everyone. However, if you want guaranteed weekly horror drops straight from the community, membership is your key to unlock the darkness. The Sinister Elite Badge Program. Welcome to the Sinister Elite, where your dedication to horror earns you prestige. As a member, you'll unlock exclusive badges that show off your loyalty and time spent in the darkest crew on YouTube. Here's how you climb the ranks. New member. Instantly get the member badge. Welcome to the crew. 6 months. Level up to Dark Drifter. You've started walking the shadowed path. 1 year. Earn the Night Dweller badge. You're no stranger to the darkness. 2 years. Become a Shadow Watcher, watching what lurks beyond. 3 years. Unlock Fear Forger, shaping nightmares like a master. 4 years. Rise to Warden of Whispers. You hear what others fear. 5 years. Achieve the ultimate honor. The Sinister Legend Badge, proving you're the darkest and most dedicated of the Sinister Elite. Hit that join button now and start earning your legacy in the shadows. Custom emojis, exclusive and epic. Custom emojis make your reactions stand out and add serious personality to the chat. As a member, you get exclusive access to awesome emojis. Like, show love with style. Fire, when it's too hot to handle. Scary, for the spine-chilling moments. Cool, because you know what's up. Join now and level up your comments with these exclusive must-have emojis. A final word to the Sinister Stories community. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey so far. Whether you're a longtime subscriber, a new viewer, or considering joining the Sinister Elite, your support means everything. For those in the Sinister Elite, I'm committed to keeping the experience fresh and exciting, continuously adding new perks, exclusive stories, and creepy surprises to make being a member truly worth it. Every Saturday, a brand new horror story inspired by your ideas drops exclusively for you, and those loyalty badges? They're a badge of honor, showing just how deep you've traveled into the darkness with me. By joining, you're not just unlocking exclusive content, you're also helping the channel grow in ways I truly appreciate. Your support allows me to keep creating the terrifying tales you love and push sinister stories to even darker, scarier places. As always, I'm grateful for every single viewer, subscriber, and member. You all make this journey possible. Hit that join button and stay sinister, my friends. The horror's just getting started. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. I took the job at Cloud9 Vape and Smoke because it was easy. 3 hours a night, 9 p.m. to midnight, and all I had to do was ring people up, pretend I cared about their vape flavor choices, and ignore the sketchy dudes buying Kratom at 11:45 p.m. Easy money. It was a chill gig. I'd lean against the counter, scrolling through my phone, occasionally looking up to ID some 19-year-old buying a disposable in the worst flavor imaginable. Watermelon bubblegum? Dude, are you 5? But everything changed when the shipment came in. At around 10 p.m., I was unpacking a box of new disposables, some brand I'd never heard of called Void Mist. The box was weirdly dusty, like it had been sitting in the back of a warehouse for years. I reached up to put it on the top shelf when, thwap. Something small and brittle smacked me on the head and fluttered to the ground. I looked down. It was an old yellowed piece of paper. Looked like it had been tucked away up there for a long time. The edges were burned, like someone had tried to destroy it. I picked it up and read the shaky, ink-stained words. Rules for the night shift. You must follow them. If you break one, you will not leave. If a man in a trench coat asks for the black mist, say you're out. No matter what. If you see smoke forming near the back of the store but no one's vaping, do not look directly at it. At exactly 10:42 p.m., the security cameras will glitch. If you see yourself on the screen moving differently than you are, leave immediately. If an old man with a raspy voice asks for help choosing a vape flavor, he is not human. He will try to pull you into another realm. Do not make eye contact. At 11:59 p.m., the closed sign will flip on its own. Make sure you are outside before it happens. If not, you're staying forever. I let out a short laugh. Bro? What is this? Some kind of prank? I looked around. The store was dead empty. The security cameras buzzed softly overhead. The only sound was the low hum of the vape display fridge. This had to be a joke. Maybe the last guy who worked here wrote it to mess with the new hires. I was about to crumple it up and toss it when the bell above the door jingled. A customer. I stuffed the note into my pocket and looked up. A tall man in a long, black trench coat stepped inside. He walked straight to the counter without looking around. His face was weird. Too pale. Too smooth. Like he'd been airbrushed in real life. Then he spoke, his voice slow and unnatural. Do you have the black mist? I froze. The first rule on the list. If a man in a trench coat asks for the black mist, say you're out, no matter what. I swallowed hard and forced a casual shrug. Nah, man. We're out. The man didn't react, didn't blink, just stood there, staring at me. His eyes were off. Not just weird. Wrong. Like the pupils were stretched too tall, like some kind of cat or lizard. Are you sure? His voice was dry, like wind blowing through dead leaves. Yeah, bro, I said, shifting uncomfortably. Never even heard of it. His lips curled into a too-wide grin. Shame, he said. Then he turned, walking slowly toward the exit. The bell above the door jingled. He was gone. I let out a shaky breath and laughed nervously. What the hell was that? The store was empty again, just me and the soft hum of the vape fridges. I pulled the note out of my pocket and stared at the rules. The first one had been real. What about the others? I glanced at the security cameras. 10:41 p.m. The third rule flashed in my mind. At exactly 10:42 p.m., the security cameras will glitch. If you see yourself on the screen moving differently than you are, leave immediately. I turned to look at the monitor above the counter. The cameras showed 4 angles of the store, one behind the register, one by the door, one by the kratom display, and one in the storage room. Nothing weird. The clock ticked over. 10:42 p.m. The screen flickered, static, for just a second. Then it came back. I was still standing behind the counter, same spot, same stance. But on the camera, I wasn't alone. There was a man standing behind me, right behind me. My breath hitched. I didn't move. But the me in the camera? He did. My screen self tilted his head, staring straight into the camera, grinning. I spun around. Nothing. No one was there. I snapped my eyes back to the screen. My camera self was still staring, but now his grin was wider, unnaturally wide. And then slowly, he raised his hand and waved at me. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't even clock out. I just sprinted out the door into the cold night air, my heart slamming against my ribs. The store was silent. The open sign buzzed in the window. I stood outside, panting, staring at the place I had been totally fine working in just an hour ago. Then, from inside, the security camera screen flickered again. And on the monitor, my reflection was still there. Still standing behind the counter. Still waving. I stood outside, breath fogging up in the cold night air, staring through the glass. Inside, my not-me reflection was still behind the counter, still grinning, still waving. Nope. Hell nope. I pulled out my phone, hands shaking. I was 1 second away from calling my manager and quitting over text when... Jingle. The bell over the vape shop door rang. Someone was inside. I whipped my head up. A man stood at the counter. Not a normal man. He was old, hunched over, wearing a ragged hoodie. His skin was gray, like cigarette ash. He had dark, sunken eyes, and his mouth was twisted into an unnatural grin. My stomach dropped. I pulled out the rules and scanned the list. Rule number 4. If an old man with a raspy voice asks for help choosing a vape flavor, he is not human. He will try to pull you into another realm. Do not make eye contact. I clamped my jaw shut and took a slow, deep breath. The old man's head twitched toward the door. I swear to God, I could feel his eyes on me. And then, his mouth moved. I couldn't hear him through the glass, but I could see what he was saying. Can you help me pick a flavor? Nope. 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 I turned on my heels and booked it to my car. Screw this job. Screw this store. Screw vapes. I fumbled my keys out of my pocket, slammed the door shut, and jammed them into the ignition. I looked up. The old man was outside now, standing in the parking lot. Not walking, not moving. Just there, watching me. His grin stretched wider. And then, slowly, he lifted one hand and beckoned. I jammed the gas pedal. Tires screeched. I flew out of the parking lot, taking the corner so fast my rear bumper nearly clipped the curb. I didn't stop, not until I was miles away. I sat in my car outside a 24-hour McDonald's, hands shaking, heart pounding. What the hell just happened? That thing in the store, the security camera version of me, was still in there. That old man had tried to pull me into... where? And what the hell was the black mist? I pulled out my phone and did the only logical thing. I Googled it. Nothing. No vape brand, no weird urban legends, no creepy Reddit stories. Whatever was happening in that store, it wasn't normal. I glanced at my phone screen. 11:57 p.m. 2 minutes until closing. And then, I remembered the last rule. At 11:59 p.m., the closed sign will flip on its own. Make sure you are outside before it happens. If not, you're staying forever. I shuddered. Guess I wouldn't be finding out what happened at midnight, because I sure as hell wasn't going back. I sat in the McDonald's parking lot, hands shaking around a lukewarm McFlurry. I needed answers. What the hell was going on in that vape shop? Who wrote the rules? And more importantly, was I fired now? I pulled out my phone. 11:58 p.m., 1 minute until the final rule came into play. At 11:59 p.m., the closed sign will flip on its own. Make sure you are outside before it happens. If not, you're staying forever. I wasn't there to see it happen, but just thinking about it made my skin crawl. My thumb hovered over my manager's contact. I needed to tell him something. Maybe fake an excuse? Hey bro, got food poisoning, can't finish shift? I sighed. He wouldn't believe me. Maybe I should just quit. I had the text half-typed when my screen glitched, just for a second, like a static flicker. A notification popped up. New message from unknown number. I frowned. Weird. I opened it. It was just 2 words. You left. My stomach dropped. I stared at the screen, a cold sweat forming on my back. Before I could react, another text popped up. You weren't supposed to leave. My heart started racing. I typed back, hands shaking. Who is this? 3 dots appeared, they stopped. Then another message. Check your back seat. I froze. I didn't want to turn around. Didn't want to see, but I could feel it. Something was there. A shape. A shadow. I clenched my jaw, forced myself to move. Just a little. Just enough to tilt the rearview mirror. And that's when I saw it. The old man, sitting in my back seat, grinning. Before I could scream, he lunged. I woke up somewhere else. Not in my car, not in McDonald's. I was back in the vape shop, behind the counter. The store was dark, except for the glow of the security cameras. I looked up at the screen, and there I was, grinning, waving. But it wasn't me. And then, in the reflection, the closed sign flipped. 11:59 p.m. I never made it out. The closed sign flipped on its own. The store lights flickered, buzzing low and sickly, casting long, unnatural shadows. I wasn't supposed to be here. I turned in slow motion toward the glass door. I grabbed the handle. It wouldn't budge. Locked. No, no, no. I banged my fists against it hard enough to rattle the frame. The parking lot outside was empty. The streetlights looked wrong, too dim, too far away, like they were disappearing into nothingness. I spun back toward the store. The shelves stretched taller, longer. The vape displays blinked with colors that didn't exist. And then, the old man stepped forward from the shadows. His face wasn't right. His eyes sank too deep. His mouth curled into a grin too wide. His voice rasped. You're staying. I stumbled backward, knocking over a shelf of disposable vapes. Hell no! I turned and froze. Because the security screen behind the counter, it was showing something new, something worse. The camera feed wasn't the vape shop anymore. It showed a void, a black, endless nothingness stretching on forever. And in the center, a door, a single rusted door, standing in the void with nothing around it. And then, it opened, and something moved inside, something big, something coming. I stumbled back, my breath ragged. The old man laughed, his fingers stretched unnaturally long as he reached for me. You're one of us now. No, I'm not. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a full box of Void Mist vapes, and hurled it at his face. It hit him dead on. The moment it did, he screamed. Not a normal scream, a distorted, inhuman shriek, like static and radio feedback twisting together. His body convulsed, glitching. The floor beneath me shifted. The entire store warped, stretched, bent, and then I woke up. I gasped, choking on air. I was sitting in my car, outside the vape shop. The McDonald's bag was still in my lap. My McFlurry had melted. The shop was dark, closed. I looked at my phone. 12:01 a.m. I wasn't inside. I wasn't trapped. I was free? I sat there, staring at the store, afraid to move. And then, my phone buzzed. A new message. Unknown number. Don't come back. I didn't need to be told twice. I put my car in drive and peeled out of that parking lot so fast I almost jumped a curb. I didn't quit. I didn't text my manager. I just never showed up again. Let them figure it out. A week later, I drove past the store. The sign was still there. The lights were still on. It looked normal, like none of it had ever happened. But when I glanced at the now hiring sign in the window, I noticed something. A new rule was written at the bottom in small, shaky letters. If you hear someone pounding on the front door after closing, ignore it. It's just me, trying to get out. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows hold more than just secrets. If you're a fan of the dark and the twisted, you're in the right place. Tonight, we dive into a tale that will send chills down your spine. Before we begin, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already, so you don't miss a single spine-tingling story. The beam of my headlamp cuts through the darkness as I squeeze through another limestone passage, my shoulders scraping against rock that's been forming for millions of years. The cave breathes around us, a slow exhale of cool, mineral-laden air that carries the smell of wet stone and something else. Something old. How much farther, Morgan? Emma calls from behind me, her voice bouncing off the narrow walls. Can't be much now, I grunt, pushing my body through a gap that wasn't designed for a man of my size. Davis's note said the chamber opens up after the third constriction. I've been mapping caves across Michigan's Upper Peninsula for 15 years. Started back when I still had a marriage and a normal job, back when I thought spending weekends underground was just an eccentric hobby. Now it's the only place that makes sense to me. Down here in the quiet dark, everything's simple. You move forward or you don't. You find a way through or you turn back. No messy gray areas like up in the daylight world. Our team is small today. Just me, Emma, and Lawrence. The passage we're exploring wasn't on any official survey, just a hand-drawn map from Davis, an old-timer who'd been coming to these woods since the 70s. He'd given it to me a week before a stroke put him in the ground. Found something strange down there, he'd said, his liver-spotted hand trembling as he pressed the folded paper into mine. Something that shouldn't be there. Then he'd made me promise to bring back photos. I owed him that much. Davis had taught me everything about caving when I was just a college kid with cheap equipment and more enthusiasm than sense. The passage widens unexpectedly, and I nearly stumble as the confined space suddenly gives way to emptiness. My light doesn't reach the far wall. I think we found it, I call back, hearing Emma and Lawrence scrambling to join me. We stand together at the entrance of a massive chamber. Our headlamps barely penetrate the darkness, but I can make out the gleam of wet formations hanging from the ceiling 50 feet above. Limestone columns thicker than oak trees connect floor to ceiling. The air is different here. Stiller, like it hasn't circulated in centuries. Jesus, Lawrence whispers, his deep voice hushed with wonder. How did nobody document this before? Because the entrance was hidden, Emma points out, moving her beam across the narrow gap we'd just navigated. You'd never find it without knowing exactly where to look. She's right. That crack wasn't a natural formation. It was too straight, too purposeful, almost like it had been cut into the rock. We spread out, documenting the chamber methodically like Davis taught us. Emma takes measurements and GPS readings, though the signal down here is spotty at best. Lawrence photographs the stalactites and mineral deposits. I move deeper into the chamber, something pulling me forward. Maybe curiosity, maybe something else. My light catches on something that doesn't belong. "Guys!" I call out, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Get over here. Now!" They join me, boots crunching on the cave floor. Our lights converge on a figure sitting cross-legged on a flat stone about a foot off the ground. A corpse perfectly preserved in the cool, dry air of the sealed chamber. Its skin has turned the color of old leather, stretched tight over bone. The empty eye sockets are dark pits in a face, frozen in an expression of serene expectation. Its hands rest palms up on its knees, the fingers curled slightly as if waiting to receive something. "Is that a body?" Emma's voice cracks. "It can't be," Lawrence says, stepping closer, his camera forgotten at his side. "There's no way in or out of this chamber except the passage we just came through." "Someone brought it here," I say, circling the corpse. "Maybe some kind of burial ritual." But that doesn't explain the position. Most ancient burials placed bodies lying down, not sitting upright like this. And the corpse wears the tatters of what might have been clothing once, but the fabric has rotted away so thoroughly that I can't identify the style or period. Emma kneels to examine it, her gloved hands moving carefully around the figure without touching it. "We need to date this. These remains could be significant." Lawrence finally remembers his camera and begins taking photos, the flash illuminating the chamber in sharp bursts. Each flash reveals more details. The corpse's toenails grown long and curved like talons, a necklace of small bones around its neck, and what looks like writing, etched into the stone platform it sits on. "There's text here," I say, crouching to examine the markings. They aren't in any language I recognize, just flowing symbols that hurt my eyes when I try to focus on them too long. "Look at the walls," Emma says, directing her light toward the chamber's perimeter. The entire cavern is covered in the same symbols, thousands of them stretching from floor to ceiling. They aren't random. They're arranged in concentric circles around the seated corpse, as if it's the center of some massive diagram. "Davis never mentioned any of this," I mutter, suddenly uneasy. Davis was thorough to a fault. If he'd seen this, he would have documented every detail, unless something stopped him. "We should gather samples," Lawrence says, opening his pack. "Hair, fabric if there is any. The university will want to—" "No," I interrupt, surprising myself with the force in my voice. "We don't touch anything. Not yet. We document everything. Then we get a proper archaeological team down here." Emma looks at me strangely. "Since when are you so cautious, Morgan? This could be the find of your career." "Exactly why we do it right," I say. "But that's not the real reason. Something feels wrong about this place. About the corpse. About the symbols watching us from every surface." I take more photos while Emma sketches the chamber's layout, and Lawrence examines the ground for artifacts. We work in tense silence, each of us feeling the weight of the discovery. "There are bone fragments scattered around the platform," Lawrence reports, pointing to what I'd initially taken for pebbles. "Hundreds of them, all broken and arranged in perfect circles." I move closer to the corpse, studying its face. What's left of it. The skin is drawn tight over the cheekbones, the lips shrunken back to reveal yellowed teeth. Its hands grab my attention again. Unlike the rest of the body, they look almost fresh. The fingers aren't as desiccated as they should be. The joints bend too naturally, and I swear the position has changed slightly since we entered the chamber. "We should go," I say abruptly. "Get help. Get experts." Emma looks up from her notebook. "We just got here. And we've documented enough to prove what we found. We need proper equipment, proper experts." Lawrence seems relieved at the suggestion. He's been growing paler since we discovered the corpse. "Morgan's right. This is beyond us." Emma disagrees but is outvoted. We gather our preliminary samples: soil, air, water from a small pool in the corner. Nothing from the corpse itself. I'm adamant about that. As we prepare to leave, I take one last photo of the seated figure. The flash illuminates the chamber, and in that frozen moment of artificial light, I see the corpse's fingers twitch against its knees. Just a slight curl, like it's beckoning. I drop my camera. It clatters on the stone floor, the sound echoing through the chamber. "What happened?" Emma asks, startled. "Nothing," I lie, retrieving the camera with shaking hands. "Just clumsy." I don't tell them what I saw. They'd think I was seeing things. Maybe I was. But as we file back through the narrow passage, I can't shake the feeling that something watches us leave. Something that was only pretending to be dead. We emerge from the cave into late afternoon sunlight. The forest around us is peaceful, normal. Birds sing. Wind rustles through pine needles. Cell phones ping as service returns. We call the university archaeology department, report our find, arrange for a team to meet us tomorrow. That night I dream of symbols crawling across cave walls, rearranging themselves when no one's looking. I dream of a corpse sitting in darkness for centuries, waiting patiently. I dream of hands reaching out when I turn my back, fingers unfurling like pale spiders. In the morning, we lead a team of excited archaeologists to the cave. They bring lights, equipment, cameras, measuring tools. We navigate the passages easily. I could do it blindfolded now. We reach the chamber, and the academics gasp at its size, its beauty, the symbols covering every surface. But the corpse is gone. Only its hands remain, still in the same position on the stone platform, severed cleanly at the wrists, and behind where it sat, freshly carved into the stone. I let it borrow my shape for a while. It likes to walk. "That's fucking impossible," Lawrence says, his voice bouncing off the chamber walls. The team of archaeologists stare at the hands, just the hands, resting on the stone platform. Nobody moves. Nobody touches anything. Professor Wallace, the head archaeologist, breaks the silence first. "Mr. Morgan, is this some kind of joke?" Her voice is clipped, professional, but I hear the edge underneath. She thinks we've played her, lured her whole department out here for nothing. "There was a body here yesterday," Emma insists, stepping forward. "A complete corpse sitting cross-legged. We have photos." I fumble with my camera, fingers cold despite the sweat beading on my forehead. The others crowd around as I pull up the images from yesterday. The first few photos show exactly what we described: the desiccated corpse, sitting in perfect meditation pose. But the later photos? I swallow hard. In each successive image, the body becomes hazier, less substantial. The final shot shows only the outline of a figure, like a person made of smoke. "Could be a camera malfunction," one of the graduate students suggests. "On 3 separate cameras?" Lawrence counters, showing them his own photos, which display the same progressive disintegration. Wallace squats beside the hands, careful not to touch them. They sit perfectly poised on the stone, severed at the wrists with surgical precision. No blood, no visible trauma to the tissue, just a clean cut through bone and tendon. The fingers are slightly curled, as if still holding the pose they'd maintained while attached to a body. "These are real human hands," Wallace confirms, voice quiet with unease. "What about that?" Emma points to the message carved into the stone behind the platform. I hadn't noticed it yesterday. Couldn't have missed it. I let it borrow my shape for a while. It likes to walk. The carving is fresh, the stone dust still visible in the grooves. Wallace dispatches 2 graduate students to search the rest of the chamber while she examines the hands more closely. "Whoever did this would have left tracks," she reasons. "The dust on this floor is undisturbed except for our footprints from both visits." She's right. The fine silt covering the cave floor records every movement perfectly. Our footprints from yesterday are still visible, along with our new tracks from today. Nothing else. "Could an animal have taken the body?" asks one of the archaeologists, a balding man whose name tag reads Dieter Mercer. "And carved a message in English?" Emma snaps. Mercer flushes. "Maybe the message was already there. Maybe you missed it yesterday." "It wasn't there," I say firmly, though doubt flickers at the edges of my mind. We were all fixated on the corpse yesterday. Could we have overlooked writing carved directly behind it? One of the graduate students returns, breathless. "Professor, You need to see this. We follow her to the far side of the chamber, where she trains her light on the wall of symbols. It takes me a moment to realize what I'm seeing. They've changed, I whisper. The symbols covering the wall aren't the same as yesterday. The patterns are different. Some have moved, others have vanished entirely, replaced by new markings I don't recognize. That's not possible, Wallace states, but her voice lacks conviction. She runs her fingers over the engravings. These weren't carved yesterday. They're weathered, aged. They've been here for decades at minimum. I'm telling you, they're different, I insist. Wallace turns to Emma. Your sketches from yesterday. Do you have them? Emma pulls out her notebook and flips to the detailed drawings she'd made of the symbol patterns. We compare them to the walls now. The difference is undeniable. Symbols that formed concentric circles yesterday now spiral outward from a central point. Markings that resembled crescent moons now look like clawed hands. An entire section that Emma had carefully documented is completely gone, replaced by densely packed characters that hurt my eyes when I try to focus on them. Could you have made a mistake in your sketching? Wallace asks Emma. I don't make mistakes, Emma replies coldly. She's the most meticulous person I know. If she drew it, that's exactly what she saw. There must be a logical explanation, Mercer says, but the quaver in his voice betrays his uncertainty. The second graduate student races toward us from another part of the chamber. Professor, we found a new passage. That's not possible, I say, shaking my head. We surveyed this entire chamber yesterday. There was no other way in or out except the passage we used. But the student is insistent, and we follow her to the northern wall of the chamber, where a dark opening gapes like an open mouth. The passage is narrow but easily large enough for a person to enter. Its edges are rough, unfinished, not the smooth, water-carved limestone of the main chamber. This wasn't here yesterday, Lawrence says. I photographed this exact section of wall. Wallace hesitates, then directs her beam into the new passage. The light doesn't penetrate far into the darkness. We need to explore it. Whatever happened to the body, this might explain it. I feel my stomach twist. Every instinct tells me not to enter that passage. We should stick to the original plan. Document the hands, take samples, get out of here. Morgan's right, Emma says, surprising me with her support. Something's not right here. We should report this, get more people, more equipment. But Wallace is already assembling a small team, herself, Mercer, and 2 graduate students. You 3 stay here, continue documenting the changes to the symbols. We'll take radio check-ins every 5 minutes. I want to argue but hold my tongue. Wallace is in charge now, and her academic curiosity outweighs the growing sense of wrongness permeating this place. The exploration team enters the passage, their lights diminishing until we can see only the faint glow reflecting off the tunnel walls. The rest of us continue our work, photographing the new symbol arrangements, taking measurements of the hands, which haven't moved a millimeter. 10 minutes pass, no radio check. Try to reach them, I tell Lawrence, who's holding our radio. He calls for Wallace, for Mercer, for either of the students. Nothing but static. Maybe the rock is blocking transmission, Emma suggests, but none of us believe it. Our radios worked perfectly yesterday throughout the chamber. After 15 minutes of silence, I make a decision. I'm going after them. We stay together, Emma counters immediately. All of us go, or none of us go. The 3 remaining archaeologists exchange nervous glances, but nod in agreement. No one wants to be left alone in this chamber. We gather our equipment and approach the new passage. I lead, with Emma behind me and Lawrence bringing up the rear. The tunnel slopes downward at a gentle angle, its walls rough and unfinished. Our lights bounce off mineral deposits that glitter like watching eyes. The passage extends farther than it should, farther than the chamber wall could possibly allow. We've gone at least 100 yards, much deeper than the dimensions of the main chamber would permit. This doesn't make sense, Lawrence mutters behind me. We should have hit solid rock by now. The tunnel finally opens into a smaller chamber, roughly circular, with a ceiling just high enough to stand. The walls are covered in the same symbols as the main chamber, but here they're more densely packed, overlapping in places like frantic scribbles. Wallace's team isn't here. "Wallace!" I call out, my voice echoing strangely. "Mercer!" No response. The chamber is empty except for a small stone pedestal in the center, identical to the one that held the corpse in the main chamber. This one is empty. No body, no hands. There's another passage. Emma points to a dark opening on the far side of the room. "We should go back," Lawrence says. "Get help. Something's wrong here." Before I can respond, a low rumble shakes the chamber. Dust and small rocks shower from the ceiling. The rumble grows louder, becoming a grinding noise that sets my teeth on edge. "Move!" I shout, pushing everyone toward the passage we entered from. We scramble back, the grinding sound chasing us through the tunnel. We emerge into the main chamber just as the passage behind us collapses with a thunderous crash. Dust billows out, coating us in fine white powder. "Jesus Christ!" Emma coughs, wiping dust from her eyes. "What the hell is happening?" I turn to check on the others, and freeze. The chamber isn't the same. The ceiling is lower, the formation's different. The platform with the hands is gone. The walls are still covered in symbols, but they're arranged in different patterns, forming spirals and whirls that weren't there before. "This isn't the same chamber," I say quietly. "That's not possible," Lawrence responds automatically, but his voice is hollow. One of the archaeologists, a young woman named Patel, checks her GPS. "No signal, can't confirm our position." "We came back the exact way we went in," Emma says, studying the room. "This has to be the same chamber." But it isn't. Everything is subtly wrong. The dimensions, the formations, the placement of mineral deposits. It's like someone created a replica with slight imperfections, the way a dream recreates familiar places with unsettling differences. "Where's the exit?" Lawrence's voice rises in panic. "Where's the passage back to the surface?" We search the perimeter of the chamber. There's no sign of the passage we originally used to enter. Just smooth limestone walls covered in indecipherable symbols. "We're trapped," Patel whispers. "No." I force confidence into my voice. There has to be a way out. The passage couldn't just disappear. Emma moves methodically along the wall, tapping the rock, looking for hollow spots. Lawrence checks his camera, scrolling through photos for clues. The other archaeologists huddle together, whispering theories that grow increasingly desperate. I find myself drawn back to the center of the chamber, to the spot where the platform with the hands should be. The floor here is bare stone, but as I sweep my light across it, I notice something etched into the rock. Fresh carving, the dust still visible in the grooves. I take different shapes in different rooms. Which one is real? "Morgan." Emma's voice is tight with fear. "Look." She points to a passage on the eastern wall, one that definitely wasn't there a minute ago. Beyond the opening, I can make out what looks like the original chamber, the one with the platform and the hands. "This doesn't make sense," Lawrence says, voicing what we're all thinking. "None of this makes sense," I reply, "but that passage is our only option right now." We approach the new opening cautiously. Through it, I can clearly see the first chamber, exactly as we left it. The platform with the hands, the symbols arranged in their original pattern, even our equipment where we dropped it. "Stay together," I warn. "No matter what happens, we stay together." We step through the passage one by one. The sensation is strange. Not like moving through a normal tunnel, but more like passing through a membrane. There's resistance, then release. We emerge into what appears to be the original chamber. Everything is as we left it, including the hands on the platform, but Wallace and her team are still missing. "Check your watches," I tell the others. Emma looks at her wrist. Mine stopped at 11:17. Everyone else reports the same. All our watches frozen at the exact same time, the moment we entered the new passage that appeared. "Radio?" I ask Lawrence. He tries again to contact Wallace. This time, instead of static, we hear voices. Distorted, speaking backwards. Words I can't understand but that make my skin crawl. "Turn it off," I tell him. Patel suddenly gasps, pointing toward the platform. The hands! The severed hands have changed position. No longer palms up in meditation pose, they're now arranged as if gripping something, fingers curled around an invisible object. "Nobody touch them," I warn. "Morgan," Emma calls from across the chamber. "The passage we came in through, the original one. It's back." Sure enough, the passage we initially used to enter the chamber has reappeared on the wall where it should be. Relief floods through me. That's our way out. Let's gather everything and go. "What about Wallace and the others?" Patel asks. "We get help," I decide. "We're not equipped to handle whatever this is." As we collect our gear, I notice new writing on the floor near the platform. Time moves differently here. They've been gone for days. You've been here for weeks. "Ignore it," I tell the others. "It's trying to confuse us." "What is?" Lawrence demands, voice cracking. "What the hell is doing this?" "I don't know," I admit, "but we're leaving. Now." We file toward the exit passage, staying close together. I take one last look at the hands on the platform. They've moved again, now pointing directly at us. The passage feels wrong as we enter it. The dimensions aren't quite what they should be. The floor slopes at an angle I don't remember, but it's our only way out, so we push forward. After what feels like hours of crawling through increasingly tight spaces, the passage opens up. We emerge not into the forest where we started, but into another chamber, smaller, darker, with a low ceiling that forces us to crouch. "This isn't right," Emma says, her voice flat with exhaustion. "This isn't the way out." The chamber contains a single feature, a human figure sitting cross-legged in the center. Not the desiccated corpse from before, but Professor Wallace, her back to us, perfectly still. "Wallace!" I call out, moving toward her. She doesn't respond. As I circle around to face her, I see her eyes, open, staring, unblinking. Her expression is one of frozen terror. She doesn't react to my light, to my voice, to my hand waving in front of her face. "Is she?" Lawrence doesn't finish the question. I check for a pulse. It's there, strong, steady, but too slow. Maybe one beat every 30 seconds. "She's alive," I confirm. "But something's wrong with her. We need to get her out of here." Mercer and the two graduate students sit in similar poses at equidistant points around the chamber, all in the same state, alive but unresponsive, eyes open and unblinking. "What happened to them?" Patel whispers. I spot writing on the wall behind Wallace. They volunteered to sit for a while. I needed to walk. "We need to get out of here," Emma says, voicing what we're all thinking. Now. We search the chamber for an exit. There are 3 passages leading out, each identical to the others. The passage we entered from has vanished. "Which one?" Lawrence asks, panic edging into his voice. Before I can answer, a low moaning echoes through the chamber. Wallace's lips begin to move, though her eyes remain fixed and staring. The sound coming from her doesn't match the movement of her mouth. It's as if someone is using her as a speaker. "It wants," she intones, voice flat and mechanical. "It wants to walk, to experience, to live." A chill runs down my spine. "What are you?" Wallace's head rotates toward me with jerky mechanical movements, though her body remains in its cross-legged position. The effect is grotesque, her neck twisted at an impossible angle. "I am this place," she says, mouth moving out of sync with the words. "I am the cave. I am all that has lived and died here, and I am tired of sitting." The symbols on the walls begin to shift and move, flowing like liquid across the stone surface. "What do you want from us?" Emma demands. Wallace's lips stretch into a smile too wide for her face. "A trade. I want to walk in the sun. I want to feel rain. I want to live as you live." "In our bodies," I say, understanding dawning like cold water down my back. "For a while," Wallace agrees, head still twisted unnaturally. I return what I borrow. Eventually. And what about them? I gesture to Wallace and the others. Will you return them? They are experiencing me, learning my memories. When they wake, they will know what it is to be ancient, to be stone, to be darkness. The moaning begins again, now coming from all four of the seated figures. Their mouths move in unison, speaking words in a language I don't recognize. We need to leave, I tell the others, backing toward one of the passages. I choose the leftmost one, for no reason other than instinct. Wait, Emma says. She approaches Wallace, keeping a careful distance. How do we get out? What do you want in exchange for our freedom? Wallace's twisted face regards Emma for a long moment. One of you stays, sits in my place, learns what I know. The others may go. No, I say immediately. That's not happening. We're all leaving together. Wallace's face contorts into an expression of rage. The symbols on the walls begin to swirl faster, the stone itself seeming to ripple like water. Then none leave. The chamber shudders. Dust falls from the ceiling. The seated figures begin to rock back and forth, their movements synchronized and unnatural. Run! I shout, pushing the others toward the leftmost passage. We squeeze through the opening just as the chamber behind us collapses with a thunderous roar. The passage ahead is different from any we've encountered, rough-hewn and spiraling upward. We climb desperately, the sounds of collapse following close behind. The air grows fresher as we ascend, giving me hope that we're heading toward the surface. After what feels like hours, the passage widens and levels out. We emerge into what appears to be the original entrance chamber, the one we first entered yesterday. Daylight filters through from the surface exit ahead. Don't trust it, Emma warns, breathing hard from the climb. It could be another trick. She's right. Nothing in this cave system has been what it appeared to be, but we have no choice but to move forward. We approach the surface exit cautiously. Through the opening, I can see trees, sky, sunlight. Everything looks normal, but after what we've experienced, normal feels like the most sophisticated trap of all. Morgan, Lawrence says quietly, pointing to the chamber wall beside the exit. Words have appeared in the stone, carved deep. One of you is already me. Can you guess which? Ignore it, I say firmly. It's trying to turn us against each other. We push through the exit, emerging into bright afternoon sunlight. The forest looks exactly as we left it. Our vehicles sit where we parked them. Everything appears normal, but Wallace and her team are still missing. And somewhere in those twisting passages, something ancient walks wearing a borrowed shape. As we stumble toward our vehicles, exhausted and shaken, I catch Emma studying her hands with a strange expression. She flexes her fingers slowly, as if she's never seen them before, as if she's testing how they work. When she notices me watching, she smiles. It's Emma's face, Emma's smile. But something in her eyes isn't right. Something old and patient and hungry. Ready to go home, Morgan? She asks, her voice perfectly normal. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. As we drive away from the cave, I check my rearview mirror. Emma sits in the back seat, still flexing her hands, still wearing that not quite right smile. One of you is already me, the cave had written. Can you guess which? I think I know the answer, and I have no idea what to do about it. Emma sits across from me at my kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee she hasn't touched. 3 days since we escaped the cave. 3 days of watching her move through the world like she's trying on a costume that doesn't quite fit. The university wants to seal off the cave, she says, staring at the steam rising from her mug. Her voice is Emma's, but the cadence is wrong, too measured, too precise. They're sending a team to look for Wallace and the others tomorrow. They won't find them, I say. Emma's eyes flick up to meet mine. In the morning light filtering through my kitchen window, they look normal, but sometimes when she thinks I'm not looking, I catch something ancient moving behind them. No, she agrees. They won't. She knows that I know. We've been dancing around it since we got back, neither of us willing to admit what happened in that cave. What's sitting across from me now? What happened to the real Emma? I ask finally. Her smile is all wrong, too wide, too knowing. She's experiencing what I experienced, learning what it means to be stone, to be darkness, to be older than your species. My hand tightens around my own mug. Will you give her back? I always return what I borrow, Morgan. She stretches her fingers, examining them with fascination. But I've waited so long to feel the sun, to taste food, to experience life outside the confines of rock and darkness. How long? Since before your kind walked upright. She takes her first sip of coffee, eyes closing in pleasure. Before you developed speech. Before you dreamed your first dreams. She sets down the mug. I was there when the first of your ancestors sought shelter in my caverns, huddling around fires, carving symbols they hoped would protect them. What are you? I told you. I am the cave. She leans forward. Or rather, the cave is my body. What you saw, the corpse, the hands, those were just tools. Vessels I created to interact with your kind. Created from what? From those who didn't survive their visits. Her voice is matter of fact, empty of malice. Over millennia, I learned to preserve parts, to construct vessels that resembled your kind. Nausea rises in my throat. I think of the hands, severed yet positioned as if still attached to an invisible body. The bone fragments arranged in circles around the platform. Why, Emma? Why not take me instead? Not Emma tilts her head, studying me. She invited me in, when we found the new passage, when the others were trapped. She whispered to the darkness, "Please let us out and you can have whatever you want." A smile plays at her lips. I simply accepted her offer. I remember Emma's insistence that we stay together in the cave, her strange support of my caution. Had she already been compromised by then? Had this thing been working its way into her from the moment we discovered the corpse? And the others? I ask. Wallace? Mercer? The students? They sit, they learn. They will return eventually, changed but intact. She takes another sip of coffee. As will Emma, when I'm done walking. When will that be? She shrugs, an oddly human gesture from something so ancient. Time means little to me. A month, a year. I've waited eons to experience your world. I want to savor it. A month, a year. Emma trapped in darkness while this thing wears her body, lives her life. The thought is unbearable. I can't let you do this, I say. Not Emma raises an eyebrow. You have no choice, Morgan. No weapons to use against me. No way to extract me from this flesh without destroying your friend. She's right. What could I possibly do against an entity that's existed since before humans evolved? That can manipulate solid rock, that can bend space and time within its domain. What about a trade? I suggest, desperation making my voice hoarse. Take me instead. Let Emma go. She studies me, interest sparking in those two old eyes. Why would you offer such a thing? She has family, people who depend on her. I don't. The words come out bitter but true. Since my divorce, I've had nothing but my maps and my caves. No one would notice if I disappeared for a month, a year. No one except Davis, and he's dead. Noble, she muses, but unnecessary. I chose Emma for specific reasons. Which are? Not. Emma touches her stomach, a gesture so gentle it takes me a moment to understand. She carries new life, she says, voice soft with wonder. The chance to experience birth, growth, development, to witness the creation of consciousness from nothing. Her eyes lock with mine. Do you know how rare that is? How precious? In my endless existence, I've never experienced it. Emma is pregnant. The realization hits me like a physical blow. She never told me, never mentioned it. But this thing knew somehow, sensed the new life growing inside her. "You can't have her baby," I say, voice low and dangerous. "I don't want to have it. I want to experience her having it." Not Emma's expression grows distant. To feel it grow, to feel it move, to bring it into the world. That's worth more than a century of wearing your form, Morgan. I stand up so quickly my chair falls backward, clattering against the kitchen floor. "Get out of her, now." Not Emma remains seated, unperturbed by my outburst. "Or what? You'll kill this body? Kill the child growing inside it?" She smiles coldly. "You won't. You can't." She's right again. I'm trapped in an impossible situation. Anything I do to force this entity out would harm Emma and her unborn child, but letting it stay means surrendering them both to an inhuman consciousness for months. "There must be another way," I say, voice breaking. "Some kind of compromise." Not Emma considers this, head tilted. "Perhaps. I need experience, sensation, life. But perhaps I don't need all of Emma's time." "What do you mean?" "A sharing arrangement. I will allow Emma to surface during daylight hours, to live her life, to nurture the child. At night, when humans sleep, I will take control. How do I know you'll honor that agreement?" "Because I am ancient, Morgan. Because I have watched your kind break promises for millennia, and it has always led to suffering." She stands, moving with Emma's body but not Emma's motion, too fluid, too perfect. We creatures of darkness understand the importance of bargains, of balance. I don't trust her. How could I? But what choice do I have? If I agree to this, how would it work? Emma would be conscious during the day, from sunrise to sunset. She would remember nothing of my time in control. For her, the nights would be dreamless sleep. Not Emma moves toward the window, gazing out at the sunlit yard. In return, I experience the pregnancy, the birth, the first year of the child's life. Then I return to my domain, taking nothing but memories. "A year of nights," I murmur. "And then you're gone for good?" "From Emma, yes. The cave will always be my true form. My home." She turns back to face me. "Do we have a bargain?" Everything in me rebels against the idea. But what's the alternative? I have no weapons against a being older than humanity itself. No way to fight something that can bend reality within its domain. "I need to speak with the real Emma first," I demand. "I need to know this is what she wants." Not Emma considers this, then nods slowly. "At sunrise tomorrow. Come to the entrance of the cave. I will allow her consciousness to surface, and you may speak with her." She moves toward the door. Until then, I have a world to experience. She leaves, borrowing Emma's car keys, her wallet, her life. I watch through the window as she drives away, heading God knows where, to experience God knows what. The weight of the situation crushes down on me. I sink to the floor, back against the kitchen cabinets, and try to think. I need help, but who would believe me? Who could possibly understand what we're dealing with? Davis. Davis would have known what to do. He'd been exploring caves his entire life, had encountered things that defied explanation. But Davis is gone. Or is he? His notes, his journals, they're still in his cabin. If anyone had encountered something like this before, documented it, found a way to fight it, it would have been him. I drive to Davis's cabin as the sun sets, painting the sky in streaks of red that remind me too much of the symbols on the cave walls. The property is isolated, tucked away at the end of a dirt road that most GPS systems can't find. Davis had liked his privacy. The door is locked, but I know where he kept the spare key, under a fake rock beside the porch steps. Inside, the cabin smells of dust and abandonment. No one has been here since Davis died. His study is in the back, walls lined with shelves of journals, maps, specimens collected over decades of exploration. I start with his most recent journals, working backward, searching for any mention of the cave system we discovered. Hours pass as I pore over his cramped handwriting, diagrams, maps annotated with cryptic symbols. Nothing seems relevant until I reach a journal dated 12 years ago. A passage catches my eye. Found something in the northern system today. A chamber that shouldn't exist. The dimensions don't make sense. It's larger inside than the surrounding rock formation would allow. Inside, symbols covering every surface, and at the center a body, perfectly preserved, sitting cross-legged. Not a mummy, not a corpse as we understand it. Something else. Something watching. My heart races. Davis had found the chamber before, had encountered the entity. I read on. It spoke to me. Not with words, but directly into my mind. Offered me knowledge, experience, life beyond my own. Wanted to borrow me, it said. Just for a while. I declined, but I fear it has followed me home somehow. The symbols from the cave walls keep appearing in my dreams, rearranging themselves. Sometimes I wake to find them carved into my bedside table, my bathroom mirror. I'm taking precautions. The next few pages detail protective measures, symbols Davis carved around his property, substances he believed would repel the entity, salt mixed with iron filings, certain herbs burned at thresholds, mirrors positioned to reflect specific angles of light. It fears its own reflection, Davis wrote. Not in conventional mirrors, but in silver polished to perfect smoothness. It cannot bear to see its true form captured in silver. The effect is temporary, but sufficient to force it to retreat. Silver mirrors. I search the cabin frantically, looking for the implements Davis described. In a locked cabinet in his bedroom, I find them. 3 small mirrors in silver frames, the reflective surfaces untarnished despite the years. I also find a small leather pouch containing a fine gray powder. Davis's notes identify it as a mixture of silver dust, iron filings, and pulverized limestone from the cave itself. Weakens its connection to borrowed flesh, he wrote. Creates a barrier it cannot cross. Armed with these discoveries, I return home to wait for dawn, when I'll meet the entity at the cave entrance and speak with the real Emma. If Davis was right, I might have a way to force this thing to release her, or at least to ensure it honors whatever bargain we strike. I arrive at the cave entrance as the first light of dawn breaks over the trees. Not Emma is already there, sitting cross-legged on a flat rock near the opening, eyes closed, head tilted toward the brightening sky. I didn't think you'd actually come, I say, approaching cautiously. Her eyes open. For a moment, they reflect the early morning light with an inhuman glow. Then, they're just Emma's eyes again. I keep my promises, Morgan. Her voice still carries that ancient cadence. Emma will surface with the sun. You may speak with her until the sun fully clears the horizon. How will I know it's really her? A smile plays at her lips. You'll know. As the sun's edge appears above the tree line, Emma's body goes rigid. Her back arches, her fingers splay wide, her mouth opens in a silent scream. Then she collapses forward, catching herself with her hands against the rock. When she looks up, I know instantly it's really Emma. Her eyes, her expression, the way she holds herself, all return to the person I've known for years. Morgan? Her voice breaks. What's happening? Where are we? I rush to her side, helping her sit upright. Emma, listen. We don't have much time. Do you remember the cave? The corpse we found? She nods, confusion giving way to dawning horror. The hands. The message on the wall. Then everything gets jumbled. Her hand moves to her stomach protectively. There's something inside me, Morgan. Something old and cold and patient. I know, I say, taking her hands in mine. It's letting you surface just for a few minutes. I need to know. Did you make a deal with it? Did you offer yourself in exchange for our escape? Tears well in her eyes. I don't remember. Maybe. Everything was collapsing and I was so scared. I might have prayed to anything that would listen. I squeeze her hands. Emma, there might be a way to force it out. Davis found this thing years ago. He documented ways to weaken it to make it retreat. Hope flares in her eyes, but it's quickly replaced by fear. The baby, she whispers. I'm pregnant, Morgan. 3 months. If something happens to me, I know about the baby. It does, too. That's why it chose you. Horror washes over her face as she understands. It wants to experience the pregnancy, the birth. Yes, it's offering a deal. It controls you at night. You live your life during the day. For a year. Then, it leaves. Emma shakes her head, panic rising. No. I can't let that thing share my body, share my baby. There has to be another way. There might be. Davis found. Emma's body suddenly goes rigid again. The sun has nearly cleared the horizon, its light now falling fully on her face. Morgan, she gasps, voice strained as if fighting for each word. It's pulling me back down, coming forward again. The silver. Davis knew. The cave. Her words cut off as her body slumps forward. When she straightens, the ancient presence has returned to her eyes. Time's up, Not Emma says coldly. Have you reached your decision? Do you accept my terms? I stand, putting distance between us. I want you out of her. Completely. Not. Emma sighs, a sound like wind through stone. Then you condemn her to darkness. I will simply take her fully, retreat to my domain. You will never see either of them again. You won't, I say, reaching into my pocket for the first of Davis's silver mirrors. Because I know what you fear. I pull out the mirror, angling it to catch the morning sunlight. Not, Emma hisses, raising a hand to shield her eyes from the reflection. For an instant, I glimpse something in the silver surface. Not Emma's face, but something ancient and inhuman, a face composed of living stone and darkness. Davis! She snarls. He promised never to reveal my weakness. Davis is dead, I reply, advancing slowly, keeping the mirror trained on her. But he left notes, detailed ones. Not Emma backs away, moving toward the cave entrance. You can't maintain this forever. The moment you lower that mirror, I'll take her completely. I don't need forever. I reach into my other pocket, withdrawing the leather pouch of silver dust mixture. Just long enough to create a barrier you can't cross. Her eyes widen with recognition. No! I toss a handful of the mixture in a line between us. It falls to the ground, glittering in the morning light. Not Emma stops short, unable to cross the line. Davis discovered you can be contained, I say, drawing another line of the powder to my right, then my left, creating a half circle around her. Not destroyed, but bounded, restricted. You're trapping your friend too, Not Emma warns. Is that what you want? I'm creating a negotiating position. I complete the circle of powder, fully enclosing her. Now we make a new deal. Not Emma's features contort with rage, an expression I have never seen on Emma's face. What deal? You've trapped me. Temporarily. This mixture will degrade within hours, but I have more, enough to reapply it daily if needed. I hold up the silver mirror again. And these to weaken. Your hold if you try to renege. She studies me, calculation replacing anger. What do you propose? You leave, Emma, now completely. She laughs, a sound like rocks grinding together. Impossible. I need a physical form to experience your world. I've waited too long to give up now. Then take me instead, I offer again. My body for hers. Not Emma tilts her head, considering. You lack what makes her valuable. The new life growing within. But I have something else, I counter. Knowledge, experience. I've mapped cave systems across this continent for 15 years. I know passages, chambers, formations you've never experienced. I can take you to them, let you expand your domain beyond the single system you've known for millennia. Interest flickers in those ancient eyes. You would guide me to new domains? Willingly? In exchange for Emma's complete freedom? Yes. Not. Emma paces within the circle of powder, Emma's body moving with unnatural fluidity. Why should I trust you? You've already demonstrated your willingness to use weapons against me. Because unlike you, I can't live for eons. You get me for a natural human lifespan. Decades, not just a year. And when I die, the experiences, the knowledge, all of it returns with you to your domain. She stops pacing, eyes fixed on me. A full surrender? Your body, your consciousness, subsumed entirely. Number the same arrangement you offered Emma. You control at night, I live my life during the day, until my natural death. Not Emma considers this, head tilted. I can almost see the calculations behind those borrowed eyes. A year of nights with Emma versus decades with me. You would honor this bargain? She asks finally. No attempts to expel me once I release your friend? As long as you keep your end. Emma goes free, completely free, with no memory of what happened. Her pregnancy proceeds normally. The child grows up without your influence. Not. Emma extends Emma's hand, palm up toward me but stopping short of the silver dust barrier. We have a bargain, Morgan. But know this. If you betray me, I will return to her. I will take them both. And you will never find them in the endless passages of my domain. I nod, understanding the threat. Dawn to dusk is mine. Dusk to dawn is yours. You experience the world through me, but you do not harm anyone. Do not reveal yourself to anyone. Agreed. How do we proceed? I ask, uncertainty finally creeping into my voice. Lower your barriers. Put away your silver. Stand before me and accept me willingly. I hesitate, every survival instinct screaming at me to run. But I think of Emma, of the child she carries, of the life they deserve. I scuff a gap in the circle of powder with my boot. I lower the silver mirror, returning it to my pocket. Not Emma steps through the broken circle, advancing until she stands directly before me. She reaches up, placing Emma's hands on either side of my face. Her touch is cold, much colder than human flesh should be. Close your eyes, she commands. Open your mind. I obey, forcing myself to relax, to accept whatever comes next. Emma gasps, the sound distinctly her own again. I open my eyes to see her, the real her, staring at me in confusion and growing horror. Morgan, what's happening? What did you do? Before I can answer, I feel it. A cold presence flowing into me, seeping through my skin, filling the spaces behind my eyes. My body goes rigid, then heavy, like I'm made of stone rather than flesh. Emma stumbles backward, watching in horror as the entity transfers itself from her to me. I try to speak, to reassure her, but I can't control my own mouth. My vision darkens at the edges, consciousness receding like tide from shore. The last thing I see is Emma's face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she realizes what I've done. Then darkness enfolds me, a darkness older than humanity, filled with the whispers of ancient things. When I wake, the sun is high in the sky. I'm sitting in my truck, parked at the overlook above the cave system. My body is my own again, though I feel changed, hollowed out, like something vast has carved a space inside me. Emma is gone. A note sits on the passenger seat, written in her familiar handwriting. I remember everything now. What I did in the cave, what you did to save me. I've gone home to process, to try to understand, to prepare for what's coming. Please don't call for a while. I need time. But thank you, Morgan. I'll make sure your sacrifice means something. For both of us. For all three of us. I fold the note carefully, tucking it into my wallet. My watch shows noon, 7 hours until sunset, until the ancient consciousness stirs within me and takes control. I start the truck and drive toward home, toward the life I'll now live only half of. Davis's journals are spread across my kitchen table, filled with information about the entity I now carry. Perhaps there are answers there, ways to protect myself, to ensure the bargain stays balanced. As I drive, I catch movement in my rearview mirror, symbols shifting across the glass, rearranging themselves into patterns only I can read now. A message from my passenger, a reminder of its presence. I will honor our bargain. Morgan, will you? Yes, I say aloud to the empty truck, for as long as I live. And that's the true terror of my situation. Not that I'll lose control each night. Not that an ancient entity will walk wearing my skin when darkness falls, but that I made this choice willingly, traded away half my existence to save a friend. And given the chance, I would make the same choice again. The sun tracks across the sky, counting down the hours until my first surrender. I wonder what it will do with my body tonight, where it will go, what it will experience. I wonder if, like Emma, I'll remember nothing of its time in control, or if, unlike her, I'll be forced to watch from behind my own eyes as something else lives my life. The answer waits for me at sunset. For now, I drive toward home, toward the journals that might hold the key to surviving this bargain I've struck with something older than humanity itself. For now, I'm still Morgan, still human, still myself. But dusk approaches, and with it, the beginning of a new arrangement, a new existence, a borrowed shape that likes to walk. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. Let me be straight with you. Working nights at a liquor store sounded like the perfect gig. No judgment, easy money, plus fewer people to deal with. I figured, who even buys liquor at midnight? Apparently every weirdo within a 10-mile radius. I needed the cash. I wasn't gonna lie. My last job involved me, a frying station, and a manager named Carl who had the personality of a wet sock. Miller's Liquor seemed like a step up. Open late, close at 1 a.m., and I'd get a nice paycheck for mostly scrolling on my phone. Or so I thought. Yo, you Jake? I turned and there stood Mr. Miller, the owner. The man looked like a thrift store Gandalf, white hair frizzing out from under a worn baseball cap that read, "Liquor? I barely know her." Real dad joke energy. His flannel shirt had more stains than fabric and his tired eyes screamed, "I've seen things." That's me, the legend himself. I shot him finger guns. Mr. Miller didn't smile. Right. Register's there. Sweep, if you feel like it. Lock up at 1 a.m. sharp, and don't drink the merchandise. Sure thing, boss man. Hey, is there an employee discount? Asking for a thirsty friend. Still no smile. Tough crowd. The first customer of the night? Guy in a neon tracksuit with no shoes? Yeah. Shoeless Joe Exotic walked in like he owned the place. Yo, I greeted. The Olympics in town or what? Ha, you funny, bro, he said, slapping a six-pack of Natty Light on the counter. Midnight brewski, baby. You got ID? The guy patted his neon pockets. No ID. Bro, you know I'm good for it. Man, come on. Do I look like I want to be in prison? We stopped selling at midnight anyway. Tracksuit man leaned in close. His breath? Like regret and onions. Right. Midnight. Forgot about that. He grabbed the six-pack, turned to leave, and walked face first into the glass door. I lost it. Bro, the door's not a hologram. Testing it, he mumbled, rubbing his nose before slinking off into the night. The bell chimed again. I was not ready. In walked a full-on pirate. Yep. Black coat, hat, and an eye patch, like this man committed to the bit. You got rum? He growled. I blinked. Dude, you serious right now? Aye. Look, Jack Sparrow, liquor sales ended at midnight. Unless you got a time machine, no rum for you. He stared at me for a second. Always no rum, he muttered, before turning on his heel and marching out. I almost fell over laughing. Just as I was about to clock out mentally, a woman walked in. Normal clothes. Normal everything. Finally. "Hey," she smiled. "Hey, you're the first sane person I've seen all night. Rough crowd tonight." "Yeah, something like that," she replied, grabbing a bottle of water. When I handed her the receipt, I glanced at the glass door behind her and froze. No reflection. No freaking reflection. I blinked. Must be the lack of sleep. "Have a good night," I said, forcing a smile. "You too. See you tomorrow." "Wait, what?" But she was already gone. I locked the door, lights off, shift over. Easy money. Piece of cake. But when I turned to leave, I glanced back. The open sign flickered, and in the glass, my reflection didn't move. I didn't sleep when I got home. How could I? My reflection not moving. Nah, had to be the burnout. Midnight shifts and too much caffeine will do that to you. Right? Right? By sunrise, I had convinced myself it was nothing. Optical illusion. Sleep deprivation. Maybe I was spending too much time watching late-night ghost hunting YouTube channels. It's all staged anyway. But when I clocked in the next night, Mr. Miller was waiting. And he wasn't laughing. "Jake." His voice sounded like a shovel scraping concrete. "What's up, boss man? Here to tell me you're secretly a vampire? Because that'd actually explain a lot." He didn't smile. In fact, he handed me a yellowed envelope, sealed with red wax. Who even does that anymore? "Read this. Now, then burn it." Oh, mysterious. Does it contain the secrets of the universe? Or maybe a coupon for free tequila? Read. Burn. No exceptions. All right, dang. No need to get all dramatic. I peeled open the wax seal, expecting some outdated employee handbook. Instead, a single sheet of paper with 8 handwritten rules in all caps. Miller's Liquor, night shift rules. Lock the door at midnight, even if they beg, especially if they beg. If the phone rings after 12:10 a.m., don't answer. Let it ring. If it stops after 3 rings, leave the building immediately. Do not clean the bourbon shelf. Not after midnight. If you find bottles there that weren't before, ignore them. The bathroom mirror may reflect things that aren't there. Don't look too long. If a customer buys exactly $6.66 worth of merchandise, refund them. If they refuse the refund, ask them to leave. If they refuse to leave, you leave. The man in the suit may visit. He doesn't blink. Don't blink either. If you blink first, he'll follow you home. The cooler door should remain closed after 12:33 a.m. If it opens, don't close it. Don't look inside. If you see yourself again, run. I stared at the list for a good minute. Yo, is this some kind of joke? Like hazing the new guy? Because if so, 10 out of 10. Real spooky. Mr. Miller's eyes didn't waver. This isn't a joke. Burn it. But I'm supposed to remember all this? What if I forget Rule 7? Is there a pop quiz? Burn it. With a dramatic sigh, I flicked my lighter under the paper. It caught fast, too fast, and disintegrated in seconds. The ashes smelled faintly like whiskey. What's in that ink? Bourbon? Pay attention tonight, Jake. It started with the phone. 3 sharp rings, then silence. I stared at it. Rule 2. Let it ring. It stopped after 3 rings. Cool. No big deal. But when I glanced at the bourbon shelf, it had 3 new bottles. Old labels. Dusty, like they'd been there for decades. Rule 3. Ignore them. Okay. This is fine. Just a coincidence. I got this. The door jingled. Locked, though. Had been since midnight. But there he was. A man in a black suit standing inside by the counter. No footsteps. No sound. He just appeared. The worst part? He didn't blink. I stared at him. He stared at me. Don't blink. My eyes burned. I had to blink. And when I did, he was gone. But the door? The cooler door in the back? Wide open. 1 a.m. Closing. I grabbed my bag, ready to get the hell out. Easy money? Yeah, right. I wasn't getting paid enough for this. But as I turned the corner, I froze. Standing at the cooler door was me. Same clothes, same face. But his smile? Way too wide. I wasn't ready. No amount of YouTube conspiracy videos or late-night Taco Bell runs could have prepared me. Same hoodie, same ripped jeans. But the smile? That wasn't mine. Way too wide, stretching like someone told him smile for the mugshot. I froze. My brain ran through all the logical explanations. None of them made sense. Yo, I croaked. Real intelligent opener. The other me tilted his head, smile stretching even wider. He didn't blink. Not once. Nope. Not today. Goodbye. I bolted for the front door, except the closed sign flickered. The lock wouldn't budge. Cool. This is fine. I was talking to myself now because that made sense when you're being haunted by your own doppelganger. When I turned back, the cooler door, wide open, and he was gone. 12:45 a.m., the real customers arrive. I tried to convince myself I imagined it. Stress, sleep deprivation. Maybe Miller's special cleaning supplies had fumes. I started pacing. That's when I heard it. Ding. The doorbell. The door that was locked. Standing there? A woman in a white dress, barefoot, dripping wet like she just crawled out of a well. Her hair hung in clumps over her face. Nah, we are not doing the ring right now. She didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there. I pointed at the clock. We're closed. Go home, Sadako. Ding, ding, ding. She kept pressing the doorbell. Over and over. Her finger didn't stop. Her head twitched. I grabbed my phone to call Miller. Dead battery. Of course. When I looked back, she was inside. 12:55 a.m., 5 minutes to freedom. I backed up so fast I nearly tripped over the register stool. Hey, listen. I'm just the guy who works here. Not even full-time. You want Miller? But she didn't move toward me. She walked past me, headed straight for the bourbon shelf. You know, the one Miller specifically told me not to touch? Yeah, that one. She reached out. Her hand? Missing fingers. Her skin? Pale like wet paper. I don't know why I said it, but... Yo, you gonna pay for that? She stopped, turned her head all the way around, like full exorcist mode, then kept walking, straight into the cooler. Door slammed shut behind her. Gone. 12:59 a.m., 1 minute left. Okay, 1 minute. You can do this, Jake, I whispered to myself. Easy money. Get that paycheck. Then therapy. I reached for my keys. My hand was shaking, but I had this. 1 minute. That's when I heard the phone ring. No one calls after midnight. No one. Ring. Don't answer it. My gut screamed. I didn't even remember plugging it back in. Ring. It stopped after the third ring. Relief washed over me, until I heard something worse. Knock, 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 from the cooler. 1 a.m. Closing time. I turned the lock on the door, refusing to look back at the cooler. Done. Over. I survived. As I stepped outside into the cold night air, I took a deep breath. Easy money, I whispered. But when I glanced at the glass door, my stomach dropped. The closed sign flickered again. From closed to come closer. And in the reflection, it was still me. But I wasn't alone. I should have quit. Should have walked away and never looked back. But no, not Jake. Not the guy who thought, what's the worst that could happen? Turns out a lot. I stared at the flickering come closer sign on the door. My reflection smiled at me, a wide, unnatural grin I knew my face wasn't capable of. And just when I thought it couldn't get worse, the door unlocked itself. Click. Oh, cool. No big deal, I muttered, backing away. Doors unlock themselves all the time. Super normal. But then I heard it. The cooler door creaking open again. Nope. The store should have been closed. I should have been home, eating instant ramen and binge-watching garbage TV. Instead, I was back inside, staring at a fully stocked bourbon shelf. Bottles I knew weren't there an hour ago. And the cooler? Wide open. The air coming from it wasn't cold. It was warm, humid, like a summer night. And from inside, I heard footsteps. My footsteps. I turned back toward the front of the store. The woman in white was standing there again, still dripping wet, still silent. Except this time, she was holding a bottle of bourbon. The same bottle I saw on the shelf. You, planning on paying for that? I said, voice cracking like a teenager at a talent show. She didn't move, didn't blink. Slowly, she placed the bottle on the counter. The register lit up on its own. $6.66. I stared at the screen. No. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Unknown number. I pulled it out. The message read, "Do not complete the sale." My fingers hovered over the register keys. Do I refund her? Do I run? I looked up. The woman in white was gone, but the bottle was still there. Okay, Jake. Think I paced behind the counter. Don't sell. Don't touch the bourbon. Easy enough. Except the bottle was leaking. Dark red liquid dripped from the edges. Not bourbon. I grabbed paper towels, because apparently I was still pretending like this was a normal mess to clean up, and wiped the counter. When I looked back down, the bottle was empty. No liquid, no label, just a reflection in the glass countertop. Not mine. Heron knock. 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 From the inside of the cooler, I backed away slowly, knocking over a display of cheap vodka. Bottles clattered to the floor. I didn't even flinch. My focus was locked on the cooler. Another knock, louder. Hey, I don't get paid enough for this. I yelled at the air because who else was I going to yell at? The cooler door creaked open just a sliver, and there I was again. But this version of me had no eyes. I did the only logical thing. I ran for the front door. My key slid into the lock. Come on. Behind me I heard footsteps, bare feet slapping against the tile floor. I twisted the key. The door wouldn't budge. The open sign glowed brighter, flickering faster. Come closer. Come closer. Come closer. I turned back, heart pounding. Both of them were standing there. The woman in white, the eyeless version of me. Smiling. 1:30 a.m. The shift ends. The store lights cut out. Total darkness. When they flickered back on, everything was normal. The bourbon shelf? Empty again. The cooler? Closed. No footprints. No wet spots. No $6.66 bottle. I checked the clock. 1:30 a.m. Half an hour past closing. Mr. Miller stood by the front door. He looked at me with tired eyes. You stayed? He said. No one stays past 1. What? I stammered. You were supposed to be gone. Mr. Miller shook his head. I told you. Lock the doors. Leave at 1. If you don't... He pointed toward the bourbon shelf. They stay. I turned back toward the shelf. A single bottle sat there. Full. Unopened. The label read, Jake, 1:30 a.m. There it was, sitting like it owned the place. A single bottle of bourbon. Label clear as day. JAKE-1:30 a.m. I stared at it. My mouth went dry. My brain, refusing to process what I was seeing. Hey, Miller, I barked without turning. Funny joke, man, real hilarious. You got me. No answer. I turned around. Mr. Miller was gone. I scanned the store, empty, quiet, too quiet. The hum of the neon open sign, gone. The gentle buzz of the fridge, dead silent. Only me, and the bottle. I stepped closer. Against every survival instinct screaming, run, I stepped closer. $6.66 flashed on the register screen again. No. Nope. Absolutely not. I reached for my phone. Dead. Of course. Classic horror movie stuff. When I looked back up, the bottle was now half empty. Knock, knock, knock. From the cooler. Not again. No, we're not doing this. The knocking grew louder. Bang, bang, bang. And then, silence. Slowly, the cooler door creaked open. I stepped forward. A low hum filled the store, vibrating the glass shelves. The bourbon bottle now completely empty. The register beeped repeatedly. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. I peeked into the cooler. It wasn't the cooler anymore. It was a hallway. Dim lights, endless shelves, bottles lined up, each with a label. I squinted at the first one. Lisa, 12:45 a.m. Mark, 1:10 a.m. Tom, 1:25 a.m. Row after row. Names I didn't recognize. Times that meant nothing to me, until I reached the last bottle. Jake, 1:30 a.m. But wait, there it was again. Another bottle, same label. Jake, 1:31 a.m. Another. Jake, 1:32 a.m. They kept going. Jake, 1:33 a.m. Jake, 1:34 a.m. Jake, 1:35 a.m. All me. All different times. I turned around, ready to run, ready to sprint, back into the store. But there was no door. No cooler. Just rows of bottles stretching into the dark. Footsteps echoed behind me, bare feet slapping against tile. The same sound I heard every night. I turned. It was me. Eyeless. Grinning. Holding the latest bottle. Jake, 1:40 a.m. Shift's over, he whispered in a voice that wasn't mine. The lights flickered. I woke up behind the counter. Everything was normal. The open sign glowed faintly. The bourbon shelf was empty. The cooler door closed. I checked the time. 12 a.m. The start of my shift. My phone buzzed. One new message from an unknown number. Welcome back. I stepped outside to get some air. The street looked the same, except for the liquor store's name. Jake's Liquor, open till 1:30 a.m., and there in the window sat a single bottle, label reading, Jake 1:30 a.m., forever. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. When I applied for a job at the Adidas warehouse, I didn't expect much. Just some decent pay, free sneakers, and a mindless job stacking boxes. Easy money, right? Wrong. First off, they had me sign an NDA before I even started. I didn't think much of it. Big corporations love their legal nonsense. But I should have known something was off when my manager, Tommy, handed me a list of rules on my first shift. Look, man, Tommy said, cracking his gum. I know rules seem weird, but follow them and you'll be fine. I read over the list, expecting basic safety regulations. Instead, I got this. Adidas warehouse. Night shift rules. Always wear 3 stripes. No exceptions. If you hear whistling between aisles, ignore it. It's not for you. At exactly 2:33 a.m., check the conveyor belt. If it's running without product, turn it off immediately. If a man wearing all white Adidas gear asks for the originals, do not speak. Walk away. Boxes labeled with a red X go in the incinerator. Don't ask why. If you see a 4th stripe on your clothing, take it off immediately. That's not your uniform. I laughed. Dude, are we getting hazed? Tommy didn't laugh back. Nah, just follow them, all right? Fine, whatever. I figured it was just some corporate prank to keep new hires on edge. At 10 p.m., my shift began. The job itself? Cake, slap shipping labels, stack boxes, scan barcodes. My kind of mindless gig. For the first few hours, everything was normal. I was vibing, listening to music, stacking Yeezy boxes. The funniest part? Adidas really doesn't play about that 3-stripe rule. I saw a dude wearing Nike socks get pulled into Tommy's office, and when he came out, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Never saw him again. But then, things started getting weird. At 1:45 a.m., I was alone in the back storage area when I heard whistling. Low. mournful, coming from aisle 17. I peeked down the aisle. Nothing, just rows of stacked sneaker boxes. But the whistling kept going. I told myself it was just another worker messing around until I realized something. I was the only one in the back. I stood there in the dim glow of the warehouse lights, staring down aisle 17, listening to that low, eerie whistling. It wasn't like a tune you'd hum to yourself. It was slow, almost deliberate, like someone was calling for me. Now I ain't stupid. I remembered rule number 2. If you hear whistling between aisles, ignore it. It's not for you. So I turned on my heel and walked the other way. But the second I did, the whistling stopped. Dead silence. Not even the usual hum of conveyor belts or the distant chatter of other workers. Just me. And the feeling that something was behind me. I refused to look back. I power walked to the main area, pretending like I didn't just almost crap myself. Tommy was there, chatting with another worker, so I casually asked, "Hey man, what's up with aisle 17? Tommy's face dropped. "Did you answer it?" he asked. "What?" "The whistling. Did you answer back?" I shook my head. "Hell no." Tommy exhaled. "Good. If you ever do, he'll know your voice." I had so many questions, but the look in Tommy's eyes told me I didn't want to know. Instead, I focused on my next task, checking the conveyor belt at 2:33 a.m. Simple, right? Just look at a belt. Maybe fix a jammed box. Except, when I got there, the conveyor was running, but there was nothing on it. Just the belt, moving by itself, like it was sending out invisible shoes. I hesitated. I mean, this was one of the rules. I was supposed to turn it off if this happened. So I reached for the power switch. And that's when I saw the box. It just appeared out of nowhere, sliding down the belt toward me. I checked the label. No barcode, no branding, just a big red X on the top. Rule number 5 hit me like a freight train. Boxes labeled with a red X go in the incinerator. Don't ask why. My stomach twisted. I picked it up. It was heavy. Way heavier than a normal shoebox. I had 2 options. Follow the rule and take it to the incinerator. Open it. I won't lie. Curiosity almost killed me. Almost. But something inside me screamed, don't. So I carried the box across the warehouse to the incinerator room. The door was massive, industrial, like a damn vault. I opened it, chucked the box inside, and slammed the hatch shut. As I turned to leave, the hatch started banging. Something inside that box was trying to get out. I ran out of there so fast my Adidas slides almost flew off. But the worst part? When I got back to the floor, I looked down at my uniform. And my 3 Adidas stripes? Somehow there were 4. I froze. If you see a 4th stripe on your clothing, take it off immediately. That's not your uniform. Panic set in. I ripped off my shirt right there on the warehouse floor. The 4th stripe was still there. It wasn't stitched. It wasn't fabric. It was growing, like something was adding it to me. I ran straight to Tommy. "Dude, look at my stripes." Tommy paled. He didn't ask questions. He just grabbed scissors and said, "Don't move." He snipped the 4th stripe. The second the blade touched it, I felt something pull back, like a hand gripping my skin. Then, the stripe disappeared. Tommy shook his head. "You almost became his." I didn't even want to ask who he was. I just knew. I wasn't quitting yet. Not until I figured out what the hell was really going on. After that 4th stripe incident, I was done asking questions. I just wanted to finish my shift, grab my paycheck, and pretend like Adidas wasn't running a hellmouth in the back of their warehouse. But then, of course, 2:59 a.m. hit, and that's when he walked in. The man in white. He strolled through the warehouse like he belonged there. 6 foot something, lean, dressed head to toe in white Adidas gear. Tracksuit, sneakers, even a white bucket hat. No logos, no stripes, just pure white. My blood turned to ice. Rule number 4. If a man wearing all white Adidas gear asks for the originals, do not speak. Walk away. I locked eyes with Tommy across the floor. His face said everything. Go. I turned and walked. Not too fast, not too slow. Just a normal pace like I had somewhere to be. The man in white didn't follow, but I could feel his eyes on me, watching. I rounded a corner and ducked into the storage area, pressing my back against a stack of shoeboxes. I held my breath. Silence. Then, "Excuse me." My stomach dropped. His voice was smooth, polite, but wrong. Like it wasn't made for human ears. "Do you know where I can find the originals?" I clenched my jaw. Didn't say a word. Footsteps. Slow, careful, getting closer. "I know you can hear me." I squeezed my eyes shut. Footsteps. 1 row away. "You look like a man who appreciates quality, the first of its kind. The originals." I held my breath. Silence. Then, a shoebox slid into view, right at my feet. I didn't touch it. I didn't even breathe. But something about it was wrong. The edges were too sharp. The label was handwritten. And the logo? It wasn't the Adidas trefoil. It was 3 claw marks. Drip. Something red hit the top of the box. I looked up. A pair of white Adidas Superstars dangled over the edge of the shelf, hanging there. But there were no legs inside them. I bolted, sprinted down the aisle like my life depended on it. Because it did. I burst back onto the main floor, nearly colliding with Tommy. He grabbed my shoulders. "Did you answer him?" "No." His grip loosened and he exhaled. "Then we still have time." I stared at him. Time for what? But before he could answer, the warehouse lights cut out. The warehouse plunged into darkness, total suffocating blackness. I stood frozen, breathing hard, my ears straining for anything. Footsteps, voices, even the damn whistling. But all I heard was silence. Then, Tommy's whisper. "Listen to me. We gotta move. Now." I felt his hand grab my wrist, pulling me forward. I stumbled after him, blind in the darkness. "Where are we going?" I hissed. "Back office. If we're lucky, he didn't—" Bang! A shoe rack toppled over behind us. Something wasn't just in the warehouse, it was hunting us. I swallowed hard. "Tommy, what the hell is the man in white?" Tommy didn't answer, because the whistling had started again. Low, slow, but now, closer, right behind us. "Go!" Tommy shoved me forward, and I broke into a sprint. We weaved between aisles, dodging shelves and rolling carts, my heart slamming against my ribs. The whistling never stopped. It didn't even pause for breath. Like whatever was making it wasn't human. The back office door was dead ahead. We lunged inside, slamming the door shut behind us. Tommy locked it, then yanked open a metal cabinet and pulled out a shoebox. It was old, faded, yellowed with time. 3 stripes ran across the lid. "Put these on." Tommy shoved the box at me. I opened it. Inside was a pair of ancient Adidas sneakers. The soles were thin, barely held together. The laces were gray and stiff. I hesitated. "Dude, what?" Bang! The entire door shook. Something was on the other side. Bang! The metal hinges groaned. I yanked off my shoes and shoved my feet into the old Adidas. The second the laces tightened, the warehouse lights flickered back on. The whistling stopped. Silence. I barely dared to breathe. Then Tommy exhaled. Holy shit, it worked. I looked at him wide-eyed. What worked? What the hell is going on? Tommy wiped sweat from his forehead. All right. You want to know? Fine. The man in white used to be the first Adidas designer. I blinked. What? Tommy nodded. Back in the day, Adidas had a prototype. A shoe so perfect, so revolutionary, they called it the Originals. The designer, nobody remembers his real name, thought it was going to change everything. And? The company rejected it. They said it wasn't on brand. Too powerful, too much. The designer lost his mind. He swore that if Adidas wouldn't let his shoes into the world, he'd make sure no other shoe ever outsold them. I frowned. Dude, that's insane. Tommy nodded. Yeah, it is. But it gets worse. He gestured to the shoes on my feet. These are the originals. I looked down. My stomach turned. The soles were moving, breathing. They're the only thing that keeps him away. If you wear them, he can't touch you. I swallowed hard. So, what happens if I take them off? Tommy hesitated. Then, the lights flickered again. His face went pale. Don't. But it was too late. The office door creaked open, and the man in white stepped inside. He was smiling, not like a person, like something that had waited a long, long time. I see you found my shoes. I backed up, my heart pounding. Stay away. He tilted his head. Why would you be afraid? You already wear my creation. His eyes dropped to my feet. And then, his smile disappeared. He hissed. The sound wasn't human. He took a step back, and I knew. He couldn't touch me. Tommy grabbed my arm. We run, now. We bolted. Out of the office, past rows of sneaker boxes, sprinting for the loading dock. The man in white didn't follow. He just stood there, staring. Like he was waiting. We hit the exit, barreling into the cold night air. Tommy slammed the door shut behind us. For a second, neither of us moved. Then I ripped the shoes off. I wasn't going to take any chances. I threw them into the dumpster. Tommy just nodded. Smart. We stood there, breathing hard, watching the warehouse, waiting to see if anything followed. But nothing did. The shift was over, and I wasn't coming back. The next day I quit. Didn't even collect my last paycheck. I don't know if Tommy stayed or if someone new took my place. But I do know one thing. A week later, Adidas announced a new sneaker drop. They called it the Originals. And when I saw the ad, the model wearing them was dressed in all white, smiling, just like he was waiting. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. I took this job because it was easy money. Sit behind the counter, sell overpriced snacks, and maybe pretend to clean something if my manager, Greg, checked the cameras. Greg's a sweaty dude who smells like Marlboros and regret. When he hired me, he said, "Night shifts are chill, just follow the rules." I thought he meant corporate stuff like, don't steal the Snickers or pretend the hot dogs aren't 3 days old. Nope. He meant a list of bizarre, handwritten rules taped to the register. If a customer asks for gas but doesn't have a car, do not serve them. The man in the blue truck will arrive at 2:37 a.m. He does not pay. Fill his tank and do not look at his face. If you hear knocking from inside the ice freezer, do not open it. Check the security cameras every hour. If you see yourself on the screen, wave. If the other you doesn't wave back, clock out and leave immediately. The gas pumps shut off at midnight. If one turns back on by itself, do not go outside. If a woman in a red dress asks to use the bathroom, tell her it's out of order. If she insists, lock yourself in the supply closet until she's gone. I laughed out loud. Is this a joke? Greg took a long drag of his cigarette. Follow the rules or you'll end up like the last guy. I was about to ask what happened to the last guy, but Greg left before I could. Fine. Whatever. I clocked in, cracked open a Mountain Dew, and settled in for an easy shift. At first, everything was normal. Some truckers came in for coffee. A dude with meth head energy spent 10 minutes debating between Cool Ranch and nacho cheese Doritos. Then, a man walked in wearing basketball shorts, a hoodie, and no shoes. Pump 3, he said. I looked outside. There was no car at Pump 3. You sure? I asked. He stared at me. His eyes were too wide, too empty, like someone had scooped out whatever makes a person human. I glanced at the rules. Rule number 1, do not serve them. I cleared my throat. Sorry, man, system's down. No gas tonight. He didn't blink, didn't move. Just stood there for a long, uncomfortable minute before turning around and walking into the dark. I watched him until he disappeared behind the pumps. He never came back. I had almost forgotten about rule number 2 when I saw the headlights pull in. A big, old blue Ford truck rumbled up to Pump 4. The driver's side window was rolled down, but I couldn't see inside. Just darkness. I grabbed the pump and stepped outside. The air felt heavier, wrong. It smelled like burnt plastic and gasoline, like the road after a bad wreck. I kept my head down as I started filling the tank. The urge to look inside was overwhelming, like my brain was screaming, "Just a quick glance, no big deal." Then, the driver spoke. "Long night?" His voice was static, like a radio tuned to dead air. My whole body locked up. I focused on the gas pump, pretending I didn't hear him. He sighed. "You're smarter than the last guy." The pump clicked off. I stepped back, eyes still down, and walked back inside. When I glanced out the window, the truck was gone. No headlights, no engine noise. Just gone. I checked the register. There was no record of any gas sale. I was going to be out of this shift the second Greg showed up, but at 3 a.m. something knocked from inside the ice freezer. I froze. Knock, knock, knock. Nope, nope, nope. I grabbed my phone and pretended to text, ignoring it. The knocking stopped. Then, "Hey, man, you gonna open this or what?" The voice was right outside the glass door. I didn't look, didn't breathe. "Come on, dude, just open the door." I could see my reflection in the freezer glass. Behind me, there was no one there. "Fine," the voice whispered. "I'll see you next time." The air turned cold. My reflection didn't move right away when I did. I bolted to the back room and locked the door. Remember rule number 5? The pump shut off at midnight. 3:15 a.m. Pump 6 beeped. Someone had started fueling. I pulled up the security cameras. The pump was running by itself. The hose was floating, held up by nothing. Then the screen glitched. A person appeared at Pump 6, but their face was blurred out, like my brain refused to understand what I was seeing. The pumps shut off. The figure turned toward the store. I killed the lights, locked the door, and hid under the counter. Greg pulled up at sunrise. I unlocked the door, walked past him, and clocked out without a word. "You followed the rules?" he asked. I nodded. Greg just chuckled. "Good. See you tonight." Tonight? I should have quit. I should have left and never come back. But the $18 an hour was too good, and my rent was due. So, like an idiot, I showed up the next night. After what happened last night, the barefoot guy, the truck driver with the radio static voice, the knocking inside the freezer, I should have called Greg and told him to find another idiot. But rent was due, and Shell was paying me $18 an hour to sit behind a counter and pretend I wasn't scared out of my mind. So I came back. Greg was waiting for me when I got there, sitting behind the counter like a bloated toad. "So, you survived night 1? He took a long drag of his cigarette, exhaling through his nose. "Thought you might run off like the last guy." I wanted to ask, what happened to the last guy? But I already knew I wouldn't like the answer. Instead, I just muttered, "Yeah, well, I need the money." Greg grinned, but it wasn't friendly. "Tonight's worse." My stomach dropped. "Worse how?" He stood up, stretching. "You'll see." Then he walked out and left me alone. The night started out normal, if you ignored the fact that I was terrified out of my mind. A trucker came in and bought a blue Gatorade, a hot dog that had been rolling since Tuesday, and a pack of Marlboros. Some teenager tried to shoplift a Monster, but I saw him tuck it under his hoodie and made him put it back. Then, at 12:37 a.m., the automatic doors slid open. A woman walked in. She was tall, with jet black hair and pale skin that looked almost artificial, like she was made of wax. And she was wearing a long, blood-red dress. My heart stopped. Rule number 6. If a woman in a red dress asks to use the bathroom, tell her it's out of order. If she insists, lock yourself in the supply closet until she's gone. She walked up to the counter, smiling just a little too much. "Excuse me," she said. Her voice was smooth, almost too perfect, like someone had run it through an auto-tune filter. "May I use your restroom?" I swallowed hard. "Sorry, out of order." She kept smiling. "Oh, that's a shame," she said. "Are you sure?" Something in my brain screamed at me to run. I forced myself to nod. "Yeah, pipes burst. No bathroom tonight." She tilted her head, studying me. Then she leaned forward, resting her hands on the counter, and I saw her fingernails were too long, too sharp. "Lying is rude, you know," she whispered. The lights flickered. My legs moved on their own. I bolted to the back room, slammed the supply closet door shut, and locked it. Outside, I heard her heels clicking on the tile. Click, click, click. She stopped right outside the door. "Are you scared?" she asked, her voice smooth as glass. I didn't answer. She giggled. Then, silence. I stayed inside for 20 minutes. When I finally came out, the gas station was empty. But on the counter, where she had been standing, there was a single red high heel. I grabbed it with a pair of tongs and threw it straight in the dumpster. I was still shaking when I checked the security cameras. I needed to see it for myself. That she was real. That I wasn't losing my mind. I rewound the footage to 12:37 a.m. The doors slid open, but there was no one there. I saw myself talking to nothing, my mouth moving, my eyes darting in fear. Then I ran to the back. For 2 minutes, the store was empty. And then a single red high heel appeared on the counter. Out of nowhere. The video glitched. When it came back, there was someone standing behind me. I was still trying to process the footage when the gas station rumbled. Headlights flooded the front windows. The blue truck was back. I froze. Rule number 2. The man in the blue truck will arrive at 2:37 a.m. He does not pay, fill his tank, and do not look at his face. The truck sat at pump 4, engine running. I grabbed the pump and walked outside, my breath fogging in the cold. I didn't look at the window this time. The smell of burning plastic was even stronger than last night. I filled the tank, fighting the urge to look. Then, from inside the truck, a woman laughed. My whole body locked up. The driver whispered something. "Did you let her in?" I felt like I was going to throw up. The pump clicked off. I didn't even put it back. I just turned and walked inside, locking the door behind me. The truck was gone before I could blink. The rest of the shift was quiet. Too quiet. At 4 a.m., I checked the security footage again. There was a man standing at the counter. He wasn't there in real life. I watched myself on the screen, just sitting behind the register, playing with my phone. Completely unaware. The man leaned closer to the camera. His face blurred into static. Then he turned and walked into the supply closet, the one I had locked, the one I was about to clean. I snapped my head toward the door. It was wide open. I left the mop where it was and didn't touch that closet for the rest of the night. Greg pulled up at sunrise, stepping out of his car with a fresh cigarette. I clocked out and walked past him without a word. "You followed the rules?" he asked. I stopped. "Yeah." Greg grinned. "Good. You've got one more night." I turned. "One more?" His smile faded. "Most people don't make it past 3. I stared at him. I should have quit. I should have walked away. But something about the way he said it, like it was a challenge, made me stay. I didn't sleep when I got home. I just sat in my apartment staring at the wall, replaying everything from the past 2 nights. The barefoot man who asked for gas with no car. The knocking from inside the ice freezer. The blue truck driver who spoke in radio static. The woman in the red dress, who wasn't on the cameras but still left her shoe behind. The man on the footage who stood behind me, but never existed in real life. Greg said most people don't make it past night 3. I wasn't sure if that was because they quit or because something took them. When I showed up for my shift, Greg was waiting behind the counter drinking a Red Bull like he actually did work around here. "You're back," he said, looking surprised. "I need the money." Greg nodded, tapping ash from his cigarette. "Tonight's when it gets bad." I laughed, but it came out shaky. "Worse than last night?" He just sighed and handed me a new note, written in his sloppy handwriting. "If someone knocks on the front glass, do not look at them. They aren't real. At 3:14 a.m., check pump 6. If the screen says unknown sale in progress, go to the back room and stay there until it stops. You may hear someone whispering your name over the intercom. Do not answer." I stared at the note. "You serious?" Greg took a long sip of his Red Bull. "You're lucky I even warned you." Then he left, and I was alone. The first 2 hours were uneventful. I started thinking maybe Greg was just messing with me, trying to psych me out. Then, at 12:30, it started. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the front windows. I froze. Rule number 1. If someone knocks on the front glass, do not look at them. They aren't real. The knocking continued. Software patient. My hands gripped the counter. I stared at the register, pretending I couldn't hear it. Then they whispered my name. "Hey, open up, man. We just need some gas." I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. "Come on, dude. Just open the door." The voice was familiar. Too familiar. It sounded like me. I shut my eyes. The air felt thick, pressing against me like I was underwater. Then, silence. When I finally opened my eyes, the knocking was gone. But on the window, written in fog, was my name. I tried to push through the rest of the shift, but I kept checking the clock. At exactly 3:14 a.m., I forced myself to look outside at pump 6. The screen was glowing green. I swallowed hard and walked closer. Instead of the normal payment screen, it said, "Unknown sale in progress." That wasn't supposed to happen. There was no car, no customer. And yet, the pump was fueling something. The air shimmered, like heat rising from pavement. A shape began forming, just out of view, something standing right outside the range of the security lights. I saw its shadow first, tall, thin. Its arms were too long. I ran to the back room, slamming the door behind me. The air buzzed like an old radio losing signal. Then, all at once, the pump clicked off. When I went back outside, the screen was blank, like nothing had happened. But there was a single wet footprint by the pump, barefoot, just like the man on the first night. I was done. I decided the second Greg showed up, I was quitting. But then the intercom crackled. "Hey." I stared at it. The button wasn't pressed. "You there?" It was my voice. I grabbed my phone and recorded the intercom because I knew Greg would never believe me. "I know you can hear me." I didn't answer. The intercom hissed like static. Then, "I'm looking at you." The security TV glitched. For 1 second, I saw myself on the screen, except my reflection was smiling. I wasn't. Greg pulled up at sunrise. I clocked out without a word. He lit a cigarette. "See anything weird?" I pulled out my phone. "You tell me." I played the recording. The intercom hissed. Then, clear as day, my own voice spoke back to me. Greg listened and then handed me my next paycheck. "So, you quitting?" I should have, but I didn't, because when I checked my bank app, my pay rate had doubled. $36 an hour. Greg grinned. "Management likes you. That's why they're paying you more." "Management?" I asked. "Who's management?" His grin faded. "You don't want to know." That should have been my cue to run, but I didn't. Because now, I was making too much money to leave. And whatever was running this place, they wanted me to stay. I should have quit the second I saw that paycheck. $36 an hour. Nobody pays that for a gas station job unless there's a catch. And I was starting to realize that the catch was my sanity. Greg called it management. I didn't know who or what that meant. But I had a feeling that if I stayed long enough, I'd find out. Or worse, they'd find me. The first thing I noticed when I walked in was that the supply closet door was open. That was impossible. I had locked it myself before I left. I stepped closer. The air was cold and something smelled off, like rotting wood and burned plastic. I nudged the door open with my foot. The light inside flickered. There was something on the floor. A shoe. Not just any shoe. A Shell employee sneaker. The exact ones Greg and I wore. Except this one looked old, torn, like it had been down there for decades. I reached down to pick it up. The light went out. I swore I heard breathing. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I didn't check inside again. I was trying to keep my mind off the closet when I noticed something on the counter. A new note. Greg hadn't been in all night. I hadn't seen or heard anyone come in. But there it was, folded neatly, waiting for me. At 2 a.m., a phone will ring. Do not answer it. If you do, they will know your voice. I flipped the paper over. Nothing on the back. Just one simple rule. The store phone was right next to me. It hadn't rung in the past 3 nights, which meant that whoever or whatever left this note knew that it was going to. I spent the next hour pretending I wasn't watching the phone. But as the clock struck 2 a.m., the damn thing rang. The sound sliced through the silence. I stared at it. It was an old corded phone, the kind you'd find in your grandma's kitchen. Ring. I knew I wasn't supposed to answer, but my body wanted to. It wasn't just curiosity, it was something stronger. A feeling like if I didn't pick up, I'd regret it forever. My hand hovered over the receiver. Then, a voice came through the speaker. Hello? It was my voice. Not similar, not close. Exactly my voice. I ripped the cord out of the wall. The phone kept ringing. The phone stopped ringing after a few minutes, but I was too freaked out to sit still. I got up, walked the aisles, pretended to clean. Then I saw him. A man standing in the back of the store. He wasn't shopping. He wasn't moving. Just standing there. He was wearing an old Shell uniform, the kind from the 80s, with a faded red and yellow jacket. His head was slightly tilted, like he was listening for something. I felt my stomach drop. He wasn't there a second ago, and his feet weren't touching the ground. I took a step back. The lights flickered. The man twitched. Then, he slowly turned his head toward me. I didn't stick around to see his face. I ran to the counter, locked the front door, and turned off the lights. When I looked back, he was gone. But there was a fresh set of footprints leading to the supply closet. I sat behind the counter, clutching a Red Bull like a stress ball. I kept telling myself, 1 more hour. 1 more hour, and I'm done. Then, the security cameras glitched. The screen flickered, showing the store from different angles. Aisle 1, Aisle 2, front counter, storage room. That one made me pause. The camera wasn't pointed at the supply closet, but the door was open, wide open, and in the middle of the storage room, there was someone standing there. Their back was to the camera, but they were wearing my uniform. The screen glitched again. When it came back, the figure was closer to the camera. Another glitch. Closer. The next time, the figure was staring directly into the camera. It was me. The screen went black, and from the back room I heard the supply closet door creak open. Greg pulled up as the sun rose, stepping out of his car and lighting a cigarette. I clocked out without a word. He grinned. Still alive? I didn't answer. Greg held out a new paycheck. I almost didn't take it, but when I saw the amount, my hands moved on their own. $50 an hour. Greg took a long drag of his cigarette. Management's impressed. I stared at the check. $50 an hour for a gas station job? Who the hell is management? I asked. For the first time, Greg actually looked nervous. Don't ask that question. Then he got in his car and drove off. I should have left. I should have taken my money and ran. But I didn't. Because now I needed to know. I needed to know who or what was really running this place. I wasn't supposed to ask about management. Greg made that clear. But after everything I'd seen, the whispering intercom, the man floating in the aisle, the thing in the supply closet that looked like me, I wasn't just scared anymore. I was angry. I wanted answers. And the only way to get them was to break the rules. When I got to the gas station, Greg was waiting. But this time, he wasn't behind the counter. He was standing by the ice freezer, smoking like a man waiting for bad news. You shouldn't be here, he said. I shrugged. Rent's due, Greg sighed. He pulled out a final note and handed it to me. If you see a man in a black suit enter the store, do not speak to him. Do not make eye contact. If he asks you a question, pretend you cannot hear him. If you break any of these rules, you will be promoted. I frowned. Promoted? Greg took a long drag of his cigarette. You don't want the promotion. Then he walked away and left me alone. I was so focused on watching the door that I didn't notice what had changed inside the store. The shelves were different. Not messy, just wrong. Rows of energy drinks where the chips used to be. The hot dog rollers were clean. The security cameras were facing the wrong direction. It wasn't until I checked the cooler that my stomach dropped. Every bottle in the fridge, every single one, was branded with my name. Ethan's water, Ethan's soda, Ethan's 2% milk. I slammed the door shut and backed away. Something was watching me. The door chimed. I froze. A man walked in. Tall, pale, black suit. He had no eyebrows. His face was too smooth, like someone had airbrushed the human out of him. I held my breath. He strolled up to the counter and placed his hands flat on the surface. Good evening, he said. I didn't answer. His smile widened. I asked you a question. I stared at the register. The lights dimmed. The air turned heavy, pressing against me like I was being buried alive. Ethan. I clenched my jaw. You're ready for the promotion. My hands gripped the counter. I didn't mean to, but my eyes flicked up, just for a second. He was grinning. The lights flickered, and suddenly the store was full. Dozens of people standing silently in the aisles. They weren't shopping. They weren't moving. They were all just staring at me. Their eyes were black. Their mouths were too wide. Congratulations, the man whispered. The ground beneath me disappeared. I don't know where I am. The gas station is gone. I'm standing in a room with no walls, just shelves. Endless shelves, stretching into the dark. The products are wrong. The labels have names instead of brands. Andrew's potato chips, Maria's bottled water, Kevin's gasoline, and at the very end of the aisle, there's a shelf with my name on it, Ethan's Energy. Inside the cooler, there's a single bottle of bright red liquid. I don't want to open it. I don't want to know what's inside. But I don't think I have a choice, because behind me, the man in the black suit is waiting, and he's still smiling. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. It started like any other late shift at the freezer warehouse. Just me, Ron, minding my own business. The hum of the cooling systems, the rhythmic beep of forklifts, and the cold sinking into my bones. Routine stuff, until it wasn't. I was checking inventory with a couple of co-workers when I heard it. The metallic clang of the loading dock door. My stomach dropped. That door wasn't supposed to open until the morning crew rolled in. I glanced at the others. Something wasn't right. That's when I saw them. A group of 3 or 4 figures, all dressed in black. No logos, no badges, just masks and weapons. Real bad news. Their movements were sharp, coordinated, like they knew exactly what they were doing. And worse, they weren't here to rob the place. They were here for something else. Or someone. My pulse spiked. "Don't let them see us," I whispered, but it was too late. One of them looked up, and our eyes locked. I didn't wait. "Move!" I hissed. The freezer section. Only shot we had. The door slammed behind us, the cold hitting like a slap. No time to think about it. I remembered the ladder to the roof, hidden behind stacks of frozen produce. The sounds of boots echoed behind us, getting closer. "Up!" I shouted. "Go! Go!" One by one we climbed. My breath clouded in front of me as I reached the roof and glanced back. They were right behind us. But then they stopped, just stood there, staring. Then, without a word, they turned around and walked off. What? That made no sense. Why stop? That's when I saw it. A crumpled piece of paper, pinned to the roof access door with a rusty nail. The edges fluttered in the breeze, stained with something dark, something that wasn't rust. The rules. Never confront the intruders. They aren't here for what you think. If they see you, get to the roof. The roof is safe, for a time. Do not attempt to leave the roof through the main hatch. They will be waiting. If the intruders pause and leave, they haven't given up. They're retrieving what they need. You have exactly 17 minutes to escape from the roof once you're spotted. After that, nothing will help you. Never under any circumstance look at the shadows cast by the intruders. I read the list once, twice. My hands were shaking. This wasn't here before, I muttered. And that's when I heard it. A metallic clatter from below. I rushed to the edge of the roof. The group was back, but now they had equipment, ladders, ropes, and something else. Something jagged, sharp, wrong. They knew we were here. Worse, I had no idea how long it had been since they first saw us. 17 minutes. That's all we had. And the shadows. They were crawling up the side of the building. Not like normal shadows. These moved like they had purpose, like they were alive. The only chance was the front side ladder, the one they probably didn't know about. But it was all the way across the roof, past those shifting shadows. We gotta move, now. The wind howled as we sprinted. The building creaked beneath our feet. The shadows reached for us. I felt the cold, slimy brush of them on my leg, but I didn't look. I couldn't. The ladder came into view. Relief surged through me, until I heard it. A voice from below. Low. Raspy. Inhuman. 17 minutes. I froze. The voice wasn't loud, but it echoed like it had been whispered right next to my ear. Low. Raspy. Inhuman. 17 minutes. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt heavier than the last. My breath came in ragged gasps as the cold wind bit harder. The ladder was right there, just a few feet more. "Ron!" One of my co-workers, Mike, yelled. "They're coming!" I risked a glance back. The shadows. Man, the shadows. They weren't just creeping anymore, they were surging. Like waves, black and churning, reaching up from the ground. The figures in black moved slowly behind them, carrying the equipment. Calm. Patient. They knew we couldn't run far. We hit the ladder. I went first. My hands burned as they gripped the cold metal. I climbed down as fast as I could, glancing up every few seconds. Mike and Sarah followed. We hit the ground running. I didn't dare look back. The parking lot was empty. Too empty. No cars. No trucks. Just the pale glow of the streetlights and our frantic footsteps echoing off the asphalt. My breath clouded in front of me. My lungs burned. "Where are we going?" Sarah gasped. "The woods. I said. It's dark. We can lose them there. No one argued. The tree line loomed ahead. Dark, quiet, and somehow safer than the open lot. We sprinted toward it. My legs screamed for me to stop, but I didn't. I couldn't. We reached the woods and ducked behind a fallen tree. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I forced myself to stay still and listen. Silence. Just the wind through the branches. And then, footsteps. Crunch. Crunch. Slow. Deliberate. Coming from the lot. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. I risked a peek. They were standing at the edge of the woods, watching, but they weren't moving. They just stood there, silent, still, waiting. "What are they doing?" Mike whispered. "I don't know," I whispered back. "But they're not coming in." That's when I noticed the shadows again. They weren't moving like before. They were stretching, forming a circle around the warehouse. Slowly, tightening. It clicked. "They're not coming after us," I said. "They're trying to trap us." Suddenly my phone buzzed. I nearly dropped it. The screen lit up. One new message, no number, just a single word: run. My blood turned to ice. I looked up. The shadows had stopped stretching. The figures were still there, still watching. But something else had changed. The warehouse door was open, wide open, and from the darkness inside something was coming. Something bigger. I couldn't make it out at first, just a shape. But as it stepped into the light, I realized what I was looking at. It wasn't human. It wasn't even pretending to be. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to know. But my eyes were locked on the warehouse door. The shape stepped into the pale glow of the streetlight, and everything I knew about fear changed. It was tall. Too tall. Its limbs thin and jointed wrong, like a puppet held together with frayed strings. The skin was gray, stretched tight over bones that seemed to shift beneath it. But it was the head that froze me. It had no face, just smooth skin where eyes, a nose, and a mouth should be. But somehow I could still feel it, looking at me. Behind me, Mike whispered, What is that?" I shook my head. "I don't know. But we're not sticking around to find out." The thing took a step forward. No sound. Not even the gravel crunched under its feet. Silent. The figures in black turned in unison and walked back into the warehouse, leaving the thing alone in the lot. Like they delivered a package. Like their job was done. "We have to move," I whispered. "Now!" We bolted deeper into the woods. The trees swallowed us, and for a moment, I dared to hope. Maybe we could outrun it. Then I heard it. A voice. Low, raspy, the same one from before. 16 minutes. No footsteps. No sounds of pursuit. Just that voice. Counting down. We ran until our legs gave out, collapsing beside a shallow creek. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would break my ribs. "Did it follow us?" Sarah gasped. I didn't answer. I didn't know. But the woods were silent again. No wind, no animals. Just the trickle of the creek. Then my phone buzzed. Again. Another message. No number. Just 2 words this time. "Don't look." I stared at the screen. "Don't look at what?" Mike grabbed my arm. "Ron, don't turn around." My blood froze. I hadn't heard anything. No footsteps, no sound. But I felt it. Something was standing behind me. I squeezed my eyes shut. My whole body trembled. I remembered the rules from the roof. Never look at the shadows. "Don't move," I whispered. "Don't look." The air grew colder. I heard breathing. Not human. Deep. Rattling. Like air passing through a hollow shell. Seconds dragged into minutes. Then footsteps. The thing walked past us. Slowly. Silently. Its long limbs brushing the trees. The moment it was gone, I let out a shaky breath. Mike turned to me, eyes wide. "We can't stay here." "No," I said. "We have to get to the highway. Someone will see us there." Sarah didn't say a word. She just pointed to my phone. Another message. This one chilled me to my core. Highway equals trap. What do we do then? Mike hissed. We can't go back, and we can't go forward. Before I could answer, I heard it again. The voice. Closer this time. 15 minutes. And from the distance, a second voice. Not raspy, not low, a scream. A scream I recognized. It was my voice. No. The word slipped out before I could stop it. That scream. It was me. My own voice echoing from somewhere deep in the woods. But I was here. I was standing right here. What the hell was that? Mike whispered, backing away. His eyes darted around like he expected the trees to start moving. Sarah grabbed my arm. Ron, what's going on? I didn't have an answer. I couldn't even think straight. My mind kept circling back to the scream. Why did it sound like me? The voice came again, closer this time. 14 minutes. Low, raspy, inhuman. I glanced at my phone. No new messages. The screen flickered, glitched. For a split second, I saw something on the lock screen. A blurry photo. 3 figures in black. And behind them? Me? Except my face. My face was missing. Gone. Smoothed over, like the thing from the warehouse. I locked the phone and shoved it into my pocket. No time to think about that now. We keep moving, I said, forcing my voice to stay calm. No highways. No turning back. There's a maintenance road somewhere ahead. We find it. We get out. Mike nodded. Sarah didn't look convinced, but she followed. The forest grew thicker as we pressed on. The air felt wrong, heavy, like we were walking through water. Then we found it. A clearing, and in the center of that clearing, the warehouse. My legs locked. No, this can't be right. Mike stared, shaking his head. How do we come back here? We didn't turn around. I don't know. But I did know. Deep down, I understood. We were trapped. The warehouse door stood open. Inside, it was pitch black. No sign of the figures. No sign of the thing. But the shadows were there. Moving. Waiting. My phone buzzed. One new message. The loop has started. What loop? Sarah asked, reading over my shoulder. Before I could answer, the voice came again. Closer. Right at the edge of the clearing. 13 minutes. The trees behind us shifted. Something moved between them. We have to go inside, I said. The words tasted like ash in my mouth. I didn't want to say them. I didn't want to believe them. But there was nowhere else to go. Mike hesitated. You want to go back in there? Are you crazy? Do you see another option? He didn't argue. We stepped into the warehouse. The air inside was colder than before. The shadows clung to the walls, stretching across the floor like fingers. Then I heard it again. The scream. My scream. This time it was clearer, closer, coming from the freezer section. I didn't want to move, but my feet did anyway. They carried me forward, toward the freezer, toward the sound. The door to the freezer was ajar. Light flickered inside. I pushed it open, and I saw myself. I was standing there. Me facing the freezer shelves, my back to the door, perfectly still. Ron? Mike whispered behind me. I raised a hand, my hand, but the other me didn't move. The shadows in the freezer thickened. They gathered at the edges of the room, shifting, whispering. My phone buzzed again. Final message. If you touch him, the loop ends. But as I stared at myself, I understood. The loop wouldn't end. I would. And from behind me, the voice whispered once more. 12 minutes. I stared at myself, frozen, motionless. The other me stood there like a statue, back turned, silent. The freezer hummed. The shadows thickened around the edges of the room, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. Behind me, Mike and Sarah waited, silent. I could feel their fear like a static charge in the air. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Final message. 11 minutes. The countdown continued. My breath misted in the freezing air. I stepped closer. Each step felt heavier than the last, like gravity was pulling me down. "Ron, don't," Sarah whispered. Her voice cracked with fear. "Don't touch him." The message said not to. I wanted to stop. I wanted to turn around and run, but something deeper inside me, something cold and certain, knew I had to finish this. The rules flashed through my mind. If you touch him, the loop ends. But what if ending the loop meant ending me? I reached out. My hand trembled, inches from the shoulder of my other self. And then, he moved. Slowly, the other me turned around. My breath caught in my throat. His face, my face, but wrong. The skin was stretched tight and featureless, smooth where eyes and a mouth should be. A blank canvas. Yet I could feel it watching me, studying me. Then it spoke, in my voice. 10 minutes. The lights in the freezer flickered wildly. The shadows surged, crawling along the walls, writhing like a mass of living things. Mike screamed, "Ron, we gotta get out of here!" The other me stepped forward, mimicking my movements perfectly. 1 step, 2. I backed away, but the shadows closed in. The voice came again, overlapping, my voice, but distorted. 9 minutes, and then I heard the scream. My scream. Coming from somewhere outside the warehouse, the same scream that had led us here. "We're stuck," Sarah sobbed. "It's a loop. We're going to keep living this again and again." "No," I whispered. "Not again. Not this time." I looked back at the other me. It raised its hand. The same motion I made earlier, mirroring me perfectly. If I touch him, the loop ends. I stepped forward. The shadows surged, licking at the edges of the freezer. The countdown echoed louder in my head. 8 minutes. I reached out. My fingers trembled. The air grew colder. I pressed my hand against the shoulder of the other me. Everything went dark. The cold vanished. The shadows disappeared. Silence. I opened my eyes. I was standing in the warehouse parking lot, alone. The building loomed in front of me. Silent. Empty. My phone buzzed. A single message on the screen. "Congratulations. Loop terminated." Relief washed over me. Welcome to the Sinister Stories membership program. Love horror? Got a creepy story idea? Here's why becoming a Sinister Stories member is a must. Anyone can drop story ideas, but only members get exclusive access to a new members-only story every Saturday morning, picked from the twisted suggestions submitted by members themselves. Every single Saturday, a chilling tale chosen from a member's idea, crafted and shared only for members to enjoy. But don't worry, I'll still randomly pick some story ideas from regular subscribers for everyone. However, if you want guaranteed weekly horror drops straight from the community, membership is your key to unlock the darkness. The Sinister Elite Badge Program. Welcome to the Sinister Elite, where your dedication to horror earns you prestige. As a member, you'll unlock exclusive badges that show off your loyalty and time spent in the darkest crew on YouTube. Here's how you climb the ranks. New member. Instantly get the member badge. Welcome to the crew. 6 months. Level up to Dark Drifter. You've started walking the shadowed path. 1 year. Earn the Night Dweller badge. You're no stranger to the darkness. 2 years. Become a Shadow Watcher, watching what lurks beyond. 3 years. Unlock Fear Forger, shaping nightmares like a master. 4 years. Rise to Warden of Whispers. You hear what others fear. 5 years. Achieve the ultimate honor. The Sinister Legend badge, proving you're the darkest and most dedicated of the Sinister Elite. Hit that join button now and start earning your legacy in the shadows. Custom emojis, exclusive and epic. Custom emojis make your reactions stand out and add serious personality to the chat. As a member, you get exclusive access to awesome emojis. Like Show love with style. Fire, when it's too hot to handle. Scary, for the spine-chilling moments. Cool, because you know what's up. Join now and level up your comments with these exclusive must-have emojis. A final word to the Sinister Stories community. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey so far. Whether you're a longtime subscriber, a new viewer, or considering joining the Sinister Elite, your support means everything. For those in the Sinister Elite, I'm committed to keeping the experience fresh and exciting, continuously adding new perks, exclusive stories, and creepy surprises to make being a member truly worth it. Every Saturday, a brand new horror story inspired by your ideas drops exclusively for you, and those loyalty badges? They're a badge of honor, showing just how deep you've traveled into the darkness with me. By joining, you're not just unlocking exclusive content, you're also helping the channel grow in ways I truly appreciate. Your support allows me to keep creating the terrifying tales you love and push Sinister Stories to even darker, scarier places. As always, I'm grateful for every single viewer, subscriber, and member. You all make this journey possible. Hit that join button and stay sinister, my friends. The horror's just getting started. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. You'd think being a drug dealer is all about fast money and faster women. That's what the movies tell you. Truth is, it's a job like any other, just with higher stakes. You gotta network, build trust, and most importantly, follow the rules. Break the wrong one, and it's not just a bad review on Yelp. You end up in a landfill somewhere. That's why when Rico, my supplier, slid a folded-up piece of paper across the table, I took it seriously. "What's this?" I asked, flicking it open with one hand while the other clutched my beer. "New drop spot," he said, "and some rules." I snorted. "What is this, Fight Club?" Rico didn't laugh. He just stared at me with those dead shark eyes. "Follow him, or don't. But don't come crying to me when shit goes sideways." I looked down at the paper. The address was somewhere on the edge of the city, a rundown industrial park. The kind of place where stray dogs and desperate people roamed after dark. Underneath, 5 rules were scrawled in jagged handwriting. Never show up before 2 a.m. Only take what's left for you. Don't check the other bags. If you hear a baby crying, leave immediately. Do not look at the cameras. If someone asks for extra, tell them, "We're out." No exceptions. I exhaled through my nose. This some cartel paranoia shit? Rico leaned forward, voice low. "It's just how it is. You gonna do it or not?" I wanted to push back, but you don't question Rico unless you want to find out how deep the East River really is. So, I nodded. "Good," he said. "First pickups tonight." I polished off my beer, trying to shake the weird feeling settling in my gut. The industrial park was exactly what I expected. Dark, abandoned, and the kind of quiet that made you feel like you weren't alone. My headlights barely cut through the thick fog clinging to the cracked pavement. I checked the clock. 2:07 a.m. Right on time. The drop spot was an old loading dock behind a warehouse. Sure enough, there was a duffel bag sitting there, waiting for me. "Too easy," I muttered. I grabbed it, resisting the urge to peek inside the other bags. That rule was easy enough. I wasn't about to steal from people who'd kill me for pocket change. I slung the bag over my shoulder and turned back to my car when I heard it. A baby crying. My blood turned to ice. It was faint, but definitely there. Somewhere in the distance, hidden in the fog. I stopped dead. Every instinct screamed, "That ain't right. No one left babies out here. Not unless they were bait." I tightened my grip on the bag and started walking faster. The crying got closer. I didn't turn around. I didn't check the shadows. I just made a beeline for my car, yanked open the door, and threw the bag onto the passenger seat. My heart slammed against my ribs as I locked the doors and hit the gas. The crying stopped. But as I pulled out onto the main road, My headlights swept over the security cameras mounted on the warehouse wall. And I swear to God, one of them moved. I got home, locked my door, and sat on my couch, staring at the duffel bag like it was about to sprout legs and bite me. The whole drive back, I kept telling myself I imagined it. The baby crying, the camera moving. Just paranoia. A bad mix of sleep deprivation and knowing I was handling something that could get me locked up for a long time. Still, my hands were shaking. I needed to take my mind off it, so I flipped on the TV. Some late-night infomercial was selling a blender that could vaporize an entire rotisserie chicken in 5 seconds. I watched it happen. The chicken went in, and boom, liquid. That was supposed to make me feel better. It didn't. I sighed, ran a hand down my face, then unzipped the duffel. Same as always. Bricks of product, vacuum sealed and neatly stacked. Looked fine, smelled fine, weighed about right. I was just being a little bitch. I grabbed my phone and texted Rico. Got it. All good. A few minutes later, my screen lit up. Good. Drop same place tomorrow. Don't forget the rules. Yeah, the rules. I stood up stretching when I noticed something in the corner of my living room. My security camera. Now, let me clarify. I don't own a security camera. But there it was. A little black device mounted high in the corner of my ceiling, staring at me with a tiny red light blinking. My breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I walked over, grabbed a chair, and stood on it to get a closer look. It was wired, drilled into my damn drywall. I hadn't put it there. I reached up, grabbed it, and ripped it out. The second I did, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Put it back. I damn near fell off the chair. My mouth went dry. I read the message 3 more times, hoping I was hallucinating. I typed back, "Who is this?" 3 dots popped up. Then another message. Unknown number. Follow the rules. I threw my phone on the couch like it was covered in anthrax. My heartbeat slammed in my ears. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but every instinct screamed that I was in way over my head. The next night, I almost didn't go. Almost. But I had rent, a car note, and the kind of lifestyle that required cash flow. So, like a dumbass, I went back. 2:12 a.m. I pulled up to the warehouse, same as before. The fog was thicker tonight, rolling off the ground like dry ice at a haunted house. The drop was there, waiting for me. I grabbed the bag and turned to leave when I felt it. Something watching me. I glanced at the warehouse. The cameras were pointed at me. All of them. I froze. Last night they were fixed in place. Now they were all angled downward, locked onto me like a pack of hungry dogs. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't break the rules. I showed up at the right time. I took only what was mine. But then I saw it. Across the lot, another duffel bag. Someone else's. I knew the rule. Don't check other bags. But curiosity is a hell of a drug, and my brain was doing the math. What if it wasn't drugs? What if it was money? Or weapons? Or something valuable enough to make all this weirdness worth it? My feet started moving before I could stop them. I crouched beside the other bag, heart pounding, and unzipped it just an inch. A smell hit me like a brick wall. Coppery. Rotten. I gagged. Inside, I saw fingers. Human fingers. I zipped it up so fast I nearly caught my hand. My pulse thundered in my skull as I stumbled backward, my stomach doing somersaults. That's when I heard it. The baby crying. Right behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing. Just fog and shadows. Then the cameras moved again. Every single one of them tilted up, no longer looking at me. They were looking behind me. I didn't turn around. I just ran. I didn't stop running until I was in my car with the doors locked, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles went white. My breathing was ragged, my chest tight. I felt like I'd just escaped something I wasn't supposed to see. The moment I peeled out of that lot, my phone buzzed. Unknown. Number, you broke a rule. I almost swerved off the road. My mouth was so dry I could barely swallow. My hands were shaking, but I forced myself to text back. Me. I didn't take anything. A few seconds passed. Then, another buzz. Unknown number. You looked. I had no response to that. I just drove. By the time I got home, my nerves were shot. I double-checked my locks, threw the duffel on the table, and collapsed onto the couch. The TV was still on from last night. Another infomercial. Some guy aggressively selling a knife set that could slice through a cinder block like butter. I stared at the screen, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was some kind of scare tactic, a mind game. They install fake cameras, play creepy sounds, make people paranoid so no one messes around. Yeah, that had to be it. I exhaled, my pulse finally slowing. Then my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. You need to take care of it. My stomach twisted. Me. Take care of what? No answer. I sat up, the unease creeping back. The apartment felt too quiet. I glanced around, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow, every dark corner. Then, I heard something. A faint, wet sound, like breathing, coming from inside my apartment. I didn't move. I just listened. It was coming from near the duffel bag. Slowly, I stood up, my legs feeling like jelly. The bag sat where I left it, unopened. But something was different. It was moving, just a little. A small shifting bulge near the zipper. My skin went cold. I grabbed the nearest thing, my house key, and hooked it under the zipper. My brain screamed, "Don't open it, you idiot!" But my hands didn't listen. I unzipped it, and I saw an eye staring back at me. I screamed. I threw myself back, knocking over a chair. The bag twitched like something was trying to move inside. I scrambled away, my brain unable to process what the hell I was looking at. That's when my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. Get rid of it. My breathing was shallow. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I typed back with shaking hands. Me. What is it? Unknown number. Take it back to the drop. Now. I stared at the message, my mind racing. No way in hell was I going back there. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something crawl out of the bag. A hand. Pale. Unnaturally long fingers. Like something half-formed. I grabbed my gun. I don't even remember pulling it out, but suddenly it was in my hands, aimed at the bag. I didn't hesitate. I shot it. The gunshot rang out, deafening in the small space. The hand jerked, then slid back into the bag like it never existed. The movement stopped. The room smelled like burnt gunpowder and something worse. Rotten meat. My phone buzzed one more time. Unknown number. Now you really messed up. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch, my gun in my lap, staring at the duffel bag like it was a live grenade. The smell of rot still clung to the air, making my stomach twist. I kept waiting for something to move, for another hand to crawl out, for the thing inside to try and finish what it started. But it didn't. It just sat there. Lifeless. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. Take it back, or we take you. My stomach dropped. This wasn't just some scare tactic anymore. I had no idea what the hell I had gotten myself into, but I knew one thing. Whoever was on the other end of that phone wasn't asking. They were telling. I stood up, pacing. I could run, leave town, but Rico would find me. The unknown number would find me. No, the only way out was through. I grabbed the bag, swallowing against the bile rising in my throat. It felt heavier now, like whatever was inside had grown. I tried not to think about that as I carried it to my car. The drive back to the industrial park was the longest 15 minutes of my life. The roads were empty. The city felt abandoned. My headlights barely cut through the thick fog rolling across the cracked pavement. I pulled up to the drop site. The cameras were already pointed at me. Of course they were. I stepped out of the car, duffel in hand. My palms were sweaty, my heart slamming against my ribs. Every instinct screamed, "Don't do this," but I forced myself to keep moving. I set the bag down exactly where I found it. I turned to leave. The baby started crying again, louder this time, angrier. The fog thickened around me. My breath came out in ragged gasps. I walked faster. Then I heard footsteps. Not mine. Something behind me, moving fast. I didn't turn around. I ran. I barely made it to my car before something slammed into the driver's side window. I screamed. There was something standing there. No, not standing. Pressed against the glass. A pale, boneless face. No eyes. Just smooth, stretched skin. Its mouth, if you could call it that, was open too wide. And it was screaming. The baby's cry. I gunned the engine and floored it. The thing didn't move. It just pressed harder, its skin warping against the glass like it was trying to seep through. I swerved onto the main road, nearly losing control. Then, as fast as it appeared, it was gone. I didn't go home. I drove around until the sun came up, heart racing, paranoia gnawing at the edges of my mind. At 7 a.m., I finally pulled into my driveway, hands still shaking as I killed the engine. I sat there for a long time. Then my phone buzzed. I didn't want to look, but I did. Unknown number? Good. You listened this time. I exhaled, relief and terror battling in my chest. But then, another message. Unknown number. Next pickup is tomorrow, same time. No way, I was done. I was out. I wasn't about to keep playing this sick game. I started typing a response. I quit. Find someone else. But before I could hit send, my TV turned on by itself, and on the screen was live footage of me, sitting in my car, from a camera I couldn't see. I dropped my phone. A final message popped up. Unknown number. See you tomorrow. I didn't go to work that day, or the next. I ignored every message, every call. My phone kept buzzing, but I stopped checking. I figured if I just did nothing, if I just stayed put, maybe this would all blow over. It didn't. The first sign was my neighbor, Mrs. Kowalski. Sweet old lady. Used to bake cookies and talk about how things were better before cell phones. I saw her outside my window that night, standing in her yard, staring at my house, not moving. At first I thought maybe she was confused, maybe she forgot where she was, but then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Go to work, Alex. I looked back out the window. Mrs. Kowalski was still standing there. But now, she was smiling. Not a normal smile. Not a friendly old lady smile. Her mouth was stretched too wide. And her eyes were gone. Two empty holes, leaking something dark. I slammed the blinds shut. My hands were shaking. My brain was trying to make sense of it. What the hell was happening? Then, knock, knock, knock. I jumped. The sound came from inside the house, from my living room. I turned slowly, heart hammering. The TV was on, and on the screen was me, standing in my kitchen, watching myself. But I wasn't moving. I wasn't blinking. It wasn't a recording. It was live. I grabbed my gun and ran out of the house. I didn't stop driving until I was back at the warehouse. I don't know why I went back. Maybe I thought if I played along, if I just did one more drop, maybe they'd let me go. Maybe it was just fear. But when I pulled up to the loading dock, there was no bag, just a note. A single piece of paper taped to the wall. I stepped out, my skin crawling as I approached it. The cameras were all watching me. I peeled the note off and read it. Last rule, you work for us now. My stomach twisted. I turned to leave, but my car was gone. The lot was empty. The air felt wrong. I heard something behind me. Footsteps. I turned, and there I was, standing in front of me. Me, same face, same clothes, same everything. Except his eyes were gone. I stepped back, my breath coming in short gasps. He smiled, a wide, too wide grin. Then he whispered, "You should have followed the rules." Darkness swallowed me. A new dealer took over my old territory. I don't know his name, but I watch him now. I stand outside his house. I smile. And when he breaks the rules, I make sure he never breaks them again. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. The night started like any other. Me, Tyler, Jess, and Marcus packed into my old Jeep, road tripping through the back roads of Oregon, heading toward a rental cabin we found online. It was supposed to be a weekend of drinking, hiking, and stargazing. The night air was cool, and the radio played static-filled rock music as we laughed about dumb conspiracy theories. Tyler, the self-proclaimed Mandela effect expert, was mid-rant about how he swore the Monopoly man used to have a monocle. Jess rolled her eyes. Dude, just accept you have a broken memory. No, it's real, Tyler insisted, taking a sip from his beer. I swear, reality gets rewritten sometimes. Like, what if we've already died and just don't remember? Marcus, riding shotgun, chuckled. Well, if we're already dead, then someone better have brought s'mores for the afterlife. We were still laughing when it happened. All phones started ringing. Not just one, all 4 of our phones, at the same time. I swerved, nearly driving into the ditch. Jess snatched hers up first. What the hell? She whispered. The screen was solid red, with bold white text. Emergency alert system. Attention, attention. This is a national emergency. Please stand by for instructions. Then, every radio station cut to static. The Jeep's Bluetooth, the old AM station, everything. A voice crackled through, robotic and cold. This is an emergency broadcast from the National Alert System. Follow these rules to survive. We went silent. My hands tightened on the wheel. The voice spoke flatly, without emotion, as if reading from a script. 1. If you see a version of yourself outside, do not engage. That is not you. 2. If the moon appears in 2 places at once, get indoors immediately. Do not look up. 3. If you hear a voice from your phone or radio speaking in a language you don't understand, turn it off immediately. It is not meant for you. 4. If you suddenly recall an event from childhood that never happened, stop thinking about it. Do not let it take form. The radio hissed again. Then the voice cut out, replaced by deafening static. Then, nothing. No more signals. No follow-up. Just silence. That wasn't normal. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Finally, Marcus let out a nervous laugh. Okay, what kind of insane government drill was that? Tyler wasn't laughing. He was gripping his phone so hard his knuckles were white. Dude, that was not a drill. Jess clicked her phone off. Could be one of those EAS tests, like a national emergency thing. Then why the hell did it list insane rules? I said, voice shaking. None of that made sense. I gripped the steering wheel, trying to ignore the pit in my stomach. We were almost to the cabin when Marcus suddenly gasped. Stop the car! I slammed the brakes. He was staring out the window, his face drained of color. Dude, Jess whispered. That's not right. We all turned our heads. There were 2 moons in the sky. One was in its normal position, high above the mountains. The other was lower near the treetops, hazy and distorted like a mirage. Tyler was hyperventilating. Okay. This has to be some kind of atmospheric reflection? Jess was already scrambling for her phone. No, this is wrong. I sat there, unable to move, staring up at the sky. The lower moon flickered slightly, like a dying light bulb. Then, it twitched. Like it was looking at us. A loud bang rattled the car as something slammed against the back window. We screamed. My heart pounded as I turned to look. A man stood outside the Jeep. No, not a man, it was me. A perfect copy of myself. Same hoodie, same messy hair. But something was off. His face twitched, mouth stretching too wide in a broken grin. His eyes were wrong, like they weren't sure if they should exist. He lifted a hand, pressing it to the window. Jess grabbed my arm, whispering, "Don't engage. That's not you." I was too frozen to respond. The copy tilted its head unnaturally, mouth opening and closing like a puppet without strings. Then, in my own voice, it spoke. "Hey, let me in. I forgot my key." The thing outside my car was me. Same hoodie, same messy hair, same small scar near my left eye from a childhood bike crash. But its eyes were wrong. Not just lifeless, but off. Like they weren't sure they belonged in its skull. And its smile? Too wide, too forced. "Hey, let me in. I forgot my key." I felt paralyzed. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at myself. "Drive," Jess whispered. "Now." I couldn't move. Then it knocked on the window. Soft at first, then harder. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks weren't in rhythm. Some too slow, some too fast. Like it was still figuring out how to act human. "Bro, go!" Tyler yelled. That snapped me out of it. I slammed my foot on the gas. The Jeep lurched forward as the thing outside dragged its fingers down the glass, leaving streaks. The headlights caught it standing there, grinning as we sped away, its mouth moving silently, forming words that never reached us. The road was dark, the trees passing in a blur. No one spoke. Then the radio turned on by itself. At first it was just static, but then a voice. "You are listening to the emergency alert system. Attention, some individuals may appear familiar. They are not. Do not engage." Jess clenched her fists. "It's repeating the rules." Marcus's face was pale, because we almost broke one. Tyler was rocking back and forth, muttering under his breath. I tried to focus on the road, ignoring the pit in my stomach. Then Jess's phone started ringing. Unknown number. She hesitated. "Should I?" "No," I said quickly. The ringing stopped. Then it started again. This time it wasn't just her phone, all of ours. The same unknown number. We let them ring. After a few seconds, the calls ended. Then, one after the other, we got a text. Tyler was the first to read his. His hands shook as he turned the screen toward us. It was a photo. Of us. Sitting in the car. From outside the car. "Where the hell was that taken?" Jess whispered. We were still moving. There was no way anyone could have taken that picture. Tyler's voice cracked. "Dude, we need to get inside. Now." We pulled up to the cabin in a panic. The rental was supposed to be a cozy weekend getaway. Now it felt like a trap. I killed the engine. Silence, just the sound of the wind in the trees. "Okay," Marcus said, voice shaking. "Game plan. We follow the rules. No looking at the sky. No answering the phones. And for the love of God, nobody thinks about childhood memories." Tyler and Jess nodded quickly. We hurried inside, slamming the door behind us. It was a simple one-story place with a small living room, a kitchen, and one hallway leading to the bedrooms. The lights flickered once as we locked up. I shut the curtains. "Okay, we just need to..." Then we heard it. A soft, familiar voice coming from the back bedroom, calling out, "Hey, let me in. I forgot my key." Tyler turned ghost white. "No way." Marcus reached into his bag and pulled out a pocket knife. Jess grabbed a fireplace poker. I slowly moved toward the hallway, heart pounding. The voice came again. "Come on, guys. It's me. I got locked out. Just open up." The blood drained from my face. It was my voice. Jess grabbed my wrist. "That's not you." "I know." I took a deep breath and reached for the doorknob. Then Marcus grabbed my arm. "Dude." Rule number 1, I stopped. Jess swallowed hard. "If you open that door, we're done." Something pressed against the other side of the door. We could see the shadow in the hallway light. Tall, unmoving. Then, scratching. A long, slow scrape against the wood. Jess stepped back. "We need to leave." I looked at the others. If we leave now, where do we go? We don't even know if the world outside is... A click. The bedroom door unlocked. Then, it creaked open. A footstep. Something stepped out into the hallway. And then in my own voice, too close, too clear, it said, "I see you." It stepped into the hallway. The air turned ice cold as it moved forward, slow, calculated, and it looked exactly like me. The same hoodie, the same face, but there was something wrong about its movements, like it was figuring out how to use my body. It grinned, too wide, too forced. "I see you." Jess grabbed my arm. "What do we do?" Tyler tightened his grip on the fireplace poker. "It's not real." Marcus took a step back. "Screw this. We're leaving. Now." I didn't argue. We ran for the front door. Marcus yanked the door open, and we froze. The forest wasn't there anymore. The cabin should have opened onto a gravel driveway leading into the woods. Instead, everything was flat. The trees were too uniform, like someone had copied and pasted the same one over and over. The sky was still deep purple, shifting in unnatural waves. Then I noticed something else. The moon. Not 2 anymore. 3. One high in the sky, one lower near the tree line, and one directly above the cabin. Jess covered her mouth. "Close the door." Tyler's voice shook. "What the hell is happening?" Marcus turned back to me. "What do we do?" I tried to think, but my thoughts felt jumbled, like something was pulling them apart. Then, the radio clicked on again. A soft, whispering voice. Not English, not any language I recognized. I don't know why, but I almost understood it. Like it was speaking to a part of me that I hadn't been aware of before. Jess lunged for the radio and shut it off. The whispering cut off instantly. My head cleared. She was breathing hard. "You almost broke a rule." I rubbed my temples. She was right. Tyler swallowed hard. "We need to think, dude. The rules are the only thing keeping us alive." Marcus ran a hand down his face. "Okay. We followed rule number 1. We didn't engage with the thing pretending to be you. And we shut off the radio, so that's rule number 3. But what about the last one?" We all went quiet. Rule number 4. If you suddenly recall an event from childhood that never happened, stop thinking about it. Do not let it take form. I hadn't thought about it before, but now, something stirred in my head. A memory of a girl I used to know. She was smiling, holding my hand, but I didn't know her name. I shook my head, trying to push the memory away. Then the TV turned on. The screen flickered with static. Then, a face appeared. It was a little girl. She was sitting in a dimly lit room, her head tilted at an unnatural angle, smiling. And I knew her, but that was impossible. Jess screamed as the girl on the TV lifted a hand and waved. Marcus yanked the TV out of the wall. The screen went dark. My chest felt tight. I could still hear her voice, even though the TV was off. "You remember me now, don't you?" I stumbled back. This wasn't just an alien invasion. It was something worse. Reality itself was coming apart, and we were trapped in the middle of it. The TV was off, but I could still hear her voice. "You remember me now, don't you?" The girl. I knew her. I shouldn't have, but I did. A memory that wasn't supposed to exist clawed its way into my brain. A summer afternoon. A playground. Holding her hand. But I didn't remember her name. Jess grabbed my arm. "Stop thinking about it," I tried. But the more I pushed, the clearer the memory became. Her voice got louder. "You used to call me your best friend." No, that wasn't right. I didn't. "Then you forgot me." The air dropped 10 degrees. The room felt wrong. Then the girl stepped out of the dark TV screen. We screamed. Jess, Tyler, Marcus. We all stumbled back. She was standing in front of the TV, smiling. Her face twitched, as if struggling to stay together. Her eyes flickered, shifting between brown and black. And her hands. They weren't hands anymore. Just long, thin fingers, stretching out like they were unfinished. I couldn't breathe. "You left me," she whispered. She took a step forward. The cabin lights flickered. The air hummed, like reality itself was breaking. Tyler grabbed my wrist, yanking me away. "Dude, the rule. Stop thinking about her." I squeezed my eyes shut, tried to erase the memory, tried to force her back out. She let out a horrible, distorted screech. Then, silence. I opened my eyes. She was gone. But the cabin was different now. The furniture was rearranged. The walls were a different color, like we had been moved, somewhere else. Marcus was shaking. "We have to go, right now." We ran out the front door, and stopped. The gravel driveway was gone. The trees were different, twisting in impossible angles, like they weren't made for human eyes. The sky was wrong. It wasn't night anymore. It wasn't any color I recognized. It shifted and pulsed, like something was moving inside it. Jess covered her mouth. "Where the hell are we?" Then we heard it. A distant voice. Over the radio. "Final transmission incoming. Do not listen." Then static. Marcus turned to me. "We're out of time." The world around us wasn't ours anymore. The trees twisted in impossible angles. The sky was shifting like it wasn't sure what it was supposed to be, and the radio was still on. "Final transmission incoming. Do not listen." The voice flickered in and out, almost like it was whispering directly into our heads. I reached for the dial, but before I could shut it off, the voice changed. "If you can hear this, you are not in the right place." My chest tightened. "This is a last attempt to stabilize your reality, but we are losing you." Marcus cursed under his breath. "What the hell does that mean?" Jess gripped my arm. "It's trying to tell us something. We have to listen." Tyler shook his head. "No, dude. Rule number 3. We're not supposed to listen." But then the radio started listing rules. Different ones. The voice was glitching, jumping between tones. "If you want to return, follow these instructions carefully. 1. Close your eyes. Do not look at the sky. The sky is not the sky. 2. When the final siren sounds, hold your breath. Do not inhale. 3. If a voice tells you to open your eyes before the siren stops, do not listen. It is not your own. 4. When the silence comes, walk forward. Do not stop. Do not turn around. Do not hesitate. If you hesitate, you will not make it back." My stomach dropped. Tyler was already shaking his head. I can't do this." Marcus grabbed his shoulders. "Dude, we don't have a choice." The radio crackled violently. "Prepare yourselves." Then, a siren blared through the sky. I shut my eyes. Tyler started hyperventilating. Jess whispered, "Hold your breath." I did. The sound grew louder. The air felt heavier, like something was watching us. Then a voice. It sounded like my own. "Hey, open your eyes. It's over now." No, that wasn't me. I clenched my fists. The voice turned to Jess. "Jess, it's okay. Just look at me." She whimpered. Marcus whispered, "Don't listen. It's not real." The siren kept rising until it was all I could hear. And then, silence. A silence so deep it felt like it could swallow the world. I took a shaky step forward. Jess was gripping my wrist. Marcus's breath was ragged beside me. Tyler wasn't moving. I didn't dare stop walking. The silence pressed against my ears. Then, I felt warmth. The cold air was gone. The ground beneath me felt solid again. And when I finally opened my eyes, the sky was normal. The cabin was gone. We were standing in the middle of a road, our car parked beside us. The emergency broadcast was over. The world was right again. Almost. Tyler was gone. We turned, searching, calling his name, but he was never there. Not according to the world. His seatbelt was still fastened in the car. but no one had ever been sitting there. Our phones had no texts from him. No photos. No records. Marcus whispered, "What if he never existed here?" Jess looked at me. I already knew the answer, because in this version of reality, he didn't. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. I wasn't even watching TV when it happened. I was on my phone, scrolling through dumb memes, half listening to some Cops rerun in the background. You know, the kind where some shirtless guy in Florida gets tackled into a bush for trying to fight a Wendy's employee. Then, the alert sound blasted through my living room speakers. You know the one. That high-pitched, "Hey!" that makes your soul leave your body for a second. I didn't think anything of it. Just another monthly test, right? But when I glanced up at the screen, I saw something weird. Normally, emergency alerts have that bland-ass blue background with scrolling white text. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Standard government bullshit, not this time. The screen was black, and the text was red. National Emergency Alert. This is not a test. I squinted. The hell? Then the robotic voice came through. Citizens of the United States, remain indoors. Lock all doors and windows immediately. Do not respond to any voices outside your home, even if you recognize them. Excuse me? I sat up, grabbing the remote. Do not attempt to travel. Do not attempt to communicate with anyone outside your residence. Await further instruction. This is not a test. I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because my brain refused to process it. Had to be some prank, right? Maybe a hacked TV station? Then my phone vibrated. Emergency alert. Presidential notification. This is not a test. Remain indoors. Await further instruction. I went cold. I switched channels. Every station was black with red text. News stations, sports channels, even fucking Nickelodeon. Same message. Same warning. I checked my group chat. My buddy Mark had already texted. Mark. Yo, what the fuck is this? Me. Dude, I don't know, but it's on every channel. Mark. Bro, check Twitter. So I did. And that's when the fear really hit. Every trending topic was the same. Emergency alert. Not a test. What the fuck is happening? People posting videos of the same message on their TVs. Others were outside, recording their neighborhoods, confused. Then I saw a video from a guy in Ohio. He was filming out his window, talking nervously. So, this emergency alert just went out nationwide. I don't know what's happening, but my power's still on. My internet's working. A knock interrupted him. His head snapped toward his front door. Another knock. Harder. He turned the camera toward the door. Who is it? No answer. Then the voice came. Faint. Distorted. It's me. Let me in. The guy whispered. Who is this? No answer. Then, it's me. Open the door. But the voice was wrong. Like it was trying to sound human but didn't quite know how. The video cut off. I stared at my phone, heart hammering. Mark. Dude, did you see that? Me. What the fuck? Mark. Bro, I'm coming over. Before I could respond, my power cut out. My living room went dark. The TV clicked off. Outside, I heard the first knock. And then, the voice. It's me. Open the door. I froze. The knock came again. Harder this time. Not a normal knock either. It was too rhythmic, like someone tapping their fingers against the door in perfect sequence. Then the voice. Hey. It's me. Open up, man. I felt my stomach drop. It sounded like Mark. I still had my phone in my hand. I checked the messages. His last text. Bro, I'm coming over. Sent 4 minutes ago. That didn't make sense. He lives 20 minutes away. I typed, "Me." "Dude, where are you?" No response. "Hey man, I know you're in there, just open up real quick." My hands were shaking. It sounded exactly like him. Same tone, same lazy drawl he gets when he's stoned. But something about it was off, like it was too clean, too perfect. I checked my peephole. Nobody was there. I took a slow step back, heart slamming against my ribs. Then my phone lit up. Mark calling. I nearly dropped it. Answered on the first ring. "Dude?" I whispered. Mark's voice came through panting, terrified. "Bro, don't open your door!" A wave of cold sweat washed over me. "What? Where are you?" "I just pulled up to your street, but... Dude, what the fuck is that thing?" I stopped breathing. Outside, the knocking stopped. Slowly, I turned toward my living room window. My blinds were shut, but I could see movement. A shadow shifting against the glow of the streetlights. I whispered into the phone. "You see something?" Mark's breathing was ragged. "Dude, I thought it was you at first, but it's just, standing there, in your driveway." My knees nearly gave out. I reached out and locked the deadbolt. I forced myself to speak. What does it look like?" Mark didn't answer right away, but when he did, his voice shook. "It looks like you." My whole body went numb. I felt like I was going to throw up. I pressed the phone harder to my ear. "Get in here, dude. Now." I heard his engine rev in the background. "Nah, man, I'm leaving." "Wait, don't..." Click. The call cut out. A second later, my phone buzzed again. New text from Mark. "Dude, I'm sorry. Get away from the window." I didn't even think. I dropped to the floor, crawling away from the blinds. And then, a tap. Not on my door this time. On the window. I bit my lip, forcing myself not to make a sound. My heart was slamming against my chest so hard I thought it might burst. Then the voice. My voice. "Hey man, why are you hiding? It's just me." I clenched my fists. That wasn't me. That wasn't my voice. It was something else. Something outside my house. And it wanted me to let it in. I stayed on the floor, breathing through my nose, trying not to make a sound. My own voice was outside my window, coaxing me, mocking me. "Come on, man. I can see you in there." No, it couldn't. The blinds were closed. Right? I clenched my jaw, fighting the urge to look. Some primal part of my brain screamed at me, "Don't." Then, the voice changed. No longer my own. "Please help me." It was soft now, weak. A woman's voice. "They won't let me in. Please, it's so cold." I squeezed my eyes shut, digging my fingers into the carpet. No, not falling for that. Then, another knock at the door. But it wasn't normal. It was all over the place. Rapid, erratic, like a child slapping their hands against the wood. Then more knocking. From the back door, then the side door, then the garage. My blood ran ice cold. There was more than one. My phone vibrated against the floor. I grabbed it. Another text from Mark. "Do not look at it. No matter what you hear, do not answer the door." My breathing was shaky as I typed back. "Me. What is it?" "Nothing." Another text. "Mark. If you hear your own voice, you need to leave." I felt all the air leave my lungs. I heard my voice again. "Hey, man. Open up. It's okay now." No. The doorknob rattled, hard, like someone was testing it. Then, silence. For a long, long time. I sat there, pressing myself against the wall, clutching my phone like it was a lifeline. My ears were ringing from the sheer nothingness outside. Then a sound I did not expect. A car door slamming, then footsteps. They were slow, deliberate, walking right up to my front porch. I could barely breathe. I waited, heart pounding, listening, until... Ding dong. My fucking doorbell. I almost laughed. I was so wound up, so on edge that the normalcy of it was ridiculous. Then I heard a man clear his throat, and a voice I recognized. Hey, this is Officer Reynolds with the County Sheriff's Department. We got a call about some kind of disturbance out here. My stomach dropped. A cop? What the fuck? I hesitated. Did I open the door? My phone vibrated. A call. Mark. I picked up immediately. Dude? His voice came through, frantic. Do not open the door. But it's a cop. It's not a cop. A lump formed in my throat. But I hear him, dude. Mark cut me off, whispering, They can sound like anyone. My breath hitched. Outside, the voice spoke again. Sir, we just need to ask you a few questions. Then, the doorknob turned. They were trying to come inside. I didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't even blink. I just listened. The doorknob rattled once, then twice. Then the cop spoke again. Sir, we need to verify your safety. Please open the door. The voice was so normal, so human, but Mark's words were pounding in my head. They can sound like anyone. I swallowed hard. My fingers were trembling as I typed. Mark, how do I know you're real? The typing bubble appeared, then vanished. Then another message came through. When we were 12, we broke your mom's vase, playing football inside, and blamed it on the dog. She still thinks it was him. I almost laughed. It was him. Then another message. Now listen, it's not a cop. Look at the peephole. Watch his chest. I hesitated. I didn't want to look, didn't want to see, but something in me had to know. Slowly, carefully, I rose to my feet. My legs felt like jelly, like I was moving through thick water. I put my eye to the peephole. The cop was standing on my porch, tall, broad-shouldered, stern expression, perfectly normal. Except, he wasn't breathing. His chest wasn't moving, not even a little. My stomach turned. Then, like he knew I was watching, his head snapped toward the peephole. His mouth stretched into a grin, way too wide. I stumbled backwards so hard I hit the wall. My whole body was shaking. Then, footsteps. Not walking away, going around, to my back door. I bolted through the house, grabbing the lock just as it jiggled. A single knock. Then, my voice. Come on, man. It's safe now. I clapped a hand over my mouth, squeezing my eyes shut. Then, my phone buzzed again. Mark. Dude, you need to leave. Now. My heart nearly stopped. I typed back. Me. I can't. It's at every door. Mark's response came instantly. Then don't use a door. My breath caught. Then I understood. The window. I ran to my bedroom, yanking up the blinds. Thank God. It was on the second floor. I grabbed my desk chair and smashed the glass. The second it shattered, the knocking on every door stopped. The air outside felt wrong, like the world was holding its breath. Then, the voice. Right behind me. Where are you going? I didn't think. I jumped. I hit the ground hard, rolling onto the grass, pain shooting up my side. I didn't care. I was outside. I scrambled to my feet, head whipping around. My street looked normal. Houses, streetlights, empty sidewalks. But something felt wrong. Too still, too quiet. No wind, no bugs, no distant hum of cars on the highway. The world wasn't breathing. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I yanked it out. Run! I didn't ask questions. I ran. Down the street, past empty houses, past flickering streetlights. A block away I saw it. Mark's car pulled onto the curb, headlights on. He was waving from the driver's seat. I sprinted toward him, lungs burning. My ears rang in the silence. Then, movement, behind me. I didn't look, didn't dare look, just kept running. The air felt thick, like something was pressing down on me. I reached the car and yanked the door open. Mark grabbed my arm, eyes wild. Go! 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 I barely had time to slam the door before he peeled out, tires screeching. As we sped down the street, I finally turned to look back, and I saw them. Figures, standing perfectly still on the sidewalk, at least a dozen of them, all watching us. My stomach turned. They weren't people, they were too tall, too thin, and their faces. Mark turned the wheel hard. "Don't look at them!" I tore my gaze away. My hands were shaking. "Dude, what the fuck is happening?" Mark was gripping the wheel so tight his knuckles were white. "I don't know." A beat of silence. Then, he swallowed hard. "But I think the world just ended." I stared at him. My heart pounded. Then from the radio, a voice, static at first, then a whisper. "This is not a test." The car engine cut out. The headlights flickered off, and the world went black. The car died mid-drive. No engine, no headlights, not even the dashboard lights, just darkness. We were coasting now, the tires whispering against the pavement. The radio crackled again. The same voice. "This is not a test." Mark's hands clenched the wheel. "Fuck! Fuck! Dude!" The car shuddered, slowed, then stopped. We sat there, breathing, listening. Outside, the world was dead silent. I turned to Mark, barely able to see him in the darkness. "Dude, try the engine." He swallowed hard and twisted the key. Nothing, not even a click. Then from the radio, "Do not exit your vehicle." My stomach dropped. Mark and I locked eyes. His face was pale, his breath coming fast. We didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, a noise outside. Footsteps, slow, heavy, moving toward us. I clenched my fists. "Dude," Mark shook his head. "Don't move." The footsteps stopped, right next to my door. I squeezed my eyes shut. Then, a tap, on the window. Slow, deliberate, like a finger dragging along the glass. Then, the voice. "Let me in." But it wasn't from the radio. It was outside. My chest felt like it was being crushed. I forced myself to look, just a quick glance, and I saw it. Not a person, not even close. Just a tall black silhouette with a face that was wrong. Too smooth, too empty. And then, it smiled. A deep, wide, inhuman grin. Mark saw it too. "Nope," he shouted, slamming the gas pedal. The car didn't move. The thing outside pressed its face to the glass. The smile stretched too wide. Then, the radio changed. The voice was different now, softer, and it said something new. "Signal acquired." The radio screeched. Mark and I screamed as the world exploded into static. The static swallowed everything. It wasn't just in the radio, it was in my head. A shrieking, buzzing noise drilling into my skull, filling up the space behind my eyes. I clutched my ears, screamed. Mark was thrashing beside me, hands gripping the steering wheel like it was the only thing keeping him here. The thing outside wasn't knocking anymore. It was humming. A deep, vibrating hum that slithered through my bones. The radio voice came back, but it was wrong now. Broken. We were never meant to hear it. My teeth clenched so hard I thought they'd crack. The streetlights outside flickered, but not like normal. Like they were warping. Like something was pressing against reality itself. And then, a new sound. A new voice. This one wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from everywhere. A whisper. So quiet it made my eardrums itch. "You should not be here." My breath hitched. Mark was shaking his head violently, muttering, "No, no, 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 no," under his breath like he was trying to drown it out. Then, the radio changed again. The robotic voice cut through the static. "National emergency alert. Seek immediate shelter. The signal has been received." A new noise erupted from outside. Not a voice, not a knock, not even the humming. Something huge moving, like limbs unfolding, like 1,000 doors opening at once, like the world was about to tear in half. Mark suddenly grabbed my arm. His eyes were wide, bloodshot. "Dude," he whispered. I turned, and then, for the first time since this started, I really saw it. The sky. It was wrong. The stars were gone. Something else was up there. Something huge. Something that had been watching. Waiting. Mark choked on his breath. Bro. His voice broke. The radio crackled one last time. Transmission complete. Then, the static stopped. The thing outside my window was gone. The power came back on. The stars were back in the sky. The world went normal, like it had never happened. Mark and I sat there, gasping for breath, shaking. Then, our phones buzzed. Both of us. A new emergency alert. We looked at the screen. It was blank. Just one sentence. Forget what you heard. Mark and I sat there staring at our phones. The words on the screen burned into my brain. Forget what you heard. I swallowed hard. My body felt wrong. Like I had just woken up from a nightmare but hadn't fully left it. Mark was shaking his head. No fucking way. He tapped his phone like it would change something. Dude, where's the old alerts? The presidential one? The first emergency broadcast? I checked mine. They were gone. Every alert. Every missed call. Every text Mark had sent me about it. Like it had never happened. My stomach twisted. Dude, check Twitter. We both opened the app. Nothing. The trending page was normal. People were tweeting about basketball games, dumb viral videos, and some celebrity's new haircut. No emergency alert. No static. No voices at the door. I typed in keywords. Emergency broadcast, national alert, weird knocking. Nothing. I checked my texts again. And that's when I saw it. Mark's last message was still there. Dude, where are you? You good? That was from earlier today, before this all started, like we had never spoken about it. I turned to Mark. His face was pale, his pupils tiny. He held up his phone. His last message to me? Bro, you watching the game tonight? I clenched my fists. Dude, we were just texting about this. He nodded slowly. Yeah, but the messages were gone. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Mark, what the fuck just happened? He didn't answer right away. He just stared out the windshield. The neighborhood was quiet, normal. Not a single trace of what we saw. Then he turned back to me. His voice was barely above a whisper. I think we heard something we weren't supposed to. A deep chill crawled up my spine. Then, why are we still here? He hesitated. Then slowly he turned his phone screen toward me. I felt my breath catch. There was one more alert. You were not chosen. The car was silent. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us moved. Then my phone vibrated one last time. An unknown number. A text. Go back to your lives. Say nothing. My chest felt tight, my heart pounded, and then all the messages disappeared, like they had never been there. Mark let out a long, shaky breath. Then he put the car in drive, and we left. Neither of us spoke the whole way home, but the whole time I kept thinking, we weren't chosen, but someone was, and wherever they weren't coming back. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. If you've ever worked a gas station night shift, you know it's mostly just standing around, cleaning up after slobs, and selling energy drinks to sketchy truckers who look like they haven't slept since the Reagan administration. That's why I took this job at Love's. I figured, easy money. My manager, Gus, looked like he came with the building. Late 60s, gray mustache stained with coffee, and the type of guy who probably still listens to the weather report on AM radio. The first thing he did was hand me a list of rules. 1. If a truck arrives but you didn't hear it pull in, don't go outside. 2. If a man in a wide-brimmed hat asks for directions, Send him east, never west. 3. Don't take the trash out past 3:14 a.m. 4. If a trucker comes in wearing the same clothes as you, clock out immediately and leave. I read them. Then I read them again. Then I looked up at Gus, expecting him to laugh or say, "Just messing with ya." He didn't. "You follow these, and you'll be fine," he said, sipping his coffee like he just handed me a normal set of employee instructions. "Break 'em, and you won't make it past sunrise." At this point, I was dying trying not to laugh. "Gus, man, come on. This is a joke, right? What happens if I send the cowboy west? Does he Yelp review us into the shadow realm?" Gus just sighed like he didn't have the energy to argue. "Just do your job, kid." Then he walked out the door, leaving me alone for my first shift. I spent the next few hours watching truckers wander in and out, trying not to stare at the ones who looked like they'd killed a man before. Around midnight, some dude came in and bought 5 cans of Red Bull and a pack of raw hot dogs. No bun, just loose, uncooked hot dogs. You good, man?" I asked, ringing him up. "Road food," he grunted. Then he left. All right, absolutely none of my business. The night dragged on, mostly just me messing with my phone and trying not to think about how much highway murder probably happened around here. Then, at 2:45 a.m., a truck pulled in. Or, well, appeared. No sound. No headlights. Just suddenly there. Like it had been cut and pasted into the parking lot. My stomach twisted. Rule number 1. I stared out the window. The truck sat there idling silently, but nobody got out. The longer I looked, the more I noticed something was wrong. No logos, no dirt, no bugs splattered on the grill. Just a perfectly clean 18-wheeler sitting there, waiting. A part of me whispered, "Go outside. Check it out." Another part of me, the smart part, remembered Gus's warning. So I didn't move. I kept my eyes on my register, counted someone's, pretended the truck didn't exist. A full 10 minutes passed before it finally rolled out of the lot, silent as a ghost, disappearing into the night. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay, no big deal. Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe I just didn't hear it pull in. Then, at 3:13 a.m., my heart nearly stopped as I realized something. I still had to take the trash out, and the clock was ticking. All right, so here's the problem. I'd been slacking all shift, and now I had less than a minute before rule number 3 kicked in. I grabbed the trash bags, booked it to the dumpster out back, and launched them in like I was going for a 3-pointer at the buzzer. Just as I was about to head back inside, my phone vibrated. 3:14 a.m. A chill crawled up my spine. For a second, I hesitated. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Some ghostly inspector gonna crawl out of the dumpster and write me up? Then I heard it. A shuffling noise, right behind me. Not footsteps. Something else. A dragging, sliding sound like someone pulling themselves across pavement. I didn't turn around. I didn't breathe. I just started walking. Slow, steady, casual as hell. Back toward the building. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, but I felt this horrible, sinking certainty that if I did, it would chase me. I reached the door, gripped the handle. Then, just behind me, a voice whispered, too close, right against my ear. "You're late." I ripped the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it behind me. My heart was trying to escape my chest. Outside, the parking lot was empty. Nothing. I staggered back, trying to steady my breathing. That's when I saw Gus's list of rules, taped behind the counter. Don't take the trash out past 3:14 a.m. Okay, got it. Never again. I sat behind the counter, rubbing my face, trying to convince myself I'd just imagined it. That's when the bell over the door jingled. A trucker walked in. Tall. Pale. Wearing a flannel shirt, jeans, and a green Love's truck stop hat. The exact same outfit I was wearing. My stomach dropped. Rule number 4. He walked up to the counter, smiled. And man, it was wrong. His teeth were too white, too straight, too clean, like a mannequin trying to be human. He placed a pack of gum on the counter. "You're working late," he said. His voice sounded flat, like an actor reading lines. My hands were shaking as I scanned the gum. The rules. Follow the rules. I forced a smile. "Yeah, man. Long night." I didn't clock out. I should have. I should have just left right then. But my brain locked up, refusing to believe what I was seeing. The trucker's smile widened. Then, without breaking eye contact, he reached up and adjusted his hat. The exact same way I had adjusted mine 10 minutes earlier. I barely held back a scream. My manager's voice echoed in my head. "Clock out and leave." I fumbled for the register, slammed it shut, and grabbed my bag. "Actually, man, I just remembered I gotta head out." The trucker nodded. At the exact same time I nodded, I bolted for the door. As I stepped outside, I saw my reflection in the glass. Except it wasn't my reflection. The trucker was mimicking my every move. Perfectly. I ran, didn't look back, didn't stop until I was in my car, tearing out of that parking lot like my life depended on it. And maybe it did. I didn't quit. I should have. But the next night at 10:55 p.m. I pulled into the Love's parking lot. Gus was waiting outside sipping his coffee. "You followed the rules," he said. I swallowed hard. What happens if I don't? Gus looked at me for a long time. Then he just said, "You don't get a second chance." I went inside, and my second shift began. I'll be honest, I almost didn't come back. After whatever the hell that trucker thing was last night, every instinct in my body told me to call in sick, or just quit. But rent doesn't care about haunted truck stops. So there I was. Night 2. At first I did everything by the book. I didn't go outside unless I was 100% sure a truck had actually pulled in. I ignored the shady old map-wielding dudes. Thankfully, no one in a wide-brimmed hat came in. And when 3:14 a.m. rolled around, you bet your ass I did not take the trash out. For a while it was almost normal. Then, at 3:27 a.m., a trucker walked in. Nothing weird at first, just a big dude, maybe mid-50s, with the kind of beard that says I've eaten gas station chili in every state and survived. He grabbed a coffee, paid in cash, and walked back out. I exhaled. No weird outfits, no wrong smiles. Just a regular customer. Then I heard it. Beep. 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 The sound of a truck reversing. I glanced out the window. The guy's semi was backing up, directly toward the dumpsters. Panic hit me like a train. No, 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 no. I pounded on the glass. Hey, don't... Too late. The truck stopped. The driver got out, stretched, then casually walked to the dumpster. He lifted the lid. I pressed myself against the glass, watching. For a second, nothing happened. Then, he froze. I saw his head jerk downward like something inside had just grabbed him. He staggered back, shaking his arms, silent, but struggling, like a fish on a hook. I yanked out my phone, ready to call 911. Then the trucker snapped upright, just stood there. His posture was wrong, stiff, rigid. Then, slowly, he turned toward the store and smiled. No, no, no. The trucker walked back inside. Something was wrong with his eyes. They weren't looking at me. They were too still, like they hadn't figured out where to focus yet. "Can I help you?" I croaked, trying not to sound like I was about to throw up. The trucker tilted his head. Too far, almost a full 90-degree angle. Then he spoke, but not in his voice. It was higher, too smooth, like something young trying to sound old. "Got a restroom key?" I backed away. Yeah, man. Here." I tossed the key onto the counter because I was not getting any closer. The trucker smiled wider. Then, without another word, he turned and walked into the bathroom. I grabbed Gus's rule sheet, scanning it, praying for something to tell me what the hell to do next. Nothing. I sat there, heart pounding, waiting for him to come out. 5 minutes passed, then 10, 15. I checked the security cam outside. His truck was still running, engine on, lights on, but the driver never came back out. At 4 a.m., I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the spare bathroom key, stepped to the door, and knocked. "Sir?" Nothing. I unlocked the door, swung it open. The bathroom was empty. The only thing left was the restroom key I'd given him, sitting perfectly in the center of the sink. And written in the mirror, in dripping red letters, "You're next." I locked myself in the back room and didn't come out until Gus showed up for the morning shift. "You made it," he said. Like he hadn't just walked into a damn crime scene. I showed him the mirror. "What the hell is this? What happened to the trucker?" Gus just sighed, pulled out a rag, wiped the words away like it was nothing. Then he patted my shoulder. "You've got one more night." I stared at him. "One more?" Gus nodded. "They don't test you after night 3. My stomach turned. "Who's they?" But Gus was already walking away. I should have quit. But I didn't. I showed up for one last shift. And I prayed I wouldn't find out what happened to that trucker. I had one shift left. Just one. The way Gus said it, like I was being tested, left a bad feeling in my gut. But I told myself it was just one more night. I'd follow the rules, keep my head down, and get the hell out of this place for good. For the first few hours, things were quiet. Too quiet. No sketchy truckers, no strange sounds. Just the hum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional crackle from the radio behind the counter. Then, at 2:30 a.m., the bell jingled. A man walked in. A tall man, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. My stomach plummeted. Rule number 2. He was old, dusty, like he'd been walking the desert for decades. His coat looked heavy, out of place for the warm night. His boots didn't make a sound on the tile floor. He walked right up to the counter, didn't look at the drinks, the snacks, nothing. "Which way's west?" His voice was wrong, dry and hollow, like wind whistling through an empty bottle. I swallowed. My throat felt like sandpaper. "East," I said quickly. "You need to go east." The man didn't blink, didn't move. Then, after a long, tense pause, he nodded once. "All right then." And just like that, he turned and walked out. I watched through the glass, barely breathing. He headed toward the highway. Didn't get in a truck, didn't call for a ride. He just walked into the dark. I didn't relax until I couldn't see him anymore. Okay. 1 more hour. I can do this. Then the clock hit 3:14 a.m., and I realized a problem. The trash. I hadn't taken it out yet. I'm not that stupid. I won't break the rule. I'll take it out after my shift. Then I heard it. A voice. From outside. "Hey, can you give me a hand with something?" I froze. The voice sounded normal, like a truck driver. Just some dude asking for help. I knew better. I backed away from the door. Didn't answer. The voice came again. Closer. "Hello? You out here?" I grabbed Gus's rule sheet, clutching it like a lifeline. Then I saw movement through the window. A figure was standing near the dumpster. Too tall, too thin, arms hanging too long at its sides. It wasn't a trucker. It wasn't human. It knew I was inside, waiting. Then, without moving its head, it smiled, a deep, hungry grin, and it stepped toward the door. I slammed my eyes shut, didn't move, didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then, the bell jingled. I whirled around. A trucker had walked in. A normal trucker. Or at least I thought he was normal. Until I saw his clothes. Flannel. Jeans. A green Love's truck stop hat. The same outfit I was wearing. Rule number 4. If a trucker comes in wearing the same clothes as you, clock out immediately and leave. I wasn't staying this time. I grabbed my bag, bolted for the back room, and punched out so fast I nearly broke the screen. As I turned to leave, I risked one last glance at the register. The trucker was still there. He was smiling, and as I reached the door, he reached up and adjusted his hat. The exact same way I did. I ran. Didn't stop. Didn't look back. I peeled out of the parking lot, speeding down the highway, not stopping until I was miles away. I never went back to Love's. I never spoke to Gus again. But sometimes, late at night, I think about the third rule. Don't take the trash out past 3:14 a.m. And I wonder, if I had opened that dumpster, what would have looked back? Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. Dating in your 30s is like fishing in a lake that's been fished dry. Every once in a while you think you got a bite, only to reel in an old boot filled with emotional baggage. So when I matched with Vanessa on a dating app, I figured, why not? She was gorgeous. Long, dark hair, green eyes, and a mischievous smile that made it look like she knew something I didn't. We hit it off through messages, and within a week, she suggested dinner at her place. I should have been skeptical. Women usually don't invite guys over that quickly. But when an attractive woman offers you home-cooked pasta and good wine, you don't ask questions. You say yes. Her apartment was just outside the city, in a quiet neighborhood. She met me at the door in a black dress that hugged her figure perfectly. The place smelled like garlic and butter, and a candlelit table was already set. It felt too good to be true. We talked. We laughed. It was perfect. She was charming, witty, and somehow even more attractive in person. After dinner, we moved to her couch, and she poured us both a glass of wine. That's when she pulled out a folded piece of paper and slid it across the coffee table toward me. "What's this?" I asked, smirking. "A love letter already?" She giggled. "Not exactly. Just a few rules I need you to follow for the rest of the night." I raised an eyebrow. "Rules?" She nodded. "It's a little eccentric, I know, but trust me, it's important." I unfolded the paper and read, 1. No matter what, do not look under my bed. 2. If I go to the bathroom and you hear scratching at the door, do not open it. 3. If at any point I ask you what my name is, do not answer. I snorted. "This is a joke, right?" Her expression didn't change. "Just promise me you'll follow them." I hesitated, looking for any sign that she was messing with me. But she was serious. Weird, but serious. "All right," I said. "I promise." That was my first mistake. A couple more glasses of wine, some flirtatious touches, and before I knew it, we were making out on her bed. I was feeling pretty damn lucky. Then at some point, she pulled away, biting her lip like she had a secret. "I need to use the bathroom," she whispered. "Wait here." I nodded, watching her disappear behind the bathroom door. A second later, I heard it. The sound of scratching. Soft, but deliberate. My drunken brain took a second to process it. She told me not to open the door if I heard scratching. But what if she needed help? What if she was stuck in some weird cat-sized vent? That wasn't likely, but hey, wine makes you think dumb things. I walked over to the bathroom door and knocked lightly. "Vanessa? You good in there?" The scratching stopped. Silence. Then a voice. Her voice, soft, but slightly off. "Don't open the door." A chill ran down my spine. Something about the way she said it. Like it wasn't coming from the other side, but instead, from all around me. I took a step back. Okay. The scratching resumed, but now it was faster, more frantic. I stumbled away from the door and sat back on the bed, rubbing my temples. Maybe I'd had too much to drink. Maybe this was some weird test. Maybe I should leave. That's when I saw it. Something was under the bed. Not just a shadow. A shape. A human-like shape. And it was breathing. I froze. My mind went back to the list. Do not look under my bed. Too late. My body locked up. The air felt heavier, like the room itself was leaning in toward me. I couldn't see the thing clearly, just a dark outline shifting slightly beneath the bed. A slow, deep inhale came from it, like it had just realized I was looking. Then, the whisper. You weren't supposed to do that. My breath hitched. The voice wasn't Vanessa's, but it had her cadence, her tone, like something was trying to imitate her and getting it just slightly wrong. I shot up from the bed, nearly tripping over my own feet. My mind scrambled for logic. Maybe she had some weird mannequin under there as a prank. Maybe it was a trick of the shadows. Maybe I was just drunk. Then the bathroom door creaked open. Vanessa stepped out, her face obscured by the dim light. I exhaled in relief, until I noticed something was off. Her dress was the same, but her hair, it looked damp, like she had just taken a shower. But I hadn't heard any water running. She smiled. Everything okay? I swallowed hard. Yeah. Thought I saw something under your bed. Her smile didn't falter. If anything, it widened. Did you? The way she said it sent shivers down my spine. I forced a laugh. Yeah, probably just the wine messing with me. She stepped closer, eyes locked onto mine. Probably. Something in me screamed to leave. Every instinct I had was telling me to get out. But then she reached out and touched my hand, and it was warm, grounding, normal. Maybe I was just overthinking. Maybe the wine really was messing with me. Come back to bed, she whispered. I hesitated but let her pull me back onto the mattress. She climbed on top of me, her lips soft against mine. For a moment I let go of the unease, letting myself sink into the moment. Then she pulled back, looking at me with a playful glint in her eyes. What's my name? Every muscle in my body tensed. My blood ran cold. I knew what the list said. If at any point I ask you what my name is, do not answer. Her smile remained, but her fingers dug into my shoulders, just a little too hard. Come on, she coaxed, or say my name. My mouth was dry. My pulse thundered in my ears. I shook my head. Her smile twitched. Why not? I couldn't speak. I just stared at her. The pressure on my shoulders grew. Her nails, no, not nails, claws. They were lengthening, pressing into my skin. Her pupils dilated, swallowing the green of her irises. Something shifted beneath her skin, like she was rearranging herself. Then she whispered low and guttural, "Say it." My breath hitched. I shook my head again, unable to form words. Vanessa, or whatever she was, held onto me tighter, her fingers pressing into my skin. No, not fingers. They were changing, elongating, sharpening. Her face twitched. No, it glitched, like a corrupted video, skipping frames. 1 second, she was the woman I'd been kissing. The next, her mouth stretched too long before snapping back, her cheekbones shifting ever so slightly, like her skull was rearranging itself. I tried to move, but her grip was too strong. I asked you a question. Her voice was still Vanessa's, but there was something underneath it now. Something layered. I forced myself to stay calm. I don't know what you mean. Her expression darkened. Oh, come on, she whispered, tilting her head. It's easy. Say my name. I stayed silent. Her grip tightened, claws now fully formed, digging into my shoulders. It hurt. Bad. Warm blood trickled down my arms. Something shifted beneath her skin. Her collarbone rippled. Her spine moved in a way it shouldn't. Her pupils, already too large, expanded, swallowing the green of her irises until her eyes were just black voids. And then, she smiled. Not a normal smile. A stretched, impossible grin, revealing too many needle-thin teeth. Rows of them, layered deep like a shark's. "You're smarter than I thought," she murmured. "Most men just say it right away." I swallowed hard. What happens if I say it?" Her grin widened. "Why don't you find out?" Her voice had changed again. It wasn't Vanessa's anymore. It was deeper, richer, and it carried a disturbing echo, like more than one person was speaking. I did the only thing I could think of. I shoved her. She barely moved, but it was enough for me to break free. I rolled off the bed, hitting the floor hard. Pain shot up my ribs, but adrenaline kicked in, screaming at me to run. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted toward the door. The second I grabbed the doorknob, a chill spread through my hand. The metal was ice cold, burning into my palm like dry ice. I yelped and yanked my hand away. "Leaving so soon?" I spun around. She was crawling off the bed, not climbing. Crawling. Her limbs bent the wrong way, her shoulders rising unnaturally as she skittered toward me on all fours, her spine contorting with every movement. My stomach lurched. She was too fast. I stumbled back, heart hammering. My mind screamed for me to do something, but what the hell was I supposed to do? I had no rules for this. And then, I remembered. The list. I had already broken rule number 1. I looked under the bed, but there were still 2 more. Rule number 2. If I hear scratching at the bathroom door, do not open it. I didn't break that one. But rule number 3. If she asks for her name, do not answer. That had to mean something. If just saying her name was a danger, then maybe words had power. Maybe if I refused, she wouldn't be able to... Crack. Her bones snapped as she lunged at me. I dodged. Barely. Her claws ripped through my shirt, slicing deep into my ribs. Pain exploded in my side, but I didn't stop. I bolted for the kitchen, knocking over a lamp on the way. I needed something. A weapon. I yanked open a drawer, grabbing the first thing I saw, a steak knife. Footsteps. No, not footsteps. Skittering sounds filled the air as she moved toward me, her movements inhumanly fast. I spun, holding the knife out. "Stay back." She stopped. For the first time, her expression changed. The grin was gone. She was watching me now, calculating. The silence stretched. My breathing was ragged. My ribs ached. Then, slowly, her lips parted again. "You should have left when I went to the bathroom." Her voice was softer now, almost sad. For half a second, I felt something weird. Not fear, not pain, guilt. Like this wasn't her choice. Like she didn't want to be this. Then she twitched, her body jerking violently, and I realized she was fighting something. Something inside her. That's when I saw it. Her shadow. It didn't match her shape. It was something else entirely. Something much bigger. Something with too many limbs and a mouth that never stopped moving. I gripped the knife tighter. She lurched forward, then stopped mid-step, shaking, her fingers twitching like she was struggling to stay still. Her lips trembled. "I can't hold it back much longer," she whispered. "You need to..." Crack. Her neck twisted violently to the side, and when she looked at me again, she wasn't fighting anymore. She had let it in, and it wanted me. My legs wouldn't move. My body refused to obey me. Vanessa, or whatever she had become, tilted her head at an unnatural angle, her 2 wide eyes locked onto mine. The thing inside her had taken full control now, and I could feel it watching me, studying me. Then it smiled. Not the way Vanessa had before. This was something else. A mockery of a smile. "I gave you a chance," she said, her voice layered now. Vanessa's tone buried beneath something older, darker. "You should have followed the rules." The lights in the apartment flickered. A deep, wet clicking noise filled the room as her bones shifted beneath her skin. Her arms stretched unnaturally, her hands elongating, fingers twisting into something more like talons. I bolted. My body finally kicked into action. pure instinct taking over. I sprinted for the front door, my hand grasping the knob. It wouldn't turn. My stomach dropped. Behind me, the thing that had been Vanessa laughed softly. "Did you think I'd let you leave?" I spun, pressing my back against the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. She, or it, was crawling toward me again, its limbs bending in ways that no human should move. The apartment walls warped, the floor beneath me shuddering. The world itself was bending around her, like she was something that shouldn't exist here. My mind raced. Think. The list. I'd already broken rule number 1, looked under the bed. I had followed rule number 2. I didn't open the bathroom door when I heard the scratching. But rule number 3. If she asks for her name, do not answer. I hadn't answered her. I had held my tongue. And somehow, she wasn't fully in control yet. That meant there was still a way out. I just had to figure it out before she killed me. She reached for me, her fingers twitching, her smile stretching too far. I gripped the steak knife tighter. "Vanessa," I gasped. The moment I said it, she screamed. Not a human scream, not even close. It was a noise so deep and wrong that my ears rang with the force of it, like 1,000 voices crying out in agony at once. Her body jerked violently, her form glitching again, like she was flickering in and out of reality. I gritted my teeth. I was right. Her name mattered. The thing inside her, it wasn't her. But somehow Vanessa was still in there, trapped. I took a shaky step forward. "Vanessa," I said again, stronger this time. The creature snapped back, clawing at its own head like it was trying to tear something out of itself. The lights flickered harder. The walls rippled. The air thickened around us, pulsing like a living thing. And then, she spoke. "Help. Me." The words came not from the monster in front of me, but from everywhere at once. I wasn't speaking to the creature anymore. I was speaking to her. Somewhere, the real Vanessa was still in there, buried deep. I had one shot. I took a deep breath and shouted her name. "Vanessa!" The reaction was instant. The creature convulsed, its limbs locking up. The darkness in its eyes cracked, revealing something behind them. Something human. For a split second, Vanessa's face returned. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes wide with fear and pain. "You have to say it," she whispered. My pulse pounded. "Say what?" "The name," she gasped. "Its name." The thing inside her roared and Vanessa screamed in agony. I had seconds. My mind scrambled. I had no idea what its name was, no idea what to say. But I had to try something. I thought about what Vanessa had told me at the start of the night. She warned me about the rules. She gave me a list. Because she had done this before. And if she had done this before, then she had written the list before. My eyes darted to the coffee table. The paper was still there, the handwritten rules scrawled across it. I lunged for it, grabbing it with bloody fingers, and flipped it over. And there, at the bottom, written in Vanessa's frantic, shaking handwriting, was a name. Morgren. I barely had time to think. I shouted the name at the top of my lungs. The effect was instantaneous. Vanessa's body locked up, her back arching violently as the thing inside her shrieked. A sound so inhuman, so wretched that I thought my head would split open. The air rippled violently, the walls shaking. And then, it tore free. A shadow, too tall, too thin, too wrong, erupted from Vanessa's body, its limbs writhing as it let out one final horrific wail. Then, it was gone. The light stabilized, the apartment stopped shaking, and Vanessa collapsed. I caught her before she hit the floor, her body trembling, her breath ragged. She looked up at me, tears spilling down her face. "You!" she choked out. "You actually—" Then she passed out. When she woke up, the sun was rising, casting pale light through the curtains. I was still there, sitting beside her, waiting. She blinked at me, her eyes tired. but she was herself again. The real Vanessa. "Did I hurt you?" she whispered. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. Frank had been up since 4 in the morning, same as every day. That was just ranch life. Coffee in one hand, truck keys in the other, he stepped outside into the cold Montana air. The sun wasn't up yet, but that never stopped the work from needing to get done. He needed to get feed for the cattle before the co-op got busy, and he figured if he got an early start, he could be back home before the wife even got out of bed. His old Chevy rumbled to life, and he pulled onto the highway, enjoying the silence of the early morning. It was peaceful out here, nothing but dark fields stretching for miles. That peace lasted all of 5 minutes before he noticed something strange. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a thing. Some kind of craft, smooth and metallic, flying right alongside him. It wasn't a drone, wasn't a plane, and it sure as hell wasn't anything he'd seen before. It hovered beside his truck, matching his speed perfectly. Frank squinted at it, muttering, "Well, that ain't normal." Before he could react, a red light blinked from the craft, and a beam shot out. It ran over his truck like a damn grocery store scanner, sweeping back and forth in a quick motion. Then, just like that, the craft zipped off into the sky, disappearing faster than Frank's patience when his wife asked him to go to Sunday service. "Well, what in the Kentucky Fried Hell was that?" Frank chuckled to himself, shaking his head. He wasn't the type to scare easy. He'd seen weather balloons, weird lights, even some drunk idiot in a homemade flying contraption once. This question mark, probably some government nonsense. By the time he reached the feed store, he had mostly shaken off the weird encounter. He backed his truck up to the dock and grabbed a cart. Inside, he found Larry, the store's owner, sipping coffee behind the counter. "Mornin', Larry." Larry raised an eyebrow. "Mornin'. You look like you seen a ghost." Frank smirked. "Might have seen something weirder. Some kind of flying thing followed me out here, scanned my truck like it was checking for coupons." Larry snorted. "You been hitting the whiskey this early?" "Nah, just the usual black coffee and bad decisions." They had a good laugh about it. Frank loaded up his feed, paid, and got back on the road. The drive home was uneventful, until it wasn't. A deer leapt out of nowhere, and Frank barely had time to slam the brakes before he plowed into it. The truck skidded, tires screeching against the pavement, and he winced at the thud that followed. "Son of a..." With a sigh, he grabbed a flashlight and stepped out to check the damage. The deer was dead, his bumper was dented, and his morning just got a hell of a lot longer. But then, as he was checking the feed bags in the back, he noticed something strange. One of the bags had writing on it. At first, he thought it was just dirt, but when he leaned in closer, his stomach turned. The words were etched into the bag in some kind of green slime, oozing and pulsing like it was alive. There were 3 rules. 1. Do not tell anyone what you saw on the way to town. 2. If you do, you will be replaced. 3. Do not use this feed bag. Frank let out a sharp laugh. "Oh, real funny, Larry. Real original." He figured it was some dumb prank. Maybe Larry had overheard him talking and decided to mess with him. But replaced? That was a weird damn word choice. Shrugging it off, he loaded up the feed and headed home. And, because Frank wasn't the type to be spooked by glowing green words written in alien snot, he used the feed bag anyway. The cows didn't seem to mind. 3 days passed. Everything was fine. Then, on his next trip to town, Frank saw it again. The craft. It appeared out of nowhere, zooming toward him like a heat-seeking missile. Before he could even react, a light engulfed his truck, and suddenly, darkness, then light again. But something was wrong. Frank wasn't in his truck anymore. He was sitting in a chair, strapped in tight, staring at a massive screen in front of him. And on that screen, he saw himself, standing in his yard, petting his dogs, kissing his wife, his twin, his replacement. Frank's blood ran cold. What the hell was happening? Frank couldn't move. His arms were locked in place, bound to the cold metal of the chair, but he barely registered the restraints. His eyes were glued to the screen in front of him, watching as his twin, or whatever the hell it was, continued to live his life. The thing looked exactly like him. Same walk, same mannerisms, even the way it scratched its chin when it was thinking. Frank watched as it walked up the porch steps, let the screen door slam behind it, and greeted his wife with that same old, "Hey, darlin'," he always used. She smiled. It kissed her. Frank's stomach twisted. "Son of a..." He yanked at the restraints, his heart pounding, but the chair held him firm. His breath came heavy as he watched the thing on the screen move through his house like it belonged there. His dogs, Blue and Maggie, ran up, tails wagging. The thing knelt, scratched them behind their ears, and laughed. Frank felt a sickening wave of relief. It wasn't hurting them. It wasn't hurting his wife. But that was his life. "Hey!" he yelled, voice hoarse. "You sumbitches better tell me what the hell's going on?" No response. He looked around for the first time, taking in his surroundings. The room was dimly lit, smooth metallic walls stretching out around him. There were no doors, no windows. Just him, the chair, and the screen. The screen flickered, and the image zoomed in. It focused on the cows. Frank's stomach clenched. The cows looked wrong. They were huge. Their bodies stretched impossibly long, their legs thick like tree trunks. The smallest one had to be at least 12 feet from snout to tail, and they stood at least 8 feet tall. Their eyes, those dark, gentle eyes he'd seen 1,000 times, were now too wide, too deep. A low, inhuman groan echoed from the screen, like a dying engine struggling to turn over. Frank's skin crawled. "What the hell did you do to my cows?" he muttered, more to himself than anything else. The screen zoomed in further. The cows were eating the feed, the bag, the same bag with the green slime warning. A chill ran down Frank's spine. The realization hit him all at once. That craft, it hadn't just scanned him. It scanned his truck, his cargo. They were checking to see if he'd followed the rules. He hadn't. And now, his cows were wrong. The screen changed again. Frank saw his twin standing by the fence, staring at the herd. It reached into its pocket and pulled something out. A knife. Frank's breath caught in his throat. "No," he whispered. "No. No, no." The thing that looked like him hopped the fence and walked toward the biggest cow. The cow didn't react. The twin raised the knife. Frank thrashed against the chair, veins bulging in his arms. "Don't you touch my damn cows." But the thing didn't hear him, or maybe it didn't care. The knife plunged deep. The cow didn't bleed. Instead, something thick and black oozed from the wound, bubbling like oil. The creature let out a horrible warbling moan, its massive body shuddering. Frank's pulse pounded. His replacement stepped back, watching the black liquid pool onto the dirt. It stared at the wound for a long moment, then nodded, like it was satisfied. And then, it turned, and looked right at the screen. Right at Frank. Frank's blood turned to ice. The twin raised a hand. Not in a wave. Not in a threat. It put one finger to its lips. "Shh." The screen cut to black. Frank's whole body trembled. His breathing was ragged, his heart slamming against his ribs like a caged animal. This wasn't just about keeping him quiet. They were erasing evidence. They weren't just replacing him. They were getting rid of anything that proved they were ever here. The cows were next. Then what? His dogs? His wife? Frank's jaw clenched. Not on my watch. He didn't know how the hell he was getting out of here, but he'd be damned if he let something take his life from him. He wasn't done fighting. Not yet. Frank's pulse hammered in his ears. He clenched his fists, feeling the cold metal of the chair bite into his skin. His twin, his replacement, had seen him. Not just on the screen. It had looked at him, acknowledged him. He had no idea how the hell that was possible, but he knew one thing for certain. He had to get back. Gritting his teeth, he tested the restraints again. They were tight, too tight, but he wasn't about to sit here like some cow waiting for slaughter. He flexed his wrists, twisting them against the bindings. The metal dug in, but he kept pushing. Then he felt it. A slight give. His left wrist had a little movement. Just enough. Frank yanked. Pain shot through his arm, but the restraint loosened. He let out a sharp breath and yanked again, twisting his wrist as hard as he could. The metal cut into his skin, but snap! His hand was free. "Hell yeah," he muttered, ignoring the sting. He quickly reached over and unfastened his right wrist, then his legs. The second he was loose, he sprang from the chair, nearly toppling over in the process. His legs were like jelly, and his vision swam, but he stayed upright. Now came the real problem. Where the hell was he? He spun, scanning the dim room. No doors, no windows, just smooth, seamless metal walls stretching in every direction. The only thing in here was the screen. Frank hesitated, then took a step toward it. As soon as he did, it flickered back on. He tensed. The screen zoomed in on his house. His twin was sitting at the dinner table with his wife. She was laughing. His laugh. The thing that replaced him reached out, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. Frank's hands clenched into fists. This thing wasn't just living his life. It was stealing it. Then the screen shifted again. His replacement stood up from the table and walked outside. The cows stood in the field, unnaturally large, still changing. His twin reached into its pocket and pulled out a pistol. Frank's chest tightened. That was his gun. The gun he kept in the nightstand. The same one his wife didn't like, but he swore he'd always keep, just in case. And now his replacement had it. The screen zoomed in on the cows. The biggest one stood perfectly still, its two large bodies shifting subtly, almost pulsing. Frank's twin raised the gun. "No," Frank whispered. It pulled the trigger. Bang! The cow screamed. Frank had never heard a noise like that in his life. It wasn't a moo. It wasn't even animal. It was something else. A horrible, distorted wail that sounded like it came from inside his own skull. The screen flickered. The cow collapsed. Frank's twin just stood there, watching. Satisfied. Frank's stomach churned. They weren't just erasing evidence. They were covering their tracks. Frank took a deep breath, steadying himself. If they thought he was just going to sit here and watch his life get wiped away, they had another damn thing coming. He turned, running his hands over the walls, looking for anything. A seam, a handle, a damn button. Something. And then, as he pressed against the far wall, it shifted. The surface rippled like water, sinking inward beneath his hand. Frank took a step back, bracing himself. The wall peeled open. Beyond it, nothing but darkness. A deep, endless black that seemed to pulse with something alive. Frank swallowed hard. "Well," he muttered, "ain't getting anywhere sitting here." And then he stepped through. Frank expected to fall. He expected to step into that pulsing black void and drop into nothingness, to be swallowed whole by whatever alien nightmare he had been dragged into. But instead, he landed on solid ground. It wasn't earth, wasn't metal. It felt soft, almost rubbery, but it held his weight. Frank took a breath, steadying himself. The darkness wasn't just darkness. It was thick, almost fog-like, shifting in the air around him. He squinted. Something moved, a shape in the dark coming toward him. Frank tensed, his body instinctively reaching for the gun on his hip, except he didn't have it. His twin had it. "Great," he muttered. "Real damn great." The shape got closer, and suddenly, it wasn't just a shape. It was a person. Frank's breath caught. It was him. Not the thing on the screen. Not the replacement. This was older. The man walking toward him looked weathered, his face lined with age. His hair had streaks of gray, his eyes sunken, like he hadn't slept in years. And yet, Frank knew that face. It was his own. The older version of him stopped a few feet away, eyes locking onto Frank's with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Don't go back," the older Frank said. His voice was hoarse, like he hadn't spoken in a long time. "You can't stop it." Frank frowned. "The hell you talking about?" The older version shook his head. "You were taken just like I was. You think you're the first? You ain't." He gestured behind him into the endless dark. "They keep us here, the real ones." Frank's mouth went dry. "That thing," he continued, "the one living your life, it ain't just a copy. It's a piece of them. And it's doing exactly what it was made to do." Frank's mind raced. "You mean to tell me I'm stuck here? That ain't happening, old man." The older Frank's expression darkened. "I said the same thing." Silence stretched between them. Frank took a step forward. "I ain't staying. My wife, my dogs, my damn cows, hell, even Larry at the feed store, they're mine. I ain't letting something just take over." The older Frank's face twisted, and for the first time, Frank saw it. Fear. Not anger. Not frustration. Fear. "You think you still got a choice?" The older Frank took a breath, shaking his head. "Look at me. Look real close. This place don't let you leave. You think it's only been a few days since you were taken?" Frank frowned. "It has been a few days." The older version of him smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. It was the kind of smile a man gives when he knows something you don't. "It's been 15 years. Frank's blood ran cold. No, that wasn't possible. He just saw his twin on the screen. He saw it with his wife, his dogs, his cattle, his life. He had only been gone a few days. The older Frank sighed. "Time don't work right here. They keep us here, locked away, while they replace us." He looked up, eyes hollow. "They erase us." Frank swallowed. "Well, they sure as hell ain't erasing me." His older self shook his head. "You don't get it, do you? If you go back, if you try to fight it, you won't just be going against them." Frank narrowed his eyes. "What's that mean?" The older Frank hesitated. Then, quietly, he said, "It means your wife won't be able to tell the difference." The words hit Frank harder than a gut punch. His stomach twisted. "No," he said. "No, she'd know. She'd know." His older self just shook his head. "You think that. But these things, they don't just look like you. They are you. They got your memories, your voice, your way of thinking. That's why she don't notice. That's why no one ever notices." Frank's breath came heavy. He thought about the way his replacement had kissed his wife, the way his dogs had wagged their tails, the way everything seemed normal, like nothing had changed, like he had never been missing at all. A slow, creeping horror curled in his chest. "They're perfect, Frank," his older self murmured. "And if you go back, if you try to take your life back," his expression darkened, "they'll make sure you don't live long enough to try again." Silence. The thick, inescapable kind. Frank's fist clenched. He refused to accept that. He refused to believe it. He was going home. No thing was going to steal his life from him. And if that meant breaking the rules, then so be it. He locked eyes with his older self. "You can stay here and rot if you want," Frank growled, "but I got a family waiting for me." Then he turned and walked back into the dark. Frank's gut twisted as he stared down at his own body, lying motionless in that eerie green glow. His breath came quick and shallow. The thing in front of him, whatever it was, had given him a choice. But Frank wasn't dumb. This wasn't his decision. It was theirs. He clenched his fists, jaw tightening. "And if I refuse?" The voice inside his head pulsed again, vibrating through his bones. "Then you do not wake up." A cold weight settled in Frank's chest. They were making him disappear. He thought back to the feed bag. The rules. 1. Do not tell anyone what you saw. 2. If you do, you will be replaced. 3. Do not use this feed bag. He broke all 3. And now they were erasing the evidence. His life, his cows, his existence. Frank's lips pressed into a thin line. He wasn't a smart man, not in the way scientists and city folk were, but he'd been around long enough to know one thing. He wasn't going to let them win. His mind raced. If they wanted to get rid of him, why even give him an option? Why not just wipe him out like those cows? Because they couldn't. Not completely. They needed him to accept it. A slow smirk crept across his face. All right then. He took a step forward. The green glow rippled. He reached out and grabbed his own throat. The instant his fingers touched his own skin, a shockwave burst through the space. The entire world shuddered. Frank felt everything, the cold air of his ranch, the warmth of his wife's hands, the weight of his dogs jumping on him, the smell of home. He yanked himself back. The darkness collapsed. Frank woke up. His breath gasped into his lungs like he'd been drowning. His eyes shot open, his body jerking up. He was in his bed. The morning sun streamed through the window. His wife stirred beside him, mumbling in her sleep. Frank sat there, gasping. His heart pounded against his ribs. He was home. He ran a hand through his hair, shaking. Had it been a dream? His eyes flicked to the clock. 3 days had passed. His stomach turned. He scrambled out of bed, heart hammering as he threw on his boots and rushed outside. The cows. He ran to the pasture, scanning the field. They were normal. No giant cows, no black sludge. Just normal. Frank's head swam. He swallowed hard. He had been there. He knew he had. But it was like none of it had ever happened. And then, he saw it. A feed bag sitting by the barn. His blood ran cold. Slowly, he stepped forward. The bag looked like all the others, except for one small green smear near the bottom. His throat went dry. He bent down, hesitated, then turned the bag over. Nothing. No rules. No writing. No evidence. Frank exhaled sharply. He let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. Whatever had happened, it was over. He was alive. His life was his own. And he wasn't gonna waste a second more thinking about it. Because if there was one thing he was damn sure of, he wasn't gonna break the rules again. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. Only about 25% of you watching are subscribed to the channel. If you're enjoying the content, hitting that subscribe button would really help the channel grow. And while you're at it, smash that like button too. It helps a ton, and lets me know you're enjoying the content. Thanks for being here, and let's dive into the story. You ever take a job thinking, hey, this will be easy money? That was me, Jason, when I signed up for the night shift at Buc-ee's. The place is massive, like a gas station decided it wanted to be a Walmart when it grew up. Jerky walls, beaver merch, and more gas pumps than people in my hometown. How hard could it be? Turns out it's hard. Real hard. Especially when your manager hands you a weird-ass list of rules on your first night. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My first shift started off normal enough. The night crew was a small but colorful group. Tasha, the tough girl who worked the bakery section. She claimed nothing scared her. I watched The Exorcist alone when I was 8. Bring it. Derek, the funny guy stocking the candy aisle. He made bad dad jokes and was addicted to energy drinks. What's a skeleton's favorite snack? Ribs. Get it? Carlos, who ran the cleaning rounds. Quiet dude, but he kept muttering stuff like, man, this place gives me vibes. Bad vibes. And then there was Roy, our shift manager, mid-40s, bald, serious. The guy didn't laugh at a single joke. He had seen things. Jason, Roy called me into the back office before my first round. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like they were judging my life choices. Yo, what's up? I tried to act chill, sipping a Buc-ee's branded soda the size of a toddler. Roy looked me dead in the eye. "You planning on surviving your first week?" Yeah. Thought that was kind of the point. He didn't smile. Instead, he reached into the desk drawer and pulled out a single sheet of paper. The title at the top? Night Shift Rules. Do not ignore. Read this, memorize it, follow it, or you won't make it to next Friday. I squinted. Is this like some initiation prank, like hazing the new guy? Roy's stare didn't budge. You'll see. The rules. Never leave the front entrance unattended between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. If a customer comes in wearing a Buc-ee costume after midnight, lock yourself in the break room until they leave. Do not speak to them. Refill the beaver nuggets before 1:45 a.m. If you forget, don't bother trying after. If you hear knocking from the bathroom stalls when no one is inside, knock back 3 times, then walk away. Fast. The security cameras will show someone waving at you from pump number 77 at 2:30 a.m. There is no pump number 77. Do not wave back. I laughed. No way this is serious. Right? Spoiler. It was very serious. Yo, Jason. Derek popped his head in the door, his energy drink in hand. You seen the size of the beaver plushies here? I'm gonna make one my emotional support animal. Did Roy give you guys this rules list too? I asked, holding it up. Tasha sauntered by, rolling her eyes. Yeah. He's got everyone freaked out over nothing. The scariest thing here is the overpriced BBQ sandwiches. Carlos didn't say anything. He just glanced at the list and shivered. Well, I'm gonna follow him. Just in case, I said, folding the paper and sliding it into my pocket. Suit yourself, Tasha said. We'll be here playing Who Can Eat the Most Jerky Without Choking. The first couple of hours were chill. Customers came and went. Truckers grabbing coffee, late-night road trippers loading up on snacks. We cracked jokes, stocked shelves, and I spent way too long admiring the wall of beef jerky. But then midnight hit, and things got weird. It started with the sound of duck calls echoing faintly from the hunting gear aisle. Yo, who's messing with the duck calls? Derek shouted. Not funny. No one was there. Tasha laughed. Ooh, spooky. Must be the ghost of overpriced merchandise. But Carlos wasn't laughing. Don't joke. It gets worse after midnight. I remembered rule number 2 and glanced at the doors, and that's when we saw it. A figure stepped through the automatic doors, a tall figure in a Buc-ee's the mascot costume. It waved, not in a cute, hi, welcome to Buc-ee's kind of way. It was slow, too slow, like it knew something we didn't. Tasha scoffed. Who's pulling this prank? Roy? Come out, man! But Roy wasn't there. The air felt heavy, like the whole building held its breath. The beaver mascot turned its head toward me, and I swear the eyes on that costume weren't plastic. They blinked. Yo, Jason. The rules. What do they say about this? Carlos whispered. My hands shook as I pulled the list from my pocket. Rule number 2. If a customer comes in wearing a Buc-ee's costume after midnight, lock yourself in the break room until they leave. Do not speak to them. Tasha, Derek, break room, now, I hissed. Tasha was still laughing, but Derek grabbed her arm. Yo, that thing's wrong. The eyes, man. Look at the eyes. The mascot started walking. Slow steps. The beaver smile never changing. We bolted. The break room door slammed shut behind us. We heard the automatic doors whoosh open and close a few minutes later. The figure had left, but when we came back out, there were muddy footprints leading from the front door to the middle of the store, and no sign of who or what had left them. And that was just the first hour. We stood there in the break room, breathing like we just ran a marathon. Tasha finally broke the silence. Okay, that was weird. I'll admit it. She tried to sound tough, but her voice cracked. Derek peeked through the break room window. Bro, those footprints? Muddy. And there's no mud anywhere outside. We're in a parking lot. Carlos just kept muttering, we shouldn't have seen it. We shouldn't have seen it. I pulled the rules list from my pocket, reading rule number 2 again. Do not speak to them. We followed it. Barely. But we made it through. I'm following every single one of these rules from now on, I said. Y'all can keep playing around if you want. We went back out to the floor. The footprints were still there, drying into crusty smears. Roy was nowhere to be found. Typical. But I kept my eye on the clock. 1:30 a.m. I remembered rule number 3. Refill the beaver nuggets before 1:45 a.m. Easy enough. I'm grabbing the beaver nuggets, I said, heading toward the snack section. Yo, can you grab me some jerky too? Derek joked, trying to lighten the mood. But Tasha wasn't paying attention. She was staring at the bathrooms. You guys hear that? She whispered. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom stalls. We all froze. Is someone in there? Tasha called out, edging toward the door. No, I shouted, running back over. Rule number 4. If you hear knocking from the bathroom stalls when no one is inside, knock back 3 times, then walk away. Fast. We're supposed to knock back? Derek asked, his face pale. That's what it says, I said. Tasha, of course, smirked. You guys are chickens. I'll knock back. She pushed the bathroom door open. I swear the air got colder instantly. We followed behind her, cautiously peeking inside. The bathroom was empty, spotless even, but the knocking kept coming from the farthest stall. Knock, knock, knock. Tasha raised her fist. Wait, 3 times, I reminded her. She knocked. Once, twice, 4 times. Oops, she smirked. Guess I can't count. The knocking stopped. For a moment it was dead silent, then, bang. The stall door flew open so hard it cracked against the wall. But there was no one inside. Tasha stumbled back. What the hell? Then we heard it. A voice, low, raspy, coming from the stall. You knocked wrong. Tasha screamed, bolting out of the bathroom. Derek and I weren't far behind. Carlos slammed the door shut behind us. But the voice didn't stop. We could hear it through the door, repeating the same words. You knocked wrong. You knocked wrong. You knocked wrong. The voice got louder, angrier. The bathroom lights flickered through the small window. We backed away slowly. Suddenly, slam. The bathroom lights went dark. The voice stopped. We stared at the door, waiting. Nothing. Tasha was shaking. I didn't mean, you knocked wrong, I muttered, remembering the exact phrasing from the rule. What happens when you break the rule? That's when we heard Tasha's phone buzz. She pulled it out with trembling hands. One new text. Unknown number. You knocked wrong. Her phone buzzed again. Another message. Unknown number. We're coming. Tasha dropped the phone like it burned her. The screen cracked, but the messages kept coming. Over and over. You knocked wrong. You knocked wrong. You knocked wrong. We gotta leave. Now Carlos grabbed Tasha's arm, dragging her toward the front doors. But when we tried the doors, they wouldn't open. Yo, Roy, the doors are locked, Derek shouted. But there was no answer. And then the sound started. Tap, tap, tap on the glass of the front entrance. We turned as one. Outside, barely lit by the overhead lamps, stood a figure. Not the mascot this time. No costume. Just a man, in a Buc-ee's uniform. His face was blurry, like static on an old TV. He raised his hand and tapped on the glass again. Tap, tap, tap. I felt cold sweat run down my back. Don't wave. Don't wave. I was trying to remember the rules. Rule number 5. The security cameras will show someone waving at you from pump number 77 at 2:30 a.m. There's no pump number 77. Do not wave back. I darted for the security monitor. The cameras showed pump number 77, but there wasn't a pump number 77 in real life. And there he was, the same blurry man, waving, slowly, methodically. Derek leaned over my shoulder. Yo, Jason, who the hell is that? I don't know, I whispered, but we're not waving back. Suddenly, we heard a loud bang from the bathroom again. Tasha screamed. I don't care about the rules anymore, she cried. I'm out. She ran for the bathroom door, yanked it open, and vanished. Gone. No sound, no scream. Just gone. We stood there, frozen. Her phone lay on the floor where she'd dropped it. It buzzed one final time. Unknown number. She knocked wrong. We were down to 3, and the clock struck 2:30 a.m. Tasha was gone. No puff of smoke, no scream, no flickering lights. Just gone. 1 second she was there, yanking open that bathroom door, and the next, nothing but empty space. We stared at the open bathroom door. The lights inside were still off, the darkness too thick, wrong somehow, like it went deeper than it should. This ain't real, Derek stammered. Where did she... We gotta call someone. He scrambled for his phone, but I already knew it was useless. My own phone had 0 bars. Carlos tried the landline at the register. Dead. Bro, we're cut off, I said. My voice sounded distant. We're stuck here. Carlos looked pale. Look at the cameras, look at them, Jason. I turned toward the security monitors, and there it was. Pump number 77. The pumps only went up to 76. I knew that because Derek had spent half an hour earlier joking about how 76 pumps were overkill. Yet there it was, blinking on the screen. Pump number 77, under a flickering light. And standing next to it, the man. The blurry man. His face glitched, static-like, eyes sunken, mouth stuck in a twisted grin. He waved. Slow. So slow it made my skin crawl. Rule number 5. The security cameras will show someone waving at you from pump number 77 at 2:30 a.m. There is no pump number 77. Do not wave back. It's 2:30, I whispered. Derek backed away. We're supposed to ignore him, right? That's the rule? Easy. We don't wave. Yeah, simple. I tried to sound calm, but the longer I looked at him, the harder it got to breathe. My chest tightened. The man's hand kept waving, slow, hypnotic. Then Carlos gasped. He's not outside anymore. We snapped our heads back to the live feed. The man was still there, still waving. But the feed glitched. A single frame flickered. The man wasn't at pump number 77 anymore. He was inside the store, right behind Derek. Derek, move! I screamed. But it was too late. The man touched Derek's shoulder, and just like Tasha, Derek was gone. No sound, no flash, just gone. The cameras flickered again. The man reappeared at pump number 77, still waving, still smiling, like he was waiting for the next person. Carlos fell to his knees. No, this isn't happening. They're just gone. I yanked him up. Get it together, man. We follow the rules. That's how we survive. But, Tasha, Derek, they didn't follow the rules. We do. We survive. And then, just like that, the man at pump number 77 vanished. The clock struck 3 a.m., and the automatic doors unlocked with a soft click. I stared at the doors, open, waiting. Carlos looked at me. We can leave? I hesitated. Was this another trick? Another test? The rules didn't say anything about leaving. Then Roy walked in. Yo, you guys survived? He asked. Casual, like we hadn't just watched 2 coworkers disappear into thin air. He adjusted his Bucky's cap. Didn't think you had it in you, Jason. I ran up to him, grabbing his shirt. What the hell is going on here, Roy? Where are Tasha and Derek? Roy looked at me for a long moment. Then he sighed. Guess it's time you knew. Come with me. Roy didn't flinch when I grabbed his shirt. The dude was calm. Too calm for someone who just walked into a horror show. Where's Tasha? Where's Derek? I demanded again. Roy glanced at Carlos, who looked like he was 2 seconds from passing out. They didn't follow the rules, did they? My grip tightened. They vanished, Roy. vanished. After that thing at pump number 77 touched them. What the hell is going on? Roy sighed, prying my fingers off his shirt. All right, follow me. I'll explain. But you better keep your heads on straight because things are about to get worse. He led us through the back hallways, past the employee break room, and toward a door I hadn't noticed before. It was unmarked, just a plain metal door with a keypad beside it. Roy typed in a code. The door clicked open. What is this? I asked. Roy looked over his shoulder. The reason for the rules. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward. The air changed, thick, cold, heavy. It smelled like rust and old water. Carlos shook his head. No way. I'm not going down there. Roy turned. You want answers? You come. You want to end up like Tasha and Derek? Stay here. I didn't hesitate. Carlos, come on. With a lot of swearing under his breath, Carlos followed. The staircase seemed to go on forever. Each step echoed too loud, like the building above didn't exist anymore. Finally, we reached a dimly lit corridor. The walls were concrete, damp in places, and the hum of some unseen machine filled the air. Roy stopped at a large metal door. This is it, he said, pushing it open. Inside was a massive room, almost like an underground warehouse. But what made me stop cold were the walls. They were covered in screens, hundreds of them, each showing different Buc-ee's locations from across the country. But one thing was the same on every screen. Pump number 77. In every store, no matter the city or state, there was pump number 77. And standing next to it, the man. Waving. Always waving. Carlos backed into me. What the hell is this? Roy gestured at the screens. They're all connected. Every Buc-ee's. All part of the same system. And pump number 77? That's where he shows up. Who shows up? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Roy gave a grim smile. We don't know his name. We just call him the Waver. Been showing up since the first Buc-ee's opened. Every night, 2:30 a.m., at pump number 77. Always waving. If you wave back, you disappear. Carlos finished, his voice hollow. Roy nodded. Yep. You don't die. At least I don't think so. You're just gone, like you never existed. The rules are there to keep the employees from interacting with him. And the mascot? I asked. The beaver that came inside? Roy grimaced. Another part of it. Sometimes he comes first. A warning. If you talk to him, the Waver comes inside instead of staying at the pump. You don't want that. I felt the blood drain from my face. So Tasha triggered him by knocking wrong in the bathroom? Roy shook his head. That wasn't the Waver. That was something else. The bathroom stalls? They connect to somewhere too. Knock wrong and you open the door to whatever's waiting. That's why the rules have to be followed exactly. One wrong move, and you're gone. But why us? Carlos asked. Why does this happen here? Roy shrugged. No clue. Management knows, but they don't tell us. They just give the rules and expect us to survive. Management? I scoffed. You're telling me corporate knows this is happening? Roy laughed bitterly. Of course. You think Buc-ee's got this big on good snacks and cheap gas alone? Nah. These stores are built on ley lines, places where reality's thin. The rules aren't guidelines. They're a containment procedure. Containment. That word hit me hard. So, Tasha and Derek, there's no way to get them back, I asked. Roy's expression darkened. No one ever comes back. Carlos sank to the floor. We're screwed. Roy shook his head. Not if you keep following the rules. You two made it through tonight. But the next night shift? It's always worse. I stared at the screens again. The Waver was still there on every feed, hand moving in that slow, hypnotic motion. But here's the thing, Roy said, looking directly at me. You made it this far. That means you've got a chance. Just remember, The rules aren't there to scare you. They're there to keep them out. The hum of the machinery seemed to grow louder. The waiver paused. For the first time, his hand stopped mid-wave, and then he pointed. Right at the camera. Right at us. The screens flickered. One by one, every camera feed started to go black. All but one. The feed for our Buckies stayed on, and the waiver was no longer at pump number 77. He was inside the store. The room plunged into darkness. The hum of the machines stopped. The only light came from the single remaining security feed, our Bucky's location. The waiver stood inside the store now, right by the front register, still smiling, but he wasn't waving anymore. Carlos backed away from the screens. No, he's inside. What do we do? The rules don't cover this. Roy's face went pale for the first time. That's not possible. He's never come inside unless someone waved back. I finished, my voice hollow. Roy stared at me. Did you wave back? I shook my head. No, I swear Carlos looked between us. Then why is he inside? The waiver took a step forward on the screen, then another, heading straight for the back hallway. He's coming here, I whispered. Roy stumbled back from the console. This shouldn't be happening. We followed the rules. Suddenly the console sparked. The remaining screen went black, but not before displaying one final message. Final rule. If he comes inside, leave. Do not look back. The lights flickered, and then, bang, bang, bang. The metal door we came through shook violently. He was outside. We run, now, Roy barked. Without hesitation, we bolted for the staircase. The pounding continued, growing louder. The air felt heavier, pressing down with each step. As we reached the top, I glanced over my shoulder. I couldn't help it, and I saw him. The waiver stood at the bottom of the stairs. His face, no longer blurry, was mine. My exact face, smiling back at me. You broke the rule, he whispered. His voice sounded like mine too. Jason, no! Carlos screamed, pulling me through the upstairs door. The door slammed shut behind us. The pounding stopped. Silence. We were back in the main store. But everything was wrong. The shelves were empty. The lights flickered weakly. The air was cold. Too cold. The pumps outside were all gone. Just blackness beyond the glass. Roy stumbled forward, glancing around. No, this isn't right. Carlos stared at the front doors. Where's the parking lot? Where's the road? Then we heard it. Knock. 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 From the bathroom stalls. Tasha stepped out, smiling. Behind her, Derek emerged, both of them staring straight at us with blank eyes and wide grins. You broke the rule, they said in unison. Carlos screamed and ran for the front doors. He yanked them open and stepped into blackness. Gone. Just like that. Roy backed into me. Jason, don't look back. Don't look at them. But I couldn't move. Tasha and Derek kept walking forward, smiling, repeating the same phrase. You broke the rule. You broke the rule. You broke the rule. Then I felt it. A hand on my shoulder. I knew who it was. I turned my head slowly. The waiver stood there, smiling my smile. Welcome home, he whispered. The lights went out. I woke up to the sound of buzzing fluorescents, back at the front register. The store looked normal again. Customers bustled in, laughing and chatting. The pumps were all there, only 76 of them. Tasha, Derek, and Carlos were nowhere in sight. Roy walked past me like nothing had happened. And there, sitting on the counter, was a fresh sheet of paper. Night shift rules. Do not ignore. But there was a new rule at the bottom this time. Final rule. If you survive the first night, you work here forever. I looked up at the security feed. Pump number 77 blinked onto the screen. And the waiver was there, smiling, waving. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. Only about 25% of you watching are subscribed to the channel. If you're enjoying the content, hitting that subscribe button would really help the channel grow. And while you're at it, smash that like button too. It helps a ton, and lets me know you're enjoying the content. Thanks for being here, and let's dive into the story. I should have just swallowed the pill. That's what my mom told me before we even left for the zoo. Don't drop it, don't mess around, just take it, Tommy. But no, I had to get fancy. We were standing in front of the monkey exhibit right next to this old zookeeper who smelled like expired oatmeal when I tried to flick the Adderall into my mouth like a cool kid. My aim? Horrendous. The pill bounced off my front tooth, plopped onto the pavement, and, like a perfectly scripted nightmare, rolled straight under the railing into the monkey enclosure. For a second, I thought it was game over. Maybe the zoo workers would find it, or maybe it would just sit there, harmless, until it rained. But no, one of the monkeys, a wiry little psycho with the speed of a caffeinated squirrel, saw it, snatched it up, and popped it into his mouth before anyone could react. I froze. My mom gasped. The old zookeeper dropped his bucket of bananas and screamed, "Oh Lord, not Binky!" Binky, as it turns out, was the last monkey that should have been doing anything with stimulants. It took about 30 seconds for the Adderall to kick in. Binky stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the sky like he had just unlocked the secrets of the universe. His tiny hands started trembling, then shaking, then vibrating like a damn power drill. And then, boom. The monkey exploded into action. I swear on my life, the zookeeper wasn't lying when he said, "Run for your damn lives!" Binky parkoured off a tree, somersaulted over a bench, and did a flying kick straight into another monkey's face. The whole exhibit descended into absolute war. Monkeys were screaming, swinging, throwing poop. One of them even slapped a tourist's ice cream cone right out of their hand. Then, in an act of pure Adderall-fueled genius, Binky locked eyes with the zookeeper, crouched down like a coiled spring, and launched himself out of the exhibit like a furry missile. There were witnesses, tourists, families, little kids clutching their stuffed animals. Everyone saw it happen. Binky soared over the railing, cleared a fence, and landed on the back of a janitor's golf cart. The janitor, poor guy, turned around, saw the demon monkey clinging to the roof, and let out a scream so loud it shattered a little girl's snow cone in her hands. Then, in a panic, he slammed the gas pedal. Now picture this, a golf cart flying through the zoo at 30 miles per hour. A hyperactive monkey standing on the roof, beating his chest like King Kong. A horrified janitor screaming, "Sweet Mother of God!" Binky jumped off the golf cart, climbed a giraffe, flipped off a security guard, and ripped the hat off a crying toddler before sprinting toward the zoo gates. At this point, every zookeeper in the state was in pursuit. "Lock it down! Lock it down!" a woman yelled over the loudspeakers. Sirens started blaring across the park. Kids screamed. Parents grabbed their children like it was the end times, and one poor old man in a sun hat just collapsed from sheer terror. But it didn't matter. Binky had God mode activated. The little freak show jumped off a trash can, swung off a streetlight, and launched himself over the main entrance gate like a furry Olympian. Binky was free. A lady fainted. Someone dropped a pretzel. The city had no idea what was coming. Binky's first stop after escaping the zoo? A Wendy's drive-thru. "Hi, welcome to Wendy's. Can I take your..." "Ah!" The cashier barely had time to scream before Binky flew through the open window, grabbed a handful of spicy nuggets, and launched himself back out like an absolute menace. An Uber driver in the parking lot spilled hot coffee all over himself as Binky landed on his hood, slapped the windshield, and took off toward the suburbs. That's when the real horror began. Within minutes, Binky terrorized an entire neighborhood. He stole an Amazon package, ripped it open, and threw a box of adult diapers onto someone's lawn. He chased 3 kids on bicycles for 4 blocks. He ran into a McDonald's, climbed onto the counter, and slapped a Filet-O-Fish out of a guy's hand. He ran into a Chuck E. Cheese, bit the animatronic mouse, and made 5 children cry. But then, just when things couldn't get worse, Binky discovered he could bite. Binky had already done irreparable damage to the community. But now he had teeth. Some poor dude watering his lawn had no idea what was coming. He looked up just in time to see a blurry, turbocharged monkey flying straight at his face. "Oh God!" Binky latched onto his head like a demonic raccoon and chomped. The man's ear? Gone. He screamed so loud it made 3 car alarms go off. Binky, licking his lips like he just discovered fine dining, spit the ear out and took off at Mach speed. The next 10 hours were pure nightmare fuel. Binky went full psycho mode, and nobody was safe. A cat tried to square up with him. Binky folded it like a lawn chair. A jogger attempted to shoo him away. Binky chased him for 8 blocks. A woman walking her tiny chihuahua? Binky picked the dog up and yeeted it into a bush. Then, because why not, Binky ran into a Walgreens. He jumped into a shopping cart and rode at full speed into a candy aisle. He snatched 3 bags of Reese's, ripped them open, and ate them like a crackhead. He chucked a bottle of shampoo at an old lady. By this point, the police were involved. 2 cops cornered Binky behind a Taco Bell dumpster. "All right, little guy. Nice and easy," one officer whispered, reaching for his taser. Binky grinned. Then, he launched himself at the cop's face. "Oh shit, he's on me." The officer screamed like a horror movie extra as Binky bit his shoulder, stole his sunglasses, and took off running. The second cop? Too scared to chase. By hour 15, things had escalated. The mayor was on the news pleading with residents to stay inside. "We are dealing with a highly dangerous, possibly drugged-up primate." Helicopters were tracking Binky's movements. The National Guard was making phone calls. And the city was on the verge of collapse. Somewhere in the chaos, a man barricaded himself in his house and called 911. "There's a monkey outside, he's staring at me." "Sir, please remain calm." "Oh God, he's picking up a brick." Crash. Binky had officially learned how to throw things. This was bad. By hour 16, things had spiraled way past the point of no return. The mayor declared a state of emergency. The SWAT team was mobilized, and the entire city was in absolute shambles. Binky, meanwhile, he was having the time of his life. He ran across power lines like a deranged circus act. He snatched a pizza from a delivery guy and ate it while swinging from a traffic light. He broke into a laundromat, stuffed himself into a dryer, and spun it for fun. People were fleeing in all directions, but nobody suffered more than one poor man at a gas station. Imagine this, a guy just trying to pump his gas after a long day at work. Suddenly, a speeding monkey comes out of nowhere. Binky leaps onto the gas pump, locks eyes with the man, and slowly raises a single trembling finger. Don't do it, man," the guy stammers. I got kids, bro." Binky grabs the gas nozzle and starts spraying gasoline everywhere. The guy screams. The gas station attendant dives for cover, and a homeless man watching from the curb just mutters, "Man, I knew this day was coming." At that very moment, a cop car screeches around the corner. A SWAT truck follows. A helicopter circles overhead. "We have visual on the suspect. Monkey is extremely hostile." Binky tilts his head, and then, without hesitation, he grabs a box of matches. Oh, sweet Jesus, no. The entire police force watches in paralyzed horror as Binky strikes a match and holds it up. Stand down, stand down. For the love of God, somebody shoot him." But just before total disaster, something happens. The Adderall starts to wear off. Hour 20. Binky slows down. His movements become sluggish. His eyes stop twitching. For the first time since this all started, Binky realizes he is very, very tired. He staggers into a Walgreens parking lot, climbs onto a shopping cart, curls up into a little ball, and immediately passes out. A dozen police officers, a SWAT team, and 2 military drones descend on him within seconds. A tranquilizer dart flies into his leg. Animal control throws a net over him, and just like that, the nightmare was over. The next morning, the news reports were legendary. Rampaging monkey sends city into chaos. Local man loses nose in bizarre primate attack. Little league game interrupted by violent zoo escapee. My mom? Furious. Tommy, this is why you don't play with your medicine. Me? Traumatized. Mom, I literally started a citywide crisis. And Binky? Back in his cage. Waiting. Because next time, he knows where the pharmacy is. By the time the city calmed down, over $2.3 million in damages had been reported. There were missing pets, wrecked cars, terrified citizens, and at least 3 people in the hospital with monkey-related injuries. The governor gave a press conference standing in front of a burned-out Walgreens and a Chuck E. Cheese that would never recover. We have survived natural disasters, economic hardships, and great tragedy. But today we face something none of us were prepared for. A monkey on Adderall. The National Guard left town. Binky's face was on every newspaper in the country. The zoo had to triple fortify his enclosure to make sure he never, ever pulled another stunt like this again. As for me, I got grounded for a full year. You started a monkey uprising, Tommy, my mom screamed. A whole uprising. The zoo sued my family for negligence. The local news kept playing footage of me watching in horror as Binky vaulted over a fence like a superhuman gymnast. Even TikTok got involved. Binky the Menace. Monkey on Adderall. Lord forgive me, but this is hilarious. Somebody remixed police scanner audio into a club beat. Another guy made a full-on animation of Binky slapping the hell out of a cop. Binky became a full-fledged urban legend. And yet, something tells me he's not done. Because one night, months later, I went back to the zoo. I stood outside the monkey enclosure staring at the reinforced glass, wondering if he even remembered me. And then, Binky turned his head. He locked eyes with me. And slowly, ever so slowly, he lifted a tiny hand and made a motion like he was popping a pill into his mouth. I backed away immediately, because if there's one thing I know for sure, next time he won't settle for just Adderall. Hey Sinister Squad, thanks for watching Sinister Stories. You all are the best. If you've got creepy places that would make a perfect setting for a rules-based horror story, drop them in the comments below. I'm always looking for fresh, terrifying ideas. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell. You won't want to miss what's coming next. Stay sinister. You know, when I signed up to be a flight attendant, I expected a few things. Jet lag, cranky passengers, and the occasional baby screaming its lungs out at 30,000 feet. What I didn't expect: a creepy-ass list of rules tucked into the back of the crew manual, accompanied by a wink from a senior attendant like we were all in on some big joke. Welcome aboard Flight 273, Sarah, Liz, the lead attendant, said with a grin that felt a little too wide. First time on the Chicago to California route, huh? Don't worry, it's a smooth ride. Just remember the rules. Yeah, the rules. At first, I thought they were part of some hazing ritual. You know, like how office people prank the new hire with fake tasks. But this list wasn't funny. In fact, it was downright unsettling. The list of rules. If you hear knocking from the cargo hold mid-flight, do not open the hatch. Between 2:30 and 3 a.m., a man in seat 14B may try to speak with you. Ignore him. Never look directly into the cockpit after midnight. If the door is open, close it. If the seatbelt sign turns on 3 times in a row without turbulence, find Liz immediately. Most importantly, if a passenger without shoes walks to the bathroom after midnight, don't let them return to their seat. Ridiculous, right? The rest of the crew seemed chill. There was Mike, the jokester who had been flying for years, and Tara, a sarcastic brunette who loved to gossip. Liz, of course, played the mysterious veteran card. Come on, Liz, I said, laughing nervously. What's with the horror movie rules? You trying to freak me out on my first overnight flight? Liz just smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Just follow them, Sarah. You'll see why. The flight started like any other. Passengers boarded, some smiling, most grumpy. There was a couple arguing about their window seat, a teenager glued to his phone, and a businessman who looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Nothing out of the ordinary. Mike cracked jokes while serving drinks. "Hey Sarah, bet you $20 that guy in 14B snores louder than the engines." I laughed. "You're on." Everything seemed normal, too normal. But at 2 a.m., things started to get weird. The cabin dimmed for night mode. The hum of the engines was oddly comforting. Then, bang, 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 knocking from below. My smile froze. The cargo hold. No one should be down there. Mike and Tara heard it too. Mike raised an eyebrow. "Cargo door prank? Liz pulling your leg again?" Liz wasn't laughing. She grabbed my arm. "Rule 1, don't open it." "Wait, seriously?" The knocking came again. Louder this time. Rhythmic. Almost like a pattern. Bang, 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 bang. Tara, skeptical as always, scoffed. "There's gotta be an explanation. Maybe something felt..." Liz shook her head. "Don't open it." But Tara didn't listen. "Come on, guys. It's probably luggage shifting." She started walking toward the cargo access hatch. "Tara, stop," I called out. But she was already there, hand on the handle. The knocking stopped. We held our breath. The hatch creaked open just an inch. Something whispered. I don't know how else to describe it. A cold, breathy whisper that seemed to seep into the cabin air like fog. Tara froze. Her hand jerked back like she'd been burned. I didn't see anything," she stammered, backing away. But I noticed her eyes. They were glassy, distant. Liz rushed over and slammed the hatch shut. "Never open it!" Tara didn't speak for the next hour. As we all tried to shake it off, thinking that maybe exhaustion was playing tricks on us, the seatbelt sign chimed. Ding. Okay, turbulence maybe? Ding. Again? Still no bumps. Ding. Third time. My stomach dropped. I glanced at Liz. Her face had gone pale. "Stay here," she whispered, walking toward the back of the plane. "What's happening?" I whispered to Mike. "She never tells us," he muttered. "But something always happens when that sign goes off 3 times. Suddenly I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Barefoot. I turned. A woman, thin, pale, with long hair covering her face, was walking barefoot down the aisle toward the bathroom. I froze. The last rule. If a passenger without shoes walks to the bathroom after midnight, don't let them return to their seat. I watched her disappear into the bathroom. The door clicked shut. Silence. The plane seemed to hold its breath. Liz returned, her face grim. "Did anyone see the barefoot woman?" I said. Liz's face darkened. "She can't return." I swallowed hard. "But that's a passenger, right?" Liz shook her head. "No, she's not." The bathroom door handle clicked. It started to turn. The bathroom door handle turned slowly, as if whoever was inside wasn't sure whether they wanted to come out. The overhead lights flickered, not the usual turbulence flicker, but like something wrong was happening in the wiring. "Don't let her return to her seat." Liz's voice was sharp, final. Mike and I exchanged glances. "Wait, are you serious right now?" I whispered. "That's a human being in there, right?" Liz didn't respond. She just stared at the bathroom door, face pale. Tara sat slumped in a jump seat, still out of it since opening the hatch to the cargo hold. Click. The door handle jiggled. No, Liz muttered, stepping forward. "Mike, Sarah, block the aisle." "What?" I hissed. "This has to be a prank. She's gonna come out, probably confused about all this weird energy." But I moved, because something deep inside me, some primal survival instinct, was screaming that this wasn't normal. The door creaked open an inch. I caught a glimpse of her face, and instantly wished I hadn't. It wasn't the woman who walked in there. This thing had the same hair, but the skin was wrong. Grayish, sagging in places like it had been stretched over a frame that wasn't built for it. The mouth too wide, an almost perfect grin cutting across where cheeks should have been. Teeth long and jagged. I stumbled back. Nope, not a person. What the hell is that? The thing stepped forward. Liz raised her hand. You can't go back." Her voice trembled, but she stood firm. The thing tilted its head. It was like watching a glitch in a video, unnatural and jerky. And then it spoke. But it wasn't a voice, it was every voice. All at once. "Seat 14 is waiting." The overhead speakers hissed to life with static. Ding. The seatbelt sign chimed. Once, twice, 3 times. The thing grinned wider. Liz turned to me. "Sarah, get to the cockpit. Now." "What? Why? I'm not supposed to look in there after midnight." "It's open. It shouldn't be. Close it." Now I turned, and sure enough, the cockpit door, which had been locked, was open. The overhead lights dimmed further. The thing in the aisle took another step forward. Mike grabbed my arm. "Go, we've got this." I didn't argue. I sprinted up the aisle. As I passed row 14, I couldn't help but glance at seat 14B. Empty. But it wasn't supposed to be. Reaching the cockpit, I hesitated. The door was wide open. "Hello?" I whispered. No response. I peeked inside. The seats were empty. The instruments flickered, altitude readings bouncing erratically. And standing in front of the console, back turned to me, was a man in an old-fashioned pilot's uniform. "Sir?" I said. No answer. I remembered the rule. Never look directly into the cockpit after midnight. If the door is open, close it. But the door was already open. Did that mean it was too late? The man shifted slightly. I caught a glimpse of his face in the reflection of the console. There were no features, just smooth blank skin where his face should have been. I slammed the cockpit door shut. The lock clicked into place. Immediately, the seatbelt sign chimed again. Ding, ding, ding. The whole plane lurched like we'd hit a pocket of turbulence, except there was no turbulence. I stumbled back down the aisle. Mike was standing in front of the thing that had come from the bathroom, but the thing was different now. It had moved to seat 14B, sitting there, smiling that impossible grin. It buckled itself in. Liz's voice cracked. "It's taken the seat." What does that mean?" I gasped. Liz shook her head slowly. "We're not supposed to let them return, because if they do..." The engines roared. The cabin lights went completely dark. Over the intercom, a voice, low, garbled, and not the captain's, spoke one word. "Descent." I looked at Liz in panic. "Descent? We're nowhere near California. We won't be landing there." The plane dropped, not like normal turbulence. This was a plunge. Passengers screamed. The thing in seat 14B smiled wider. And then I heard it. Knocking. From the overhead bins. The plane dropped again, like we'd hit an invisible cliff. Passengers screamed, oxygen masks dangled from above, swaying wildly. But I wasn't looking at them. No, I was staring at seat 14B, the thing that wasn't a passenger, still strapped in, grinning with its too wide mouth. Those long, jagged teeth gleamed in the dim emergency lights. It was enjoying this. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking came again, but this time from the overhead bins. "That's impossible," Mike muttered, eyes wide. "There's no room for..." Bang, bang, bang. The bin above row 14 rattled violently. I grabbed Mike's arm. "Don't open it." He nodded quickly, backing away. Liz was at the intercom, frantically flipping switches. "This is Liz from the crew. Captain? Anyone in the cockpit? We're descending without clearance." Nothing but static. And then... "Descent authorized." A voice, deep, not human. The plane shuddered. The thing in 14B leaned forward, tilting its head toward me. Its mouth opened, but the sound that came out wasn't a voice. It was the knocking. "Sarah," Liz snapped. "You followed the rules, right? You closed the cockpit door?" "Yeah, I slammed it shut." Liz exhaled shakily. "Good. That buys us some time." "Time for what?" I yelled over the screaming passengers and the roaring engines. Before Liz could answer, ding! The seatbelt sign chimed. Once, twice, 3 times. Again. The thing in 14B unbuckled itself. It stood. Liz's face went pale. "No, no!" "What? What's happening?" I cried. "It's not supposed to move once it sits back down." The thing took a step into the aisle. Passengers shrank back, but no one screamed at it. It was like they couldn't see it, but we could. Suddenly, the intercom screeched. "Approaching final destination." The voice wasn't the captain's. It wasn't anyone's. It was the same voice that came from 14B's mouth. The windows darkened. Not night dark. Pitch black. Like there was nothing outside. No sky. No stars. No earth. "What's going on?" I shrieked. Liz gripped my shoulders, her knuckles white. "We're not descending toward California." "Then where?" But I never got to finish, because the overhead bins snapped open, all at once, and arms reached out. Not human arms. They were thin, bone-stretching skin taut, fingers too long, nails scraping the metal edges of the compartments. They clawed the air, reaching, grasping for something, or someone. Tara, who had been silent for so long, suddenly screamed. "They're looking for replacements!" We turned. She was standing near the back of the plane, tears streaming down her face. "Tara, get back here!" Mike yelled, but she was staring at the thing in 14B. It tilted its head toward her, and the arms from the overhead bins reached in her direction. "No, no, no, no!" Tara screamed, running toward the emergency exit. "Tara, stop!" Liz screamed, but Tara yanked the lever. For a second, there was silence. The door exploded open. But there was no wind, no rush of air, because there was nothing outside, just blackness. Tara froze at the doorway. The thing in 14B raised its hand, pointed at her. Tara took one step back, and then the arms grabbed her. They pulled, with impossible strength. Tara screamed, once, before she was yanked into the blackness, gone, like she'd never been there at all. The emergency door slammed itself shut. The overhead bins clicked closed. Silence. The thing in 14B sat back down and buckled itself in. I stood there, shaking, barely able to breathe. Liz whispered. She broke the rule. You never open a door mid-flight, because they're waiting. The plane steadied, the descent stopped, the windows cleared, and suddenly, we were back, flying over California, like nothing had happened. The intercom crackled. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning our final descent into Los Angeles. Local time is 4:45 a.m. The captain's voice. The real captain. Like everything had been normal. I turned back toward row 14. Seat 14B was empty. Liz placed a hand on my shoulder. No one will remember her, she whispered. What? Tara. They never do. I looked back at the passengers, smiling, chatting, like nothing had happened. And when we landed, Tara's name wasn't on the crew manifest, like she had never existed at all. But I remembered. I remembered everything. We touched down at LAX like nothing happened. Passengers clapped, because of course they did. I always thought that was cheesy, but this time their applause felt wrong. Too cheerful, like they were celebrating something they didn't understand. Mike stood beside me at the exit door greeting passengers as they disembarked. His smile was forced. His hands trembled slightly. Liz leaned in close. Don't say anything. No one remembers her. I glanced back down the aisle. Seat 14B sat empty. Perfect. As if no one had been there at all. But I remembered Tara's scream. How the arms dragged her into that endless black void. How the thing with the jagged smile buckled itself in after she was gone. Hey, Liz, I whispered. Why did it sit in 14B? Why that seat? Liz didn't look at me. Because that's his seat. Who's his? Before I could finish, the cabin lights flickered. Ding. The seatbelt sign chimed. Again. Guys? Mike's voice wavered. We landed. Why's the sign still going off? Liz turned pale. It shouldn't be. The overhead speakers crackled. Boarding complete. Prepare for takeoff. What? I shrieked. We just landed. Passengers who had left were suddenly walking back into the plane. The same passengers, same seats, same expressions. It was like the flight had reset. No, 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 Liz gasped. It wasn't supposed to loop. What do you mean, loop? Mike grabbed her arm. Liz looked at both of us, panic creeping into her voice. This happens if the rules are broken twice on the same flight. I backed away. Wait. Tara opened the cargo hatch and then the emergency door. That's two. You're saying we're stuck? Liz nodded grimly. Until it chooses another replacement. The passengers settled in again, oblivious, like they didn't remember the horrors from before. But the crew remembered. Mike, Liz, and I stood frozen. Then, footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. I turned toward the aisle. A man I'd never seen before boarded the plane. Tall, thin, pale, wearing an old pilot uniform, just like the faceless figure in the cockpit. He walked with a slight limp, dragging a suitcase that screeched against the floor. Who is that? Mike whispered. No one's supposed to board after landing, Liz muttered. The man said nothing. His eyes were hidden under the brim of his pilot hat. He stopped at row 14, seat 14B, and sat down. The seatbelt sign chimed once more. Ding. Final boarding complete. The cabin lights flickered again. The engines roared to life. This isn't happening, I whispered. But it was. The plane began to move. Who are you? Mike shouted, stepping into the aisle toward 14B. The man didn't respond. Mike reached out. Don't touch him! Liz screamed. But it was too late. Mike's hand grazed the man's shoulder. The lights went out. The engines cut. Silence. And then I heard it. The knocking. Not from the cargo hold this time. Not from the overhead bins. From every seat on the plane. When the lights flickered back on, Mike was gone. No scream. No trace. Just gone. The man in 14B finally looked at me. His face was no longer hidden. It was the faceless figure from the cockpit. A smooth, blank canvas where a human face should be. And yet I could feel him smiling. Liz grabbed my hand, her grip tight enough to hurt. We're the only ones left. The plane lifted off the runway, by itself. The passengers sat calmly, smiling, chatting, like nothing had ever happened. But I knew better. I looked at Liz. What happens now? I whispered. She swallowed hard. We wait for the final rule. The intercom crackled. Flight 273 en route. Final stop, the place between. The thing in 14B stood up again. This time it pointed directly at me. Its face, a blank sheet of pale skin, shifted. For a moment I thought I saw Tara's face stretch across it. Just for a second. Then Mike's. Both twisted in silent screams before melting back into the smooth, featureless surface. I staggered back. Liz, it's pointing at me. Liz didn't respond. She was staring out the window. Her face had gone pale. I turned and looked too. There was no sky, no stars, no earth, just gray. Like we were flying through fog, but thicker, heavier. It pressed against the window almost like it was watching us. The overhead lights dimmed. The passengers, who had been laughing and chatting like nothing was wrong, went silent. All at once. Their heads turned toward me. Every single one. Expressionless. Eyes wide. Waiting. Ding. The seatbelt sign chimed, but this time the sign didn't show the little seatbelt icon. It showed a single word. Choose. What? What does that mean? I whispered. Liz finally turned to me, her expression hollow. It means it's your turn. The intercom crackled again. The voice that wasn't the captain's spoke. One must stay. No, I whispered. No, no, no. I backed down the aisle. Seat 14B's occupant stepped forward. Every movement was jerky, wrong, like a puppet being yanked by invisible strings. It pointed at Liz, then back at me. Liz swallowed hard. It always comes down to two. Two crew members, one goes back, one stays here. The place between. I finally understood. This wasn't a normal flight. It never was. This plane wasn't meant to fly from Chicago to California. It flew between here and there, between life and whatever this was. Choose, the voice whispered again, this time echoing from every speaker, every seat, every corner of the plane. The thing in 14B stepped aside, gesturing toward the cockpit door. It was open again. Beyond the cockpit, not the usual control panels, but a swirling void, gray and endless. Liz looked at me, her eyes glistening. "I've been on this route for years," she whispered. "I never broke the rules. Not once, but I never chose either." She gave me a sad smile. "You still have a life to get back to. Family, friends. Don't waste it." "Liz, wait." I reached out, but she was already moving, toward the cockpit, toward the void. "No, there's got to be another way," I screamed. Liz stopped just before the threshold. She turned back and smiled. "Tell them not to break the rules, Sarah." Then she stepped through. The void swallowed her without a sound. The cockpit door slammed shut. The engines roared. Light returned to the windows, real light. Blue sky, clouds, the Pacific Ocean below. I staggered back into the cabin. Passengers were chatting again, laughing, smiling, no memory of what had just happened. The intercom crackled. The real captain's voice came through this time. "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be landing in Los Angeles shortly. Thank you for flying with us." I looked back at row 14. Seat 14B, empty, as if no one had ever been there. When we landed, the other crew members disembarked without question. No mention of Mike, no mention of Tara, no mention of Liz. But I remembered. I handed in my resignation that afternoon. But here's the thing. Even now, sometimes when I'm at home, I hear it. Late at night, when everything's quiet. Ding. The sound of the seatbelt sign. And sometimes, just sometimes, I hear a knock. Bang, 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 from somewhere below. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder. Only about 25% of you watching are subscribed to the channel. If you're enjoying the content, hitting that subscribe button would really help the channel grow. And while you're at it, smash that like button too. It helps a ton, and lets me know you're enjoying the content. Thanks for being here, and let's dive into the story. I took the job because I was desperate. It paid $30 an hour, more than I had ever made in my life. But after my first night at Black Ridge Asylum, I knew something was deeply, horribly wrong. The asylum had been in operation since the 1920s, an old Gothic building with twisting hallways and endless locked doors. It reeked of mildew, antiseptic, and something metallic that I tried not to think about. The patients were off. I had worked security at a hospital before, but nothing could have prepared me for this place. Dr. Caldwell, the head administrator, handed me a list of rules on my first night. He didn't explain them, just stared at me with sunken, sleepless eyes and said, "Follow these, or you'll be lucky if you make it to sunrise." The rules were, do not respond if a patient calls your name between midnight and 3 a.m. If you see someone in a hospital gown wandering the hallways, check the patient logs. If they are not listed, do not acknowledge them. You will hear screaming. Ignore it. The doctors will handle it. At exactly 2:37 a.m., you will hear knocking on the security office door. Do not open it, no matter what you hear on the other side. If the lights flicker more than 3 times in a row, look at your reflection in the security monitor. If it doesn't move with you, shut your eyes and count to 30. Do not open them early. Dr. Caldwell does not work past 10 p.m. If you see him after that, Leave immediately. I thought it was some kind of twisted hazing ritual. Until my shift started. By midnight, I was already on edge. The place felt like it was watching me. The security office had an old surveillance system, the grainy cameras blinking static every few seconds. The monitors flickered between hallways, staircases, and patient rooms. Some patients stood eerily still in the middle of their rooms, heads tilted just slightly too far as if listening for something. At 12:13 a.m., I heard my name. Mark. It was a woman's voice, soft, almost familiar. It echoed through the empty hallway outside the security office. Mark, please help me. I turned toward the door, my hand hovering over the handle. My heart pounded. I swallowed, remembering rule number 1. Mark, I know you can hear me. The voice was inside the room now. I spun around so fast my chair toppled over. But there was nothing there. My breath came fast and ragged. I didn't respond. Eventually, the voice stopped. At 1:45 a.m., the motion detector outside the East Wing triggered. The screen flickered and a patient in a hospital gown appeared, shuffling down the hallway. His back was arched unnaturally, his limbs jerking like a marionette with tangled strings. I checked the patient logs. Room 42. Jonathan Withers. He was supposed to be sedated and restrained. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the hallway. My boots echoed against the linoleum as I walked toward the East Wing. The patient was still there, standing at the end of the corridor, his back to me. Sir, I called out. You're not supposed to be out of your room. His head snapped backward, completely upside down on his neck, his mouth splitting into a jagged grin. His eyes, wrong, black pits that stretched too far. You shouldn't be here either, Mark. I bolted. I made it back to the security office and slammed the door shut. My hands shook as I locked it. The monitor flickered and the patient was gone. The hallway was empty. At 2:37 a.m., the knocking started. It was slow, rhythmic, too deliberate to be anything but intentional. Knock, knock, knock. I held my breath. A voice came from the other side. Mark, let me in. It was my voice. I squeezed my eyes shut. Rule number 4, do not open the door. Mark, open the door. I know you're in there. I clamped my hands over my ears, but I could still hear it. You don't belong here, Mark. You should have never come. The knocking turned to scratching. Something dragged long, jagged nails down the wood. Then, silence. When I opened my eyes, it was 2:38 a.m. The door was intact. I was shaking. At 3:12 a.m., the lights flickered, 3 times. Then again. My heart stopped. I turned toward the monitor, barely breathing. My reflection was there, staring back at me, but it wasn't moving. I lifted my hand, but the reflection didn't. My stomach twisted into ice. I shut my eyes. Count to 30. 1, 2, 3. A whisper brushed against my ear. You shouldn't have looked. 10, 11, 12. A breath on my neck. Cold. Rotten. 2021. 22. Fingers brushed my shoulder. I fought the urge to run. 28. 29. 30. I opened my eyes. The monitor was back to normal. My reflection copied my every move. But on the screen, just behind me, I saw the shadow of something tall, watching me. The sun rose an hour later. I quit. Or at least I tried. Dr. Caldwell didn't let me. You signed a contract, he said, smiling in a way that made my skin crawl. I had no memory of signing anything. See you tonight, Mark. I showed up for my second night at Blackridge Asylum, but not by choice. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't leave. I packed my bags and drove to my brother's house that morning, but the second I reached the highway, my vision blurred, and a splitting migraine stabbed through my skull. The next thing I knew, I was pulling into the asylum parking lot, again. Dr. Caldwell was waiting for me at the front desk, as if he knew I'd be back. Your shift starts in 5 minutes, Mark. My hands clenched into fists. What the hell is this place? I hissed. He just smiled. His teeth were too white, too perfect. Don't break the rules, and you'll be fine. I wanted to fight, to scream, but I couldn't. My body moved on its own, walking through the dimly lit hallways until I was back in the security office. The door locked behind me. At 12:45 a.m., the monitors flickered. One of the cameras showed the southwest wing, a part of the building I hadn't seen before. A single door stood at the end of the hallway, large and bolted shut with thick steel chains. Red warning signs were plastered all over it. Do not open. No entry after dark. For authorized staff only. A faint thudding came from the other side. Then at exactly 1 a.m., the screaming began. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard. A chorus of voices, wailing, screeching, howling. Some pleaded for help, others laughed hysterically. And one voice, a woman's, kept repeating my name. Mark. 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 I nearly ran out of the office, but rule number 3 burned in my mind. You will hear screaming. Ignore it. The doctors will handle it. I turned the volume off the monitors and shut my eyes, trying to block out the noise. The screaming didn't stop. It only got closer. At 1:30 a.m., the motion sensors in the east wing triggered again. I checked the cameras, expecting to see a patient wandering the halls. But instead, there was nothing. No one there. But the motion detectors kept going off. I swallowed hard. The last time this happened, I had seen something that shouldn't exist. This time, I wasn't going out there. I switched to infrared mode. At first, nothing appeared. The hallway was empty. Then, a dark shape emerged from the shadows. It was standing right outside my office. A hunched figure, its body blacker than black, as if it sucked the light from the air itself. It had too many arms, too many legs, shifting and twisting in unnatural ways. I held my breath, terrified that it would hear me. Then, it did something that made my stomach turn to ice. It waved at the camera. Slow, deliberate. My hands shook as I backed away from the monitor. A soft knock came from the security office door. Mark, I nearly screamed. The doorknob twisted violently, rattling like someone was trying to break in. Mark, open the door. I checked the clock. 2:35 a.m. 2 minutes before the real knocking was supposed to happen. I know you're in there, Mark. Please help me. I clenched my fists. It sounded so human, so real. Then, the thing outside did something I wasn't ready for. It started laughing. The same laugh I had. The same pitch. The same voice. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressed my back against the wall, and covered my ears. You can't hide forever, Mark. The knocking stopped. I counted down the minutes. 2:36. 2:37. 2:38. The room went silent. When I opened my eyes, the cameras were normal. The hallway was empty, but on the screen, the door to the screaming room was open. At 3 a.m., the screaming returned, louder than before. This time it wasn't coming from the monitors. It was right outside my door. The sound was inhuman, an ear-piercing wail that vibrated through my bones. The security office door buckled inward. Something slammed against it, again and again, shaking the entire room. I backed up into the corner, clutching my flashlight like a weapon. A thin, bony hand slid under the door, fingers twitching violently, dragging against the floor with a sickening scrape. The smell of rotting flesh filled the room. I couldn't breathe. The fingers bent backward, snapping violently as they pulled away. Then, silence. I stayed in that corner until sunrise. When the morning staff arrived, I burst out of the security office, gasping for fresh air. Dr. Caldwell was there, his cold blue eyes locking onto mine. Rough night? He asked, his voice filled with amusement. I grabbed him by the collar. What the hell is this place? What is wrong with the patients? He didn't answer. He just handed me another list of rules. I snatched it from him and scanned the paper. My blood ran cold. The first rule had changed. New rule number 1. Do not respond if a patient calls your name, ever. I didn't want to go back for a third night. I even tried to fight it this time. I parked my car at a hotel across town, smashed my phone so they couldn't track me, and locked myself inside. But the second I shut my eyes, I woke up in the security office at Black Ridge Asylum. No memory of how I got there. The monitors were already on. The clock read 11:59 p.m. My shift had begun. Dr. Caldwell's voice crackled over the intercom. "I'm glad you've settled in, Mark. Tonight's an important night." I didn't reply. My hands were shaking as I picked up the new list of rules he had given me earlier. Rule number 1 had changed. No matter when, if, or how a patient called my name, I could never answer. Rule number 2 remained the same. If a patient wasn't listed in the records, they didn't exist. Rule number 4, the knocking, had a new addendum. If someone knocks on the door at 2:37 a.m., ignore them. But if you hear them breathing under the door, leave the room immediately. I didn't know why the rules were changing, but I had a sinking feeling that whatever lived inside this place was getting stronger. At 12:30 a.m., a light in room 12 flickered on. I checked the patient logs. Room 12 had been empty for years. I switched the monitor to its camera. The footage was black and white, fuzzy, but I could make out someone sitting on the bed, a woman. Her back was to the camera, long black hair hanging over her shoulders. She was rocking slightly, facing the wall. I clicked the audio feed. A soft voice whispered from the speaker. Mark, I know you can hear me." My throat went dry. Rule number 1, do not respond. "Mark, please, it's me." I turned the monitor off. It wasn't her. It couldn't be. The voice belonged to Emily, my wife. She died 5 years ago. My heart pounded. My fingers hovered over the radio. Every instinct screamed at me to answer. But I didn't. I forced myself to turn away from the monitor. Then, a loud creak came from the hallway outside my office. I checked the camera feed for room 12. It was empty. The bed was unmade, the door hanging open. I turned to the hallway camera. There she was. A tall, thin woman standing directly outside the security office. She was facing the door. My breath caught in my throat. Her eyes were all wrong. Too wide, too black, too deep. Like they were hollow holes, carved straight into her skull. She lifted a thin, shaking hand and knocked. 2:36 a.m. 1 minute too early. The rules were changing again. I grabbed the new rules list. If you hear breathing under the door, leave immediately. A low, rattling wheeze slid through the crack at the bottom of the door. It was inside the room. I didn't hesitate. I slammed my fist against the emergency exit button. The security office door burst open and I ran. I sprinted down the hallway, past darkened patient rooms, past locked doors, past the east wing where I had seen that thing on the cameras the night before. Behind me, footsteps followed. Fast, too fast. I ducked into the laundry room and slammed the door shut. Silence. Then, the door handle twisted violently. The thing outside scratched at the wood. I pressed my back against the wall, my breathing shallow. Something shifted in the darkness behind me. I turned. A single laundry cart sat against the wall. It was filled with patient gowns. One of them moved. I grabbed a broom from the corner and nudged the pile. A hand fell out. A rotting, severed hand. Then a face slid into view. My own. A corpse. A dead version of me shoved under the laundry. Its rotting mouth moved. "She's still behind you, Mark." I screamed. I ran. I didn't stop until I was back inside the security office, my chest burning, my mind spiraling. The monitors flickered. Room 12 was empty again. The rules list on my desk had changed once more. New rule number 3. If you see a dead version of yourself, do not run. It only makes it worse. I stared at the rule. Then, my reflection in the monitor smiled. But I wasn't smiling. I wasn't sure how much longer I could survive. Black Ridge Asylum wasn't just haunted. It was alive. It was twisting, warping, changing its rules as if it knew I was catching on. And now, it knew what scared me the most. I tried one last time to break free. At sunrise, I ran for the exit. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but I made it to the parking lot, to my car. The asylum loomed behind me, its windows dark, lifeless. I fumbled for my keys, shoved them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I had done it, The back seat creaked. I turned around. There was someone sitting in the back seat. Not a man, not a patient. A thing. Its black, hollow eyes locked onto mine. Its smile stretched too wide. "You can't leave, Mark." Darkness swallowed me whole. When I woke up, it was 11:59 p.m. Back in the security office. The monitors were on. The rules had changed again. A fresh list of instructions sat on the desk. My hands trembled as I read the newest rule. New rule number 4. If you see the black-eyed patient, do not acknowledge him. Do not run. And above all, do not look into his eyes. I slowly turned to the camera monitors. The black-eyed patient was standing at the end of the East Wing hallway, perfectly still, staring at the camera. His smile never moved. His eyes were bottomless black pits. I swallowed hard. This was a test. I switched the feed. I ignored him. I did exactly as the rule said. For the next hour, the black-eyed patient stood in that hallway, never moving. Then, at 2 a.m., the cameras glitched. When the footage returned, he was gone. I thought I was safe, until I heard the whisper. "Mark." I froze. The voice was inside the security office. "I know you can hear me." I kept my eyes forward. "Why won't you look at me, Mark?" I stared at the monitors. Then, the lights flickered. Once, twice, 3 times. I had seconds to react. Rule number 5. If the lights flicker more than 3 times, look at your reflection. I turned toward the monitor reflection. I saw myself, but I wasn't alone. The black-eyed patient stood directly behind me. His mouth opened wider. Too wide. A black void. A sound began crawling from his throat. A low, guttural clicking. The lights flickered again. My reflection didn't move. Then, its hand reached for me. I squeezed my eyes shut. Count to 30. 1, 2, 3. The sound grew louder. 15, 16, 17. A breath on my neck. 28th, 29th. Something touched my shoulder. I opened my eyes. The room was empty. The black-eyed patient was gone. But the rules list had changed again. A final handwritten note at the bottom, scrawled in my own handwriting. New rule. He's getting stronger. He won't let you leave, but there is a way out. I barely registered my own heartbeat. The note continued. You need to find room 66. You need to end this. The problem? There was no room 66. At least, not on any map. I had one last chance. The asylum wasn't letting me go. I had tried everything, running, hiding, ignoring the rules, but it was adapting. The black-eyed patient was stronger now. The rules kept shifting, and I knew I wouldn't survive another night, unless I found room 66. The problem? It didn't exist. Not on any map, not in any security records. But someone, maybe me from another night, another version of me that had tried before, had left me a message. You need to find room 66. You need to end this. I spent the first 2 hours searching. Every door, every hallway, every restricted section. Nothing. At 2:30 a.m., I gave up and slumped back into the security office. I checked the monitors again. And then I noticed something wrong. A camera feed I had never seen before. It was labeled Sub-Level 2. I clicked on it. A long, flickering hallway appeared on the screen. Dusty, untouched, like it had been abandoned for decades. At the very end of the hall, there was one door. The plaque above it read, 66. My breath hitched. I grabbed my flashlight and ran. There was no sub-level 2 on any blueprint, but the asylum shifted for me. A staircase that hadn't been there before loomed in the east wing, leading down into darkness. I took a deep breath and descended. Each step creaked beneath me. The air grew thicker, heavier, suffocating. When I reached the bottom, the hallway stretched before me just like on the cameras. Room 66 waited at the end. The closer I got, the more wrong it felt. The door wasn't locked. It was waiting to be opened. The room wasn't a patient's room. It was a ritual chamber. Symbols were carved into the walls, looping and twisting in shapes my brain couldn't understand. The ceiling was blackened with soot, and at the center of the room stood a rusted metal bed. Something was strapped to it. I took a step closer. It was a corpse. Rotting, twisted but still breathing. And when its eyes snapped open, I felt my sanity break. Because it was me. A decayed version of myself, strapped to the bed. "Finally," it whispered. My own voice. "You found me." I stumbled back. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. The corpse me twitched violently against the restraints. Its flesh rippled, twisted, rotted. "You have to kill me." My stomach turned. The walls shifted. The symbols burned red. Then a new sound filled the room. A clicking. The black-eyed patient was coming. I had seconds to decide. Run? Hide? Fight? No. The thing on the bed, me, had already told me what needed to happen. I grabbed the scalpel from the tray beside the bed. The air shook as the clicking sound grew closer. The black-eyed patient's breath crawled into the room. "Do it." The corpse me smiled. The black-eyed patient stepped into the doorway. I raised the scalpel, and I plunged it into my own heart. The asylum screamed. The walls rippled, the symbols glowed, and the black-eyed patient howled in agony. Reality twisted. The entire room collapsed inward, folding into itself. I felt like I was falling, falling, falling. And then, I woke up, in my bed, at home. The clock read 7 a.m. Sunlight streamed through the windows. I gasped, clutching my chest. My heart was still beating. I was alive. The asylum was gone. No records, no history, like it had never existed. But I know the truth. It's still out there, and some poor bastard is about to take the night shift. Welcome to Sinister Stories, where the shadows move, the rules matter, and what you don't see is sometimes the scariest part. If you love a good scare, stick around, because once you hear these stories, you'll never sleep the same way again. Subscribe, if you dare. I found an old laptop in my storage unit. It was one of those chunky 2010 Dell machines, the kind that weighed 10 pounds and sounded like a jet engine when it booted up. I almost tossed it, but curiosity got the better of me. After digging through some forgotten files, I found a Bitcoin wallet. A very full Bitcoin wallet. 50,000 BTC. I sat there staring at the screen. This had to be fake. There was no way I had 50,000 Bitcoin just sitting around from my early investing days. I checked the timestamps. The wallet was last accessed in 2011, back when Bitcoin was worth pennies. If this was real, I was sitting on billions. That's when I noticed a text file next to the wallet. It was labeled README Rules. I clicked it open. A plain notepad window popped up listing 4 simple rules. Do not move the Bitcoin after midnight. If the balance shows more than what you transferred, close the laptop immediately. If a transaction occurs that you didn't authorize, do not attempt to reverse it. If a man named Satoshi calls you, do not answer. I laughed. Someone was having fun with this. A weird joke? A creepypasta? Maybe I wrote it myself back in the day after a night of drinking. Either way, I didn't care. I had one goal: transfer the BTC to my exchange and cash out. I quickly logged into my Binance account and set up a transfer for 10 BTC, just a test run. I clicked confirm. It was 11:57 p.m., 3 minutes to midnight. The transfer processed instantly. My Binance balance updated. Real Bitcoin, real money. This was happening. I was about to be a billionaire. Then at exactly 12:01 a.m., my laptop screen flickered. My heart skipped a beat. The cursor froze, and for a moment I thought the system crashed. Then the wallet balance updated itself. 50,000 BTC to 99,998 BTC. Wait, that wasn't right. I only sent 10 BTC. I refreshed the screen. My heart pounded as I watched the balance skyrocket. 99,998 Bitcoin, 178,342 Bitcoin, 178,342 Bitcoin, 300,001 Bitcoin. What the hell? I muttered. The numbers kept climbing. I reached for the laptop, but the screen glitched again, turning pitch black except for a single blinking cursor. A new file appeared on my desktop. Debtreclaimed.txt. My stomach dropped. I hesitated, then double-clicked it. Inside, there was only one line of text. You should not have moved it. I slammed the laptop shut. For a moment, everything was silent. My apartment was dead quiet. No cars outside, no humming from my fridge, not even the faint buzzing of electricity. Then, my phone rang. My breath hitched. I pulled it out, hands shaking, and looked at the caller ID. Satoshi Nakamoto. I stared, paralyzed. There was no way. No way. This had to be a prank, right? Some kind of glitch? The phone kept ringing. I hesitated. Then my thumb hovered over answer. And that's when the screen on my laptop lit back up by itself. There was a new transaction pending, a transfer I didn't authorize. 50,000 BTC, all of it, was being sent somewhere. To a wallet address I didn't recognize. I tried to cancel it. I broke rule number 3. I clicked cancel transaction as fast as I could. The screen flickered, lines of distorted code flashing in the background. The transfer status changed to reversal request sent. I let out a breath. That had to fix it. Right? Then my laptop screen glitched again. A new message appeared in blood-red text. You should not have done that. Before I could react, my phone vibrated violently. Another call. Same caller ID. Satoshi Nakamoto. My hands shook as I stared at the screen. The ringing seemed louder than normal, vibrating through my skull. This wasn't possible. I forced myself to think logically. Satoshi Nakamoto doesn't exist. The Bitcoin creator disappeared years ago. He was a mystery, a ghost. No one even knew if he was a single person or a group. So why was he calling me? The ringing didn't stop. I gritted my teeth and hit decline. Instantly, the laptop let out a horrible static screech, like a radio caught between frequencies. A new file appeared on my desktop. Finalwarning.txt. I didn't want to open it, but my hand moved on its own. Inside was just one sentence. Answer the next call. I swallowed hard. My phone rang again. Satoshi Nakamoto. I hesitated. Then, against every instinct in my body, I hit answer. For a moment, there was only silence. Then a low, static-laced whisper crawled through the speaker. Do you understand what you've taken? A chill ran down my spine. My mouth went dry. Who is this? I croaked. The voice ignored my question. You should have followed the rules. I opened my mouth to speak, but suddenly my laptop screen went black. No, not just black. Reflective, like a mirror. And in that mirror, I wasn't alone. A shadowy figure stood behind me. Tall. Featureless. Wrong. I spun around. Nothing was there. But in the laptop's reflection, it stepped closer. I slammed the laptop shut again, heart pounding. The voice on the phone whispered one last thing before the line went dead. You cannot undo what's been done. Silence. I sat there, breathless, the weight of dread settling in my gut. Then my laptop dinged. Transaction complete. My hands trembled as I slowly opened the screen. My BTC balance, 0.00. Everything was gone. 50,000 BTC stolen. My stomach twisted into knots. I frantically checked my transaction history, searching for a way to trace it. The final outgoing transaction led to an address labeled Black Wallet. No hash, no sender ID, just gone. I felt sick. I'd lost billions. Then my screen flickered again. My balance updated. For a split second, hope flared inside me. Maybe it was a rollback? Maybe I was getting it back. The number reloaded. Not Bitcoin. XRP, 58.32. I blinked. What? I hit refresh. Again. The BTC was gone. My fortune had been replaced with Ripple. Panic turned into something worse. Horror. I tried to withdraw it. Error. I tried to swap it. Error. I couldn't sell it. The last thing I saw before my laptop screen shut off permanently was a final message. Debt settled. Enjoy your XRP. I sat there staring at the screen. 50,000 BTC. Gone. In its place, my wallet balance read 58.32 XRP. I refreshed the page. Nothing changed. My hands were shaking. I went to Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, anywhere I could think of to swap it, but each one spat back the same error. Invalid asset, unable to trade. It didn't make sense. XRP wasn't delisted. It was still a real crypto. So why couldn't I sell it? My mind raced, trying to process what just happened. The call from Satoshi Nakamoto, the weird warnings, the phantom transactions. Somehow, something had taken my Bitcoin, and it had given me this instead. I leaned forward and gritted my teeth. I was going to get my BTC back. I dug into my transaction history, following the trail of stolen coins. Every address they were sent to led to something called the Black Wallet. I copied one of the addresses and ran it through a blockchain explorer. The results sent a cold chill down my spine. The Black Wallet had been active since 2009. Hundreds of thousands of BTC had vanished into it over the years, never moving again. No withdrawals, no trading, just gone. It wasn't just my Bitcoin. Other people had lost their BTC to this thing too. I scrolled through the records, looking for anything, any clue. Then I found a single message embedded in a 2015 transaction. Do not attempt to take back what was never yours. My stomach twisted. I didn't care. I was getting it back. I booted up a new wallet, generated a fresh key, and tried to send my worthless XRP to a burner address. Error. I tried again. Error. I clenched my fists. Fine. If I couldn't send it, I'd burn the damn thing. I dug into the raw code of my wallet. There was always a way. A forced transaction, a dusting attack. Anything to wipe this cursed XRP from my balance. I ran a script. The moment I hit enter, my laptop shut off. A deep, unnatural hum filled my apartment. I turned to my phone. A new message. Unknown number? You still do not understand. I gritted my teeth and typed back, "Give me back my Bitcoin." The response came instantly. "You never had Bitcoin." My stomach dropped. Another message appeared. This one had an attached image. With shaking hands, I clicked it. It was a screenshot of my Binance account from 10 minutes ago. Only, the numbers were different. Instead of my Bitcoin transfer history, there was only one thing. 58.32 XRP. Initial deposit. 2011. My head spun. That wasn't right. That wasn't true. I tried to check my email for withdrawal confirmations. They were gone. I pulled up my old messages, my texts to my friends about finding my BTC wallet. Gone. My hands started to sweat. I pulled up my exchange history, the logs, everything. It was like my Bitcoin had never existed. Only the XRP remained. A new message popped up on my phone. Unknown number. The debt is paid. Do not interfere again. I clenched my jaw. I wasn't going to let them win. I was going to get my BTC back. even if it meant breaking every rule left. I wasn't giving up. I didn't care if my Bitcoin never existed. I remembered it. I saw it. I transferred it. And now, it was gone, replaced with this cursed XRP. I tried to undo whatever had happened. First, I searched for my original private key. Maybe I could reconstruct my wallet from scratch. But when I pulled up my old password manager, the entry was blank. Every saved key, every backup phrase, wiped. Next, I checked my cold storage drive. I had saved copies of my wallet files from years ago. They had to be there. I plugged the drive in, corrupted. My heart pounded. This wasn't a hack. This wasn't malware. Something was erasing my past. Then, my phone vibrated. A new message. Unknown number. Do not resist. I stared at the screen. Then I did the dumbest thing I could possibly do. I typed back, "Who are you?" I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. Unknown number. We are the custodians. We maintain the ledger. The balance must always be correct. The ledger. My blood ran cold. I pulled up my exchange account one last time, hoping, praying, that I'd find a loophole. But instead, my balance updated again. The XRP was gone. In its place, balance. 0.00. No history. No withdrawals. As if I had never owned crypto at all. I stared at the screen, feeling something I'd never felt before. Something worse than fear. Erasure. A final message popped up on my phone. Unknown number. The correction is complete. Forget this. Forget us. Then, every single message I had received disappeared. The number was gone. The texts were gone. Even my call log was wiped. I looked at my laptop. The wallet was empty. No, worse. It had never existed. I sat there staring at the screen, trying to hold on to what I had seen, what I had lost. But the more I thought about it, the more the details started slipping away. Like trying to remember a dream. Like trying to hold on to something that was never real. I don't check my crypto accounts anymore. I don't talk about Bitcoin. But sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear my phone buzzing and I know if I check, it'll be him. Satoshi Nakamoto. Calling me. Again. Welcome to the Sinister Stories membership program. Love horror? Got a creepy story idea? Here's why becoming a Sinister Stories member is a must. Anyone can drop story ideas, but only members get exclusive access to a new members-only story every Saturday morning, picked from the twisted suggestions submitted by members themselves. Every single Saturday, a chilling tale chosen from a member's idea, crafted and shared only for members to enjoy. But don't worry, I'll still randomly pick some story ideas from regular subscribers for everyone. However, if you want guaranteed weekly horror drops straight from the community, membership is your key to unlock the darkness. The Sinister Elite Badge Program. Welcome to the Sinister Elite, where your dedication to horror earns you prestige. As a member, you'll unlock exclusive badges that show off your loyalty and time spent in the darkest crew on YouTube. Here's how you climb the ranks. New member. Instantly get the member badge. Welcome to the crew. 6 months. Level up to Dark Drifter. You've started walking the shadowed path. 1 year. Earn the Night Dweller badge. You're no stranger to the darkness. 2 years. Become a Shadow Watcher, watching what lurks beyond. 3 years. Unlock Fear Forger, shaping nightmares like a master. 4 years. Rise to Warden of Whispers. You hear what others fear. 5 years. Achieve the ultimate honor. The Sinister Legend badge, proving you're the darkest and most dedicated of the Sinister Elite. Hit that join button now and start earning your legacy in the shadows. Custom emojis, exclusive and epic. Custom emojis make your reactions stand out and add serious personality to the chat. As a member, you get exclusive access to awesome emojis. Like, show love with style, fire, when it's too hot to handle, Scary, for the spine-chilling moments. Cool, because you know what's up. Join now and level up your comments with these exclusive must-have emojis. A final word to the Sinister Stories community. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey so far. Whether you're a longtime subscriber, a new viewer, or considering joining the Sinister Elite, your support means everything. For those in the Sinister Elite, I'm committed to keeping the experience fresh and exciting, continuously adding new perks, exclusive stories, and creepy surprises to make being a member truly worth it. Every Saturday, a brand new horror story inspired by your ideas drops exclusively for you, and those loyalty badges? They're a badge of honor, showing just how deep you've traveled into the darkness with me. By joining, you're not just unlocking exclusive content, you're also helping the channel grow in ways I truly appreciate. Your support allows me to keep creating the terrifying tales you love and push sinister stories to even darker, scarier places. As always, I'm grateful for every single viewer, subscriber, and member. You all make this journey possible. Hit that join button and stay sinister, my friends. The horror's just getting started.